Chapter 141. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I don't know if I should say him. It can't be helped. My dad is rigid and serious. He's a university professor. In high school, Qin Baobao wanted to enter the entertainment industry and was taught a lesson by him. Qin Baobao has been afraid of her dad since she was young. When she saw her dad get angry, she was terrified. What can I do? I can't just watch her get beaten up. This time, I have to take the blame even if I don't want to. Chunwan looked at Qin Baobao and tried to hold back her laughter. Countless audience members were looking at Qin Baobao. Why was it different from what was said just now? It shouldn't be that the younger brother's legs went soft when he saw his father get angry. Some people were already laughing out loud. They really couldn't hold it in. What's that sound? Qin Zhe asked. Oh, it's nothing. The show here is about to start, so it's a little noisy. Chunwan played Tai Chi and said, I can see that the relationship between the siblings is very deep. Will there be any friction in your lives? Yes, Qin Baobao is always at home. She doesn't have the ability to take care of herself. I'm usually the one taking care of her. Being both the younger brother and the father sometimes makes me feel tired. When I ask her to help with the chores, she'll only act coquettishly. It's inevitable that there will be friction. The audience below the stage whispered. What does a goddess act coquettishly like? Damn, it's such a blessing. With such a beautiful sister acting coquettishly, I'm willing to do anything. I didn't expect him to be such a warm guy. He's liking Qin Zhe more and more. He can write songs, play the piano, and take care of the house. I want as many brothers like him as there are. The image of a goddess suddenly became clear. It turns out that she's a lazy person at home. Wow. I feel that their daily lives are quite amusing. When Qin Baobao comes home, the little universe will definitely explode. Qin Zhe still doesn't know that he's been tricked. Qin Baobao is the older sister after all. If she wants to beat the younger brother, Qin Zhe won't dare to fight back. Qin Baobao's mouth twitched. She couldn't wait to get into the phone and have a real-life PK with Qin Zhe, but she had to force a smile on her face. The production team was too good at stirring up trouble. Then how will you coordinate? Chu Liuyu held back her laughter. It's usually a fight. Alright, that's not a good answer, right? I should change my answer on the show later. I'll say that it's a reasonable allocation of chores. Whoa. Everyone was shocked. They were really fighting? How old were they? Qin Baobao felt wronged and said, Usually, it's him who presses me down on the sofa and beats me up. The audience below the stage burst into laughter. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. Aha, this is hilarious. How funny. Qin Zhe really hit his sister. If I had such a beautiful sister, I definitely wouldn't bear to hit her. That's out of love. Didn't you see Qin Baobao's expression? This is so interesting. I like Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao very much. With such a big commotion, Qin Zhe would be really stupid if he still couldn't hear it. What's going on? Why do I hear laughter? Are you recording a show? Qin Baobao, are you there? Chu Liuyu motioned for Qin Baobao to speak. Qin Baobao smiled with a knife hidden in her eyes. Ace, I must have a good chat with you when I get home today. Qin Zhe pretended not to hear it and stiffly changed the topic. Hello, host. Hello, audience. Chu Liuyu replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin Zhe. Actually, we were recording a show just now. It's all a trick. Qin Zhe sighed. But let's cut the part just now. Let's pretend that nothing happened and call again, okay? The audience burst into laughter again. Okay, thank you very much for joining our show, Mr. Qin. The call ends here. Chu Liuyu ended the topic with a laugh. Audience, say goodbye to Mr. Qin. Words of goodbye sounded. Qin Zhe said helplessly, Goodbye. At home, Wang Zijin stood at the side and listened. She couldn't help but laugh. From Zhejiang Province TV? How funny. Unscrupulous. Qin Zhe put away his phone. Qin Baobao can't make it back in time. Let's eat. Wang Zijin complained, You haven't cooked the food yet. How can you eat it? Don't worry, don't worry. Show me what you can do. At night, Qin Baobao rushed home. She kicked off her high heels and swung her bag. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, she pounced on Qin Zhe and shouted, Zijin, I'm going to clean up the house. Unrelated people, please leave. Wang Zijin replied with an, Oh, and went back to her room with the computer. After a while, Qin Baobao shouted for help in the living room. Zijin, the enemy is ferocious. Help us quickly. Zijin, help. Wow. Don't poke my waist. Qin Zhe, if you continue like this, I'm really going to be angry. Don't poke, good brother. I'm begging you. I forgive you. No, it's my fault. Good brother, good ace. Boo. You only know how to bully me. Wang Zijin put on her headphones and turned a deaf ear. She had already given up on treating the siblings. In the living room the pillows fell to the ground. The coffee table was askew. Qin Zhe sat on his sister's lap. Qin Bao Bao was like a salted fish panting. Her swollen chest rose and fell violently. Her hair was messy, covering her flawless face. The hem of her t-shirt was lifted in her struggle, exposing her small waist. The siblings had fought for the umpteenth time, but Qin Bao Bao was still defeated. Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa with her arms and legs spread out, looking like there was nothing left to live for. Get up. Qin Zhe poked her waist gently. Qin Bao Bao ignored him in a fit of pique. His sister's disheveled appearance was too unsightly. Qin Zhe helped her pull up the hem of her t-shirt. Let's call a truce, Qin Bao Bao said. She stretched out a tender arm and said coquettishly, pull me up. Qin Zhe heard this and reached out to pull her up. However, she used all her strength to pull him up, causing him to stumble. Then she lowered her shoulders and put her long legs on his shoulders. She twisted and pulled. Qin Zhe's head bumped into his sister's lower abdomen, and the siblings both cried out in pain. Baby Qin, who had succeeded in her sneak attack, did not care about the pain. She hugged one of Qin Zhe's arms and wrapped her legs around Qin Zhe's neck. She exerted strength from her small waist and kicked up and down. Damn Qin Bao Bao, you shameless bitch. Qin Zhe struggled a few times but he couldn't break free. She was really strong. Her months of dancing were not in vain. You actually used a sneak attack. Qin Bao Bao used all her strength to resist her brother's resistance. Her face was red and she panted, all is fair in war. Sister said to clean house, so I will clean house. Don't say I didn't warn you. On the way back to Shanghai, she specially searched for ways to defeat the strong with the weak. In order to learn how to use strength, she watched several teaching videos. You disrespectful little bastard. Sister will teach you a lesson today. Qin Bao Bao used all her strength to wrap her legs around her brother's neck. This move was called the deadly scissor kick. How to teach him a lesson? Suffocate me between your legs? Qin Zhe felt that his neck was about to break. He could force himself to stand up, but he might pull his neck. Let's call a truce. Hurry up and say you were wrong. I was wrong. Do you dare to be rude to sister in the future? I won't dare, I won't dare. At least you know what's good for you. Hurry up and shout 3 times, little fairy sister, spare me. That's too shameful. Can't you change the way you address me? No, hurry up and say it. I can't hold on any longer. Bah, I still haven't used my strength. Qin Bao Bao panted as she spoke. She was also exhausted after using so much strength. Qin Zhe admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Qin Bao Bao was satisfied. She quickly loosened her legs and jumped up from the sofa. After hiding to a safe distance, she looked up to the sky and laughed 3 times. She sang a Beijing opera. I'm an idler on Wulong Ridge. I'll go up the mountain to kill a tiger. I'll go down the sea to catch a dragon. I'll pull up a mountain with unrivaled strength. I'll take the enemy's head in the midst of an army of 10,000. Her shoulders shook. She clenched her fists and continued to sing. I'll use a sledgehammer to punish a little thief. There's no one like me in this world. Then she walked back to her room with her head held high. I'm leaving. The door closed with a bang and locked from the inside. Inside the room, the sound of her sister and her best friend boasting about their heaven-defying comeback echoed. Qin Zhe touched his nose. There seemed to be a delicate fragrance lingering around. Chapter 142. The second week. Date with a New Star was broadcast. Although it could not be compared to Singer, it was still a popular variety show. As a new female singer in the entertainment industry, Qin Bao Bao's popularity of winning the competition had not faded. It was still very eye-catching. This kind of variety show was usually recorded a week or even 2 weeks in advance. In the new episode there would be an Easter egg. On the internet, many viewers were looking forward to it. Some were fans of the show itself and some were watching because of Qin Bao Bao. This episode has Zhang Yunchu as a guest. He loves Appa the most. Chu Xiangxiang will be on the show too. It should be to promote her new movie. Her acting is good. Yes, among the new actresses, her acting is considered good. I'm here to watch Qin Bao Bao. Watch Qin Bao Bao +1. +2 +10086. I wonder if Qin Bao Bao will release a new song or album. Yes, I'm looking forward to her new song. Qin Bao Bao pulled her best friend and brother to watch the show together in front of the TV. She wanted to see how her first appearance on the show would turn out. This was a completely different variety show from Singer. Qin Zhe had seen this variety show before. It was quite interesting. The theme was actually some gossip about the new star's life and career. It fully satisfied the audience's curiosity. Every celebrity's appearance would be arranged for a talent show, either singing or dancing. 2 stars went over quickly. In the end, it was Qin Baobao, the most popular of the 3, who went on stage as the finale. Qin Zhe realized that only his sister's interactive segment was a phone call. As for the other 2, one was performing acrobatics and the other was dancing. Next, we're going to invite our friend. She's a singer and she's made a name for herself with her masterpieces. She has a younger brother who's known as a musical prodigy. Before Chunwan could finish her sentence, the audience started shouting baby Qin's name. Qin Baobao went on stage and gave a hot dance. The accompaniment was European and American hip-hop style music. It was well received. It was Qin Zhe's first time seeing his sister dance. He was quite amazed. Her swaying waist and swaying hips were simply tempting him to commit a crime. She also had 2 long legs that walked like a cat. Tsk. Sister, in the future dance more at home. Don't neglect this skill. Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao looked at her brother's shining eyes and spat, "Get lost." After a pause, she couldn't help but ask, "Is it beautiful? Was it really beautiful? I don't really know how to dance." This time, even Wang Zijin couldn't stand her best friend's antics. She rolled her eyes and said, "Not nice, not nice." Qin Baobao hit her angrily. Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe with tears in her eyes. "Your sister bullied me." Qin Baobao sneered, "What a joke. This is my younger brother." Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe, imperceptibly giving him pressure. Qin Baobao hurriedly took her brother's arm and raised her seductive face to show Wang Zijin. "Let's watch the show." Qin Zhe tried to smooth things over. But the 2 sisters were not satisfied. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and Qin Baobao pinched Qin Zhe's arm. Qin Zhe finally understood the pain of a married man between the cracks. "What about now? Your parents should have accepted it, right? Did they hit you?" Wang Jiu asked in the show. "Yes. My brother took the blame for me." The audience burst into laughter. Then Qin Baobao and the host talked about some trivial things in life as well as topics related to Qin Zhe. Soon it was the last segment. Talking to the person closest to you on the phone. It seems that you also want to know who Baobao's closest person is? Of course it's my mother. The audience was not satisfied and asked to call Qin Zhe. After the host dialed Qin Zhe's number, it was rejected as a scam. The audience laughed and the audience in front of the TV were also overjoyed. It was too interesting. The image of a celebrity instantly came to life. Does Baobao have a boyfriend? No. Actually, my mother arranged for her to go on blind dates, but it didn't work out every time. What? She has a bad temper. I'm not going to take the blame. The call ended in laughter and the show came to an end. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at his sister's beautiful face. "How much money did you make on this show?" Qin Baobao's face was full of vigilance. "What? It's none of your business. Since you can make money on your own, shouldn't you return my song agency fee to me?" Qin Baobao was like a cat protecting its food. "I already said that I'll save it for you. Don't be so annoying. I'll take care of your wife for you." Qin Zhe sneered. "Then you can spend it all with a clear conscience." Wang Zijin was stunned. Qin Baobao was stunned. She was most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Qin Zhe was shocked. "What I mean is that you're embezzling my wife's money." Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Her sister also breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, "Dad's coffin lid is finally pressed down." Qin Zhe stated his purpose. "Give me some money to spend." "What for?" "I'm not going to drink with girls." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "That's good." Qin Baobao fell down and grabbed her bag from the other end of the sofa. She took out a pink wallet and a stack of money. "In the future you have to report when you spend money. You're not allowed to indulge in debauchery. You're not allowed to spend money either. Do you know what a big sword means?" Qin Zhe was disdainful. "Anyway, it's not a good thing." Qin Baobao waved her hand and slapped him twice. "If you dare to go to a big sword, I'll break your legs." Her sister was still very generous to Qin Zhe. Otherwise she wouldn't have raised him for 2 years. It was just that she loved to care about money too much. She wanted to control all her brother's money in her hands. He didn't know where she learned this bad habit. "Hey Qin Baobao, you've been quite arrogant recently." Qin Zhe put on a fake smile and cracked his knuckles. With the experience of turning defeat into victory last week, his sister straightened her chest and didn't panic at all. "Come on, I want to fight 10 of you." Seeing that the siblings were about to fight, Wang Zijin hurriedly stopped them. "Okay, stop it. It's getting late. Didn't you say that you have to go home tomorrow? Tomorrow was the death anniversary of Qinzai's grandfather. According to customs, the descendants had to go to the grave to pay respects. Qin Ma was afraid that her children would forget this, so she specially called to remind them during the day. How could she not know her own children's morals? Qinzai and his sister had indeed forgotten. They couldn't even remember their parents' birthdays. Old Master and Qin Ma didn't like to be extravagant and wasteful. It didn't matter whether they celebrated their birthdays every year. Except for big birthdays like their 40th birthday, they would cook a few dishes at home and invite their relatives and friends for a meal. Young people nowadays would treat their birthdays to a meal, wine, and karaoke as if it was their 60th birthday. Qinzai and Qin Baobao were influenced by their parents and didn't celebrate their birthdays. Every year, his sister would be satisfied as long as she took away her younger brother's pocket money for her birthday. For her younger brother's birthday, she spent hundreds or thousands of yuan on a pair of sneakers and backpacks. The Louis Vuitton shoulder bag that Qinzai used was bought by his sister for his birthday 2 years ago. During those few days, his sister nagged in front of him every day, saying that the bag was too expensive and that it cost her 2 months' salary. Ace, you have to earn a lot of money in the future to repay your sister. Qinzai was annoyed by her nagging and said, "Okay, I'll let you keep all the money I earn in the future." Now it seemed that his sister took it seriously and took action. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. The next day in the entertainment news section, the netizens commented on the news of a date with a new star: "This episode is really good. It's full of negative points and also full of negative points." Qinzai's phone call was hilarious from the beginning to the end. The production team was too considerate. They were really considerate. Qin Baobao was bragging on the show. She probably didn't expect that the last segment would be a phone call to her younger brother. She was accidentally exposed by her younger brother. Ah. Am I the only one who has a different focus? Qin Baobao said, "My younger brother is the best 3 times and my younger brother is the best 6 times in one show. Goddess, you're awesome. We know that your younger brother is the best, okay? Ha ha ha." After the brother boasting maniac, the netizens who loved to see and hear gave baby Qin a nickname, Brother Boasting Maniac. They also took screenshots and made them into an emoticon with the caption, "My younger brother is the best." When they despised everything and others, they would post such a picture. Chapter 143. Early in the morning, Qinzai led Wang Zijin for her morning exercise. The two of them circled the park again and again. At 6:30, the sun had already risen, and the sunlight was slightly scorching. Wang Zijin was so tired that she was sweating profusely. Her oval face was flushed. Usually at this time she would stop and walk slowly. She would wait for Qinzai to return from his second lap before running together with him. Today she clenched her teeth and persevered with Qinzai. Take a break? Qinzai was considerate. Wang Zijin shook her head. Exercise can't be done overnight, Qinzai said. But it's urgent to lose weight. Wang Zijin said. Her face was indeed rounder than when she first arrived. In order to prevent her from becoming as fat as a pig, she had to increase her exercise. Qinzai glanced at Sister Wang's well-proportioned and exquisite figure. It's okay. Sister Tishu's figure is still so good. When Wang Zijin heard that, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, Qinzai looked at her face and changed the topic. Your face is really round. Wang Zijin's face instantly turned stiff. She glared at him and said angrily, I'll hit you. Wang Zijin was envious. Qin Baobao eats so much every day. Why isn't she fat? It's probably the legendary talent. Wang Zijin snorted. Curse her to become as fat as a pig. Qinzai couldn't help but laugh. He imagined such a scene. If Qin Baobao was here, she would definitely cross her arms in front of her chest and assume a defensive posture. She would loudly say, reflect the curse. At 7:30, there were more and more commuters riding shared bicycles, mixed with electric scooters. These guys were scarier road killers than female drivers. In their eyes, there were no traffic rules and they were rampaging. Among them, the electric scooters were the fiercest. Qinzai suggested running in the park to avoid the bicycles and electric scooters. However, Wang Zijin couldn't take it anymore. She was panting and said that she wanted to go home and rest. They returned home at 8 o'clock. Wang Zijin took a shower, ate breakfast and went out with the siblings. Qinzai and Qin Bao drove the little red horse to the Yongla public cemetery in the suburbs. When they arrived at their destination, the old man and Qin Ma were already waiting for them under the 6-meter-high stone memorial arch. The memorial arch was engraved with the words Yongla Cemetery. The old man was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt and a black tie. It was rare to see him dressed so formally. After all, it was an important day for him to meet his father. His face was stiff and solemn as he frowned at his son and daughter who were walking over. The elder sister held her younger brother's arm. "What kind of day is this? Why are you wearing casual clothes? Didn't your mother tell you to wear a suit?" The old man reprimanded his son. It was said that a man must have a pure black suit in his wardrobe. It would be used in 2 occasions, funerals and weddings. But Qinzhe did not have a suit. In the past he was a child in the eyes of his parents, so he could be more casual. Now that he had graduated from university and stepped into society, he was a real adult. He was not an 18-year-old adult. "I don't have a suit." Qinzhe defended himself. The old man was stunned. "Your company doesn't require you to wear formal wear?" All high-class companies had uniform requirements, especially in the real estate and finance industries. Formal wear was a rigid rule. "Our company is just a small one. We don't have such requirements." Qinzhe was shocked and hurriedly lied. He lied to the old man that he had found a job. Investing in stocks at home was as unreliable as his daughter entering the entertainment industry. His daughter was already so annoying. If the old man knew that his son did not want to improve himself, he would be furious. "What a lousy company," the old man grumbled. Qinzhe heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly he heard his sister say, "Dad A's is lazy and doesn't work at home. You have to educate him." *CK. "Qin Bao, are you trying to cause trouble?" Sure enough, the old man immediately frowned. Qin Ma saw that the situation was not right. She used her 20 years of experience to smooth things over. "Okay, let's talk when we get home. Don't beat my grandson in front of me." The family went to the cemetery to buy incense, candles, paper money and other things. The siblings were left behind. Qinzhe pinched his sisters but hard. "Ouch." Qin Bao Bao wailed. "What's wrong?" The old man turned around. "Dad A's hit me." Qin Bao Bao complained. "Dad, I didn't. Qin Bao Bao is slandering me." Qinzhe's expression did not change. When it came to character, the old man favored a son who he had brought up hands on rather than a daughter who he doted on. The old couple knew that the older sister had bullied the younger brother since she was young. However, they did not know that the tables had turned. "You're always fooling around. Be more serious later." The old man scolded. When he turned around, he heard his daughter screaming again. The old man said angrily, "What's wrong now? Are you done?" Qin Bao Bao said with tears in her eyes, "I sprained my ankle." However, her hand was rubbing her butt. Qinzhe said fiercely, "Who told you to hit me when I'm down?" Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. "I'm doing this for your own good. What's the point of being a salted fish at home all day?" Qin Bao Bao felt that her younger brother's mentality and state of mind were not right. Many young people were useless because they were idle at home. Another thing was that his mentality of speculating was not right. He was always thinking about making a profit in the stock market. He was a typical lazy gambler. "Nonsense. I just haven't found a suitable job. Besides, I've made a lot of money in the stock market." "How much?" Qin Bao Bao quickly asked. She was very concerned about her younger brother's family background. She was like a housekeeper who smelled her husband's secret stash of money. Qinzhe flipped his palm and said proudly, "It's doubled." Qin Bao Bao was stunned. She smiled and patted her younger brother's head. "Where did you learn to brag? You're talking nonsense with a straight face." "I'm telling you. After all, I was raised by you." Qinzhe mocked her. "You've raised such a good for nothing." Qin Bao Bao was heartbroken. She waved her small hand and said, "Send him back to the furnace to be remade." Qinzhe glanced at her lower abdomen. Qin Bao Bao was furious. She chopped her younger brother's neck with her hand. There was a building in the cemetery that resembled a church. There was a large cross on the roof. The lobby was also empty like the church. However, there was no statue of Jesus. Instead, there was a Taoist Three Pure Ones. It was a little out of place. There were shops selling incense and candles beside the church. People who came here to pay respects to their ancestors would buy them directly from the cemetery. These things were handled by Qin Ma. Qin Bao Bao assisted her. Qinzhe and the old man stood aside and smoked. Qinzhe learned to smoke after he went to university. His dorm mates Li Liang and Zhao Baliang instigated him. Before that, the old man did not allow him to smoke. If he was caught, he would be beaten up. Of course, he would not smoke now. Qinzhe was about to turn 23. He could not take care of him for the rest of his life. Moreover, the old man also smoked and drank. It was not a bad habit, as long as it was in moderation. After Qin Ma bought the incense, candles and other items, she received a call from Qin Zai's aunts. They said that they had already bought the items to pay respects to their ancestors in the cemetery. After hanging up the phone, the family of four waited for their relatives. The items to pay respects to their ancestors could not be bought by others. This was because it was filial piety to the deceased elders. It could not be bought by others. The old man was the eldest in the previous generation. He had two younger sisters. The eldest aunt was 3 years younger than the old man. The youngest aunt was 6 years younger. The eldest aunt was called Qin Ruyua. The youngest aunt was called Qin Ruyan. In less than 5 minutes, the two aunts and their uncles came together. Accompanying them were Qin Zai's cousins. The eldest aunt's daughter was 18 years old. The youngest aunt's son was Qin Zai's 16-year-old Chinibu cousin. The two aunts only had one child. The city was different from the countryside. In the countryside, if the first child was a daughter, they could still have another child. After all, in the countryside, the son was the main force. Qin Zai heard from his parents that Qin Ma hid in their hometown Enja province to give birth to him. When he was naturalized, he was fined a lot of money. When Qin Baobao was a child, she always laughed at her brother for being superfluous. Qin Zai cried and looked for his mother. At that time, the gentle and virtuous Qin Ma would gnash her teeth and beat Qin Bao. After a few times, Qin Bao did not dare to laugh at her brother like that. Brother? The Chinibu cousin ran to Qin Zai's side excitedly. This kid was called Jiangcheng. His eyes were like his mother's and his nose was like his father's. He had inherited the best genes of his parents. According to his own bragging, he was the most handsome person in junior high school. In this generation, he and Qin Baobao were the most outstanding. The Qin family's genes were strange. It seemed that good genes were passed down to the females but not the males. When the two aunts were young, they were both beautiful. The old man's appearance was not good enough. In this generation, Qin Zai was ordinary, but Qin Baobao was a seductive vixen. Brother, why do I feel that you have become more handsome? Zhang Yunxi said with a smile. She had neat bangs which made her look a bit cute. I have developed. Qin Baobao said sarcastically. Go away. Qin Zai stared at her. The family went deep into the cemetery. They lit candles in front of the old man's grave, burned paper money, and wiped the dust off the tombstone. When they were paying their respects, the old man held a stick of incense and closed his eyes. The second was Qin Zai. He was the eldest grandson of the eldest son. The only son of the Qin family. Qin Zai followed suit. Qin Baobao stood on the side and did a funny dub. Grandpa, please bless me to marry a beautiful wife like my sister. Then I will make a lot of money and buy 10 villas. Ha ha ha. Chapter 144. Qin Ma knocked her daughter's head with a chestnut and scolded her softly. Be serious. Grandpa will be angry. Qin Bao covered her head and stuck her tongue out at Qin Ma. She kicked her brother angrily. Qin Zai immediately turned around. Dad, she's so annoying. Grandpa Qin pretended to hit his daughter, and she ran away in fear. They all burst into laughter. After the big brother's family finished paying their respects, it was the big aunt and little aunt's turn. She was probably asking her father, grandfather, to bless her family and make sure her career was smooth sailing. Little aunt added one more request. She asked their father to bless their son to be obedient and not make his father angry. Little uncle and cousin had been in a cold war recently and ignored each other. Jiang Qing stayed at his uncle's house for a week before going home. He really couldn't stand the old man's chicken soup and could only listen. He had been in awe of his uncle since he was young, and it hadn't changed. He dared to talk back to his father, but he didn't dare to talk back to his uncle. Perhaps it was because of the shadow in his heart when he was young. One year, when he played at his uncle's house, he saw how his uncle beat his cousin. Could also be because of the aura. Little uncle was a businessman while the old man was a university professor. One was smooth and sly, while the other was rigid and serious. At this point, the worship was more or less over. A few years ago they could still set off a string of firecrackers, but now they couldn't. Grandpa passed away when Qin Zai was in elementary school. He seemed to have died of liver cancer, the kind that was contagious. Qin Zai only went to the hospital a few times, but his family didn't let him go. The old man's appearance in his memory was already blurred. Then, everyone left the cemetery and drove to Qin Zai's house. They were going to have a meal at the Qin family. Only then did the worship come to a successful end. Although it was the anniversary of the old man's death, the atmosphere at the table was very warm. After all, the old man's father had died for so many years, and the sadness had faded long ago. It was rare for relatives to gather together. Bao Bao, I told you that you'd be beautiful when you grow up. Look, you're already a big star. Little uncle was a businessman and was very good at drinking. Bao Bao, our family has a big star like you. We bring glory to our ancestors. Let me give you a toast as well. His uncle worked in a state-owned enterprise and drinking was a compulsory skill. Both of his uncles were alcoholics. They drank beer like it was water. They often said that beer was only used to moisten the throat. White wine was the drink for men. Old master was too strict, and they didn't like to drink with big brother. Moreover, the old man's expression was a little unnatural. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Eldest uncle, can't you see that my father's face has turned black? You still want to bring honor to our ancestors?" Qin Bao Bao also likes to drink. This is the reason why Qin Zhe does not trust her to play nightclubs. Bao Bao singing is really good. I've been watching it since the first episode. Little uncle said, "I boasted to my business partners that this is my niece. Hey, no one believed me." The old man's expression changed slightly. "You already knew that Bao Bao would be on the show?" Little uncle was stunned. Oh, he let it slip. The old man looked at his daughter with a murderous look and sneered without saying a word. Little uncle hurriedly said, "A's asked me to keep it a secret. He said that big brother doesn't want a Bao Bao to be a star. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's so glorious to be a star." The old man looked at his son with a murderous look. Little uncle's heart hurt. Qin Zhe was angry. "Little uncle, don't betray me, okay? My father will punish me later." Eldest aunt also interrupted, "You're used to it since you were young." He really wanted to flip the table. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Qin Bao Bao called her cousins to let them know. How could she hide it from her parents? Qin Zhe still had to clean up her mess. However, he didn't expect to hide it for so long. It was an unexpected gain that it was revealed on the eve of the finals of Star Singer. The sister looked at her brother, touched. Eldest uncle tried to smooth things over. Let's drink, let's drink." At first, Qin Bao Bao drank all the wine in her glass. Then she couldn't take it anymore and pulled Qin Zhe over to drink. Because it was at home and it was rare for relatives to gather together, the old man and Qin Ma didn't stop her. Cousin Jiang Qing was eager to drink and wanted to drink for his sister. However, he was too young and didn't have the right to drink with the elders. Qin Zhe didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol in the past. But ever since he exercised and tempered his body every day, his liver's ability to detoxify alcohol was abnormally strong. He was actually on par with his two uncles. Now he couldn't stop. His two uncles kept urging him to drink. Qin Bao Bao sat beside her brother and helped him pour wine. She was as obedient as a little wife. Qin Ma chatted with her two aunts. Other than daily necessities, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea and some gossip, the other topic was Qin Bao Bao's marriage. She mentioned that her youngest aunt was very keen on being a matchmaker these years and had brought several couples together. She was the one who introduced the blind date last time. Bao Bao is getting old. I don't expect her to get married immediately, but she has to find a partner. Qin Ma sighed. There are still good men. It's just that with Bao Bao's current identity and profession, it's not easy for her to find a partner casually. After all, she's a celebrity. Her youngest aunt analyzed, or someone in the entertainment industry is more suitable. Her eldest aunt shook her head. No, the entertainment industry is too open. Look at the news. It's not this one cheating, it's that one cheating. If Bao Bao marries someone in the entertainment industry, it might be a marriage tragedy. Qin Ma was unhappy. My daughter hasn't married yet, and you're already predicting a marriage tragedy. Her youngest aunt said, then marry a rich businessman. All female celebrities like to marry rich businessmen. Once you enter a rich family, it's as deep as the sea. Rich people are also fickle people. Jiang Qing interrupted. Scram. Her youngest aunt slapped him. Qin Ma was even more worried when she heard this. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and continued to pour wine for her younger brother. It's not that she doesn't have a good partner. It's just that she's too stubborn and doesn't want to date. Otherwise, with our qualifications, how could she not find a Bao Bao? Qin Ma said. Celebrities aren't allowed to date. Jiang Qing interrupted again. Scram. This time, her eldest aunt slapped him. Maybe she hasn't met someone she likes. Bao Bao is so beautiful, it's normal for her to have higher standards. Her eldest aunt said. Bao Bao, what type of man do you like? Her youngest aunt asked curiously. She knew her niece's taste, so she could find a good man. Qin Bao Bao was absent-minded. So, like A's. Her eldest aunt laughed. Aye, that's easy. You can find a bunch of them. Qin Zhe felt as if an invisible arrow had pierced his heart. Her youngest aunt was suspicious. Don't try to fool me. If you really have such standards, You would have gotten married and had children long ago. Another arrow was shot. Qin Ma opened her mouth wanting to say something. Qin Zai's face was flushed red. He took a sip of wine and said, "Mom, talk about something else." The three women changed the topic and talked about their youth. Then they talked about Qin Zai's grandpa and grandma when they were young. They talked about how tough it was back then. The place they lived in was barren. Now there were many skyscrapers. Things were different. Her eldest aunt said, "Sai, I remember when our mom was young she gave birth to twins for the first time. Unfortunately they died after a few months. Isn't that right, brother?" The old man took a sip of wine and recalled. "There was such a thing. I heard about it from Dad when I was young. Mom almost got depression back then." Her youngest aunt smiled. "Fortunately she got pregnant with you the next year." Her eldest aunt continued, "I heard that twins can be inherited. Maybe Bao Bao or Aza's children will be twins." Qin Ma's eyes flickered. She casually changed the topic. "Which high school is Cheng studying in now?" Jiang Cheng was eating happily. Suddenly he felt the atmosphere in the living room turn solemn. There was a murderous aura. "What high school?" "Go to a technical school." Her youngest uncle snorted. Her youngest aunt glared at her husband and said helplessly, "I wanted to be like Bao Bao and study in Fudan University High School. This child's grades are usually good, but he screwed up his middle school exams. He's studying in Annan High School now." Annan High School was only average. The old master tapped his nephew with his chopsticks. The senior high school entrance examination and the college entrance examination are important events that will decide your life. You're still young so you don't have the feeling. But you'll understand in the future. A good high school will decide which university you'll go to in the future. A good university will decide your future. Jiang Cheng was unconvinced. "Nowadays it's all about the father. I lost when I was just born." Her youngest uncle was furious. "What did you say? I'll beat you to death." The old man waved his hand to stop his brother-in-law. He said earnestly, "Since you know that you lost when you were born, why don't you work harder?" Jiang Cheng was still unconvinced. "Cousin is studying in an average university. I have a role model. I'm not afraid." Qin Zai gave him a slap on the head. Jiang Cheng immediately changed his words. "Cousin is studying in Fudan University. She'll be a celebrity after graduation. She's not even as good as those art school students." Qin Bao gave him a slap on the head. Jiang Cheng said again, "So, I'll study in an art school and be a celebrity in the future." Seeing that her youngest uncle was about to slap him, he quickly lowered his head and ate without saying a word. Chapter 145. The meal lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two uncles were defeated by the younger generation. Elder uncle sang Beijing opera when he was drunk. Younger uncle's tolerance was better. When he was drunk he would lie down on the ground like a dead dog. Your Highness, please take a look." "What is this?" "This is a horsetail whisk made from a civet cat." "What do you mean?" "This thing is hidden in the palace. It often reminds us to be vigilant in times of peace." Elder uncle spoke with a Beijing accent. He had stayed in the capital for many years when he was young. Elder aunt helped her husband stagger out the door and coaxed, "Your Highness, don't look. Let's go home quickly." Qin Ma helped to support her husband. On the other side the old master carried younger uncle out. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Yunxi waved. Cousin, goodbye." Qin Zai narrowed his eyes. "Goodbye." Qin Bao pushed her brother. "Are you okay?" Qin Zai burped loudly. Qin Bao covered her nose because of the smell of alcohol. Qin Zai laughed. "Waiter, 10 more jars." Then he plunged into his sister's swollen breasts. Qin Bao hurried to support her brother. She said in her heart, "Fortunately, my sister has big breasts. Otherwise, I can't hold a drunkard like you." Qin Zai pushed his sister away again and sang loudly with a red face. "If you don't believe me, you can drink as much as you want. I'll keep you company," Qin Bao coaxed her brother. Okay. I'll keep you company. Let's go somewhere else and continue drinking. Come with me." "What song was this? It sounded quite interesting. Let's fight to the end today. Don't be afraid of being tired. You won't come back even if you vomit blood at dawn." Qin Zai began to howl again. "Brother, you've worked hard. Brother and the two uncles are both injured. I'll give you a kiss later as a reward." Qin Bao continued to coax him. Qin Bao helped her drunk brother to the room. When they passed by the washroom, Qin Zai pushed his sister away and threw himself beside the toilet bowl to vomit. Qin Bao hurriedly followed him and gently patted his back. "Drink less if you don't know how to drink," Qin Bao complained. This was the first time she saw her younger brother so drunk. The old man forbade his children from drinking, but Qin Zhe's stomach was not good since he was a child, so he rarely drank. Sister will help you back to your room to rest. Qin Bao Bao pressed the flush button and flushed the vomit away. Qin Zhe suddenly flung her hand away. He raised his bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Sister? I don't have a sister, I don't have a sister." "Then who am I? Your mother?" Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Qin Zhe stared at her for a long time and chuckled. "You are a girl, a beautiful girl. Looks like he's really drunk." Qin Bao Bao couldn't be bothered to argue with her drunkard brother. "Fine, I'm a girl. I'm a girl, okay?" Her younger brother and two uncles drank 2 bottles of white wine and more than 10 bottles of beer. Qin Zhe flung his sister's hand away again and laughed. "Sister, do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, I don't mind having one. If you do, how about changing to another one? What do you think of me? Do you want to consider me?" Qin Bao Bao thought to herself. "Are you really drunk? You are quite articulate." She replied, No, I don't want to have one for the time being. Forget it. I'm your sister. I can't be your sister. I'll be drowned in a pig cage." Qin Zhe looked at her for a while. Ugh, he vomited again. Qin Bao Bao covered her nose and patted his back. After Qin Zhe finished vomiting, he lay down beside the toilet and dozed off. Qin Bao Bao tried to support him. She couldn't let him sleep here. What if he drank a mouthful of alcohol when he was thirsty? Drunk people are the easiest to get thirsty. Qin Bao Bao said, "Sister will take you back to your room. There is a girl waiting there." Qin Zhe was happy to hear that. He followed his sister back to his room. When he passed by Qin Bao Bao's room, he dove in and mumbled, "Where's the girl? Where's the girl?" Qin Bao Bao tried to drag him out and coaxed, "There's no girl here. The girl is next door." Liar. Qin Zhe suddenly pushed his sister away and staggered. His face was full of anger. "Mom said that my girl is here. She is here. You don't try to lie to me." Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Looking at her brother who was blushing and delirious, she thought of an old incident from many years ago. Qin Zhe was ordinary since he was young. Although he was a little handsome, there was no harm without comparison. Qin Bao Bao was adorable when she was young and would be praised by adults wherever she went. Her parents were proud of her. Compared to her sister, her brother was an ugly duckling. Qin Bao Bao liked to show off her superiority in front of her brother and laugh at him for not being able to find a wife in the future. As a child, Qin Zhe felt that he would not be able to find a wife and ran to his mother to complain. Qin Ma comforted her son, "It's okay if you can't find a wife. Sister will be your wife in the future." Finally, she coaxed her son into smiling. Qin Ma, of course, coaxed her son. She did not expect him to remember it for so many years. Qin Bao Bao's heart was touched. She held her brother's arm and said softly, Okay. The girl is here. Go to bed and sleep. The girl will come later." Qin Zhe was relieved and lay down on his sister's bed. However, he could not sleep. His head hurt badly and he groaned on the bed. Qin Bao Bao sat at the head of the bed and massaged his temples. She looked at her brother's face. The room was silent. A song appeared in her mind. Time is like a carefree song. But it is full of notes of growth. Some were distressed, some were sad, and some were happy. That boy's face is blurred in my memory. His back view is fading away. I only remember the proud declaration. Reaching out to embrace the world. A few years have passed in the blink of an eye. Frivolous words have settled. Passionate feelings are buried deep in the soil. We are all compromising. Compromising? Qin Bao Bao's heart was in turmoil. She touched her brother's face, the corner of his eyes, the tip of his eyebrows, the bridge of his nose and lips. We are all compromising. Qin Zhe seemed to be uncomfortable. He moved his head and opened his drunken eyes in a daze. Then he pulled baby Qin, who was at the head of the bed, into his arms. Qin Bao Bao was shocked and struggled. Then she heard Qin Zhe murmur, "Sister, I like you." Qin Bao Bao's heart skipped a beat. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes and kissed Qin Bao Bao. It seemed that he wanted to kiss her lips, but he missed and kissed her cheek instead. Qin Bao Bao straightened her brother's head. Seeing that they were about to kiss, Qin Zhe said again, "Sister Ziwei, I like you." Qin Bao Bao, who felt like she was struck by lightning, suddenly sat up straight and stared at Qin Zhe. Her eyes were complicated. She took a few breaths and felt sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy feelings in her heart. She waved her hand and slapped her brother's face twice. Qin Zhe was like a dead dog, motionless. Qin Ma, who pushed the door open, saw this scene and shouted, "What are you doing? Why did you hit him?" Mom was shocked and angry. Qin Bao Bao's eyes reddened. She choked and said, "He bullied me." "Nonsense. He should be thankful that you didn't bully him." Qin took her daughter and pushed her out. She scolded with a straight face, "Go and make a cup of hangover soup, brat." Qin touched her son's forehead and complained, "You drank so much that you didn't even notice." She tucked her son in, lowered the temperature of the air conditioner and walked out of the room. In the empty room, Qin opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Then he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. The weather in September was unbearably hot. The sun was scorching the earth and the air was scorching hot. Qin Bao was sweating during the ancestral worship and her brother's smell of alcohol. Holding a change of clothes, she walked to the bathroom with a gloomy face. There were 2 bathrooms in the house, one big and one small. The big bathroom had a built-in bathtub. Taking a cold bath in the hot summer or taking a hot bath in the cold winter was a pleasure in life. The only regret was that when this house was bought, Qin and Qin Bao were already in elementary school. They didn't have the luck to swim in the bathtub. Qin and Qin Bao both liked to swim. Before middle school they often went to the swimming pool to play. Qin Bao rarely went after middle school. Because she couldn't stand the stunning and invasive eyes of her uncles. Her parents also didn't allow her to go. When she was in high school, her sister's figure was already above all the other girls. Qin also objected to her sister going to the public swimming pool. This kind of benefit couldn't be enjoyed by outsiders. Qin Bao often said, "Brother, when you are successful in the future, you should buy a villa with a swimming pool. Sister will wear a swimsuit for you every day." Qin, a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers, patted his chest and promised. Later, Qin Bao felt that it was impossible to count on her brother in a lifetime, so she didn't say such things. She changed her words and said that in the future, he must make a lot of money and buy a villa with a swimming pool. In fact, with Qin's family background, he didn't need to worry about not being able to find a wife. He just needed to bring a girl home for a walk and the marriage was settled. Qin reckoned that because of this confidence, she was not anxious about her son's marriage. Chapter 146. Baby Qin rolled up her short sleeves to get rid of it. Then she took off her pleated short skirt and peeled herself into a white and tender lamb. She had straight and slender legs, a tight and slender waist and chestnut-colored curly hair. She looked at her figure in the mirror. Since she started dancing, her figure had become more exquisite and sexy. It was full of the vitality of a young woman and the charm of a mature woman. The bathroom door knocked a few times. Qin said, "Bao, Mom will wipe your back." Qin Bao put on a bathrobe and ran to open the door. "Mom, there's no need." She had grown up. Even in front of her mother she was not used to it. Qin was holding a bottle of ointment in her hand. "You're a star now. You need to know how to take care of yourself." This bottle of ointment was sent by a relative in Jianghu province. It can whiten the skin and shrink the pores. It's easy to grow burrs and blackheads on the back. In the future you should wear backless clothes on the red carpet. It's too rough and will damage your image. "Oh then Mom, help me take a look. Is my back rough?" Qin Bao hurriedly took off her bathrobe. Qin took a closer look. Her daughter's back was smooth and white. Under the light she said, it's good. My daughter's skin is fine, unlike your brother's. It's old and rough." Qin Bao laughed. "Rough man." Then she said with a straight face, "Don't mention him to me. He's so annoying. He's not as obedient as he was when he was young. When we were young you bullied him. Now it's his turn to bully you." Qin joked. Every dog has its day. Qin Bao was lively since she was young. She took pleasure in bullying her younger brother. Grandpa Qin let him do whatever he wanted. He said that his son was not so delicate. On the other hand, he was very satisfied with his daughter's intelligence. He said that a smart daughter would not be afraid of being taken advantage of in the future. Qin was impartial. If her daughter was too noisy, she would stand up for her son. If Qin didn't do well in his exams, she would occasionally play a couple with old Master Li. Most of the time she would play the role of the good cop. Qin Bao took off her bathrobe and stood in the bath. Qin looked at her daughter's body and was very satisfied. Her eyes moved down and stared at her daughter's buttocks. Suddenly she was shocked. "Bao, why is there a bruise on your buttocks?" "Who pinched you?" "What bruise?" Qin Bao turned her head to look at her but blankly. Of course she couldn't see anything but her heart trembled. Who else could it be? Your son. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not say that it was his younger brother who had pinched him. If he said it out loud, his grandfather's coffin would not be able to hold back. Fortunately, baby Qin and his younger brother were of the same character. They were able to lie as soon as they opened their mouths. Without changing their expressions, they said, Zijin pinched me. I was playing with her when I woke up and accidentally got a bruise. He could only push the blame to Wang Zijin. Qinma replied with an "oh" and felt relieved. Although she was focused on finding a partner for her daughter, she was afraid that her daughter would fool around with a wild man behind her parents' back, especially now that she had entered the entertainment industry. Mom knows that the entertainment industry isn't as bad as your father thinks. You're so smart and know how to protect yourself. Mom wants to say don't be too ambitious. You'd rather earn less than fight for the title of diva or popular actress. We don't lack money. The more you get, the more you have to give. I know, Mom. Qin Baobao said, how much savings do we have now? Qin Ma patted her daughter's head. Why are you worried about this? Mom only has 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Your father has about 1,000,000 yuan, but that's all for A's wedding. Qin Baobao complained, he always says that he was picked up. I'm the one who was picked up. Qin Ma was stunned and didn't respond to her daughter's words. There was a moment of silence. Qin Ma helped her daughter wipe her back and apply the ointment. Looking at her daughter's beautiful face, she felt emotional. Her daughter was beautiful, so as a mother, she was naturally happy. She was also very proud. Qin Baobao was praised everywhere she went. When she carried her out for a walk, the aunties in the neighborhood fought to carry her. However, Qin Ma always felt that this daughter of hers had gone astray. When she was young, she had big eyes and a round face, but now she had phoenix eyes and a foxy face. She had a vixen charm. After junior high school, she began to change 18 times. Her pink and cute appearance disappeared. At a young age, she gave people the feeling of a troublemaker. And this figure she didn't give her hormones. Why was it so big and so perky? Her son was still the best. Her son had been mediocre since he was young. He didn't have to worry about growing astray. In fact, Qin Ma preferred daughters like Wang Zijin. They were dignified, beautiful, and had a natural and graceful personality. She had the demeanor of a lady from a respectable family. It was a great blessing for her son to be able to pursue Wang Zijin, even though it was unlikely. At least he had a target. But her daughter had grown up and didn't even have a partner. She used to say that her son couldn't find a wife, but now it seemed that the one who should be worried was her daughter. Oh right, Zijin said that her family has connections. She will call the leaders of the Shanghai SARFT to inform them. Have you called? Qin Ma asked. Yes, Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm already so old. Don't worry about me. Qin Baobao said, you should worry about your son. He didn't even go out to look for a job during his internship. Don't waste your time at home. Qin Ma asked, what is he doing at home? Playing games? Not to that extent. He trades stocks all day. Don't let your father know about this. He will definitely belt you. Did he make money? I don't know. He's so mysterious. He won't even let me see his stock account. Qin Ma said worriedly, I guess he lost it all. Qin Baobao and her mother had the same opinion. That's right. Otherwise, how could he hide it so well? Luckily, I helped him save his wife's money. It's the royalties for those songs of his. Why did you save his wife's money? If I'm not satisfied with the wife he finds in the future, I won't give him any money. Stop worrying. You should worry about yourself. Qin Baobao said, I want to care. She paused and said in a huff, I want to care. Qin Ma lectured her. Only A's will let you do as you please. If it were someone else's brother who asked the elder sister to care about his wife's money. Qin Baobao twisted her body in annoyance and slapped the surface of the water. The water splashed onto Qin Ma's face. Hey you child. You should let your father beat you up. When Qin Zhe woke up, the sky was dark and his head was throbbing. This was his sister's room. The curtains were drawn and it was dark. Qin Baobao didn't live here for a long time. There was no light fragrance of his sister in the air. He took a posture in the room and practiced a set of internal training methods gifted by the system. He immediately felt refreshed. Ding. Host, please pay energy. The system's long-lost voice sounded. Counting the days, today was the auspicious day for it to recharge. System, you haven't talked to me for a long time. A low-level system like me that can't let the host punch Europe and America, step on Fusang and blow out Korea, should try not to make my presence known. Why do you say that? You actually know how to complain. Isn't that right? The readers all call me a low-level system. The system next door can easily change the world. This is really a sad story. System, it seems that there are no missions recently. Seeing that the system was so pessimistic, Qin Zhe changed the topic. Host, your laziness really makes me despair. Since Qin Baobao won the championship, have you no more pursuits? You don't even have the desire to show off. The system said, really a low-level system for a low-level host. The host next door already shook hands with the chairman, and you're satisfied with taking advantage of your sister every day. I have pursuits, okay? I should go out to work. Although I can make money by staying at home, I can't accumulate work experience and network. But you've looked for so many jobs and still haven't been hired. The opportunity hasn't come yet. As long as the host is happy. After a moment of silence, the system said, now a new mission is issued. Please join any company within 3 days. There is no limit to the size, only the right profession. 150 points will be awarded for success. The corresponding points will be deducted for failure. Qin Zhe was the son that the old man called a failure. The main reason was that he was lazy and unmotivated, which made the old man hate him. Other than that, he didn't have many shortcomings and had many advantages. Not to mention his gentle and introverted temperament, his strongest point was his ability to see the big picture. This could be seen from his gaming. Of course, the old man didn't know this because of his gaming. When Qin Zhe took the college entrance examination with his results, not to mention Fudan University, even the University of Finance and Economics would be in danger. The old man ordered his daughter to help his son with his homework. Qin Baobao wasn't cut out to be a teacher. When the old man said to teach, she taught. She taught both liberal arts and science. She taught more than 10 subjects to her brother. Qin Zhe stopped. He knew that it was not reliable to study at the last minute. If you sharpen your spear at the last minute, no matter how well you sharpen your spear, you won't kill anyone. He majored in biology and chemistry, which were his best subjects. In 2 months, he improved by leaps and bounds, barely reaching the cutoff score of the University of Finance and Economics. The door opened and the light rushed in. Qin Baobao stood at the door and said coldly, "Time to eat." Then she turned and left. Qin Zhe followed her out. In the living room the family was eating. Qin Ma was concerned about her son's health and asked, "Does your head hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. Mom's hangover tea is very effective." Qin Zhe said. "That's your sister's tea." "Thank you," Qin Zhe said to his sister. His sister snorted and ignored her brother. After the meal, Qin Zhe was full of energy and sat at the desk thinking about things. The door was knocked twice before it was pushed open. Qin Zhe knew who it was. In the whole family, only the head of the family knew how to knock. The old man's face was gloomy as he came in with his teacup. Qin Zhe quickly gave the chair to his father. The old man sat while his son stood beside him. He took a sip of tea and stared at Qin Zhe. "Why didn't you go to work?" Chapter 147. Qin Zhe knew that he was going to talk to him. He did not say anything at the dinner table. Firstly, Grandpa Xing did not like to talk during dinner. Secondly, he wanted to save some face for him. What he was going to say next would probably not be pleasant to hear. For example, he was incompetent and lived off his parents. His son was already so old and he wanted to save face. "Do you think that you can live off your parents and not work because you have a car and a house at home?" Grandpa Xing said directly in private. Qin Zhe was about to defend himself when Grandpa Xing said, "Mountains of gold and silver will be exhausted one day, let alone my insignificant savings. You can live off it for 8 to 10 years, but can you live off it for the rest of your life?" Qin Zhe asked curiously, "Dad, how much savings do you have?" Grandpa Xing said angrily, "Do you really care about my retirement money? Aren't you paying your pension?" "Of course, pension is one thing, savings are another." Qin Zhe quickly lowered his head and listened like a good son. Grandpa Xing said slowly, "Not much, about 1.2 to 1. 3 million. When he said this, he tried hard to suppress his pride. In fact, for the locals, 1 or 2 million was really not much. As a university professor, Grandpa Xing was well known for his good treatment and good fortune. The key was that he had a lot of money. Don't think of the old man as an upright gentleman. As long as he didn't violate his principles, he wouldn't be soft-hearted if he could make money. For example, when a graduate student graduated, he would give them a red packet to show filial piety. As long as the other party was not a pile of shit, Grandpa Xing would not mind giving them a few pointers. Another example was taking private jobs, just like the mathematical model Qin Zhe did 2 months ago. However, the family owed more than 1 million yuan in loans. Grandpa Xing used all the money he earned over the years to repay the loans and pay the interest. The economic crisis had caused a lot of trouble for the family, but they did not need to take the blame. For this reason, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe were full of complaints. However, they were suppressed by Grandpa Xing and Qin Ma, so they did not show it. "I have been looking for a job recently, but there is no suitable one," Qin Zhe said. "It's because no one wants you." The recruitment craze for fresh graduates is over. Everyone who should be recruited has been recruited. What's the point of having so many rookies? The old man sneered. He was a university professor and knew a lot about this. Qinzhe felt awkward. Father, can you give your son some face? Why don't you find a job? I found a tutoring job some time ago. The old man scoffed. How much can tutoring earn? That family is quite rich and powerful. I think it's always good to make some connections in society. Moreover, my sister has entered the entertainment industry. I can't protect her for the time being, so I want to pull some connections just in case. Qinzhe was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was also curious about Nanman Pei and had some thoughts that all men had. He didn't say that out loud. The old man sneered again. Useless. You think you can become a member of the upper class just by making friends with the rich and powerful? If you don't control it well, others will treat you like a slave. Besides, with your abilities, do you think you can protect your sister? You're a big shot in the entertainment industry. These words were really hurtful, but they were very sincere. The old man always hit the nail on the head and pointed out the problem. The tutoring job is already over. I get along well with that family and I didn't show too much enthusiasm. Qinzhe said. The old man reprimanded. You wasted more than 2 months of time. That family has accumulated 2 months of work experience, but you only did a tutoring job. Qinzhe was not convinced. I also invest in stocks. I also made money. You still invest in stocks? The old man's eyebrows immediately raised. Although he relied on the stock market to make money and survive the first wave of difficulties for his family, investing in stocks could only be done through speculation. It must not be his main business. Some time ago, his daughter said that his son was investing in stocks. He didn't pay much attention to it. As someone who studied finance, he couldn't avoid the stock market. But if he didn't go out to work and invest in stocks as his main business, he couldn't do it. Because investing in stocks was not stable. When it made money, it was all smiles. When it fell, it was a dead end. The pleasure of earning money in the stock market was like becoming a millionaire overnight. It was hard to quit. The old man knew this very well. You can play for a while. Just treat it as understanding the stock market. It will also help your profession. But you still have to work. The old man drank a mouthful of strong tea and pretended to give advice to his son. He said lightly, How much is the capital? It's a loss. It's okay. Just treat it as tuition. Qinzhe stretched out a hand. 5,000? You invested all the money you earned from tutoring in the stock market. The old man said, Wow. 500,000. Qinzhe whispered. How much? The old man picked his ear. 500,000. Qinzhe said loudly. The old man said blankly, Where did you get so much money? I invested all the copyright fees of those songs in the stock market. All invested in the stock market. The old man was furious. He slammed the table and got up to pull out his belt. See if I don't beat you to death, you prodigal son. Qinzhe saw that the situation was not good. He turned around and ran. He didn't have time to explain. The old man probably wouldn't believe him even if he said that he made money. The old man held his pants with one hand and waved the belt with the other. He chased after him. Mother Qin and Sister Qin were watching TV in the living room when they were startled. Qinzhe ran out as if he was running for his life and said loudly, Mom, Dad wants to kill me. Qin Bao Bao subconsciously pulled her brother behind her. She suddenly realized that she was going to have a cold war with him. She said, It's best if you kill him. You annoying thing. Qin Ma went forward to stop the old man. She complained, What's wrong? Why are you pulling out your belt? At this moment the old man was furious. He was the type that would not cool down until he beat his son to death. He shouted, Let go of me. I must beat this thing to death. Calm down, calm down. Mother Qin tried to persuade her. The old man was so angry that his finger trembled. He pointed at Qinzhe and said, Ask him what he did. He didn't take the right path but went astray. He went bankrupt to invest in the stock market. Qinzhe cursed in his heart. It was quite F***king rhyming. Mother Qin said, Is there a need for you to be so angry? Your son is just fooling around. Just scold him. Put away the belt. The old man said hatefully, His capital is 500,000 yuan. How much? Qin Ma picked her ear. 500,000 yuan. The old man said with heartache. Qin Ma let go of her husband and said lightly, Just beat him to death. The old man waved the whip and came over. Qin Bao Bao, who was protecting her brother like an older sister, quickly retreated to a corner. She's really my mother. Yes, and my sister. Qinzhe took out his phone and shouted, Dad, I really made money. Look if you don't believe me. He opened the stock market software and logged in. The old man strode over and snatched the phone as if he was afraid that 500,000 yuan would fly away. When he looked at it, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Baobao jogged over while swaying her butt. She leaned over to take a look. Her sister's mouth was wide open. She saw the bright red numbers. Total assets: 108 million yuan. This is what you earned? The old man came back to his senses and stared at his son. Qin Zhe nodded and was wary of the belt in his hand. For the first time, the old man felt that his position as the head of the family was not stable. He looked at his son's recent trading operations. There were patches of red that represented profits. There were frequent short-term operations. There were profits and losses, but overall it was profitable. The scary thing was that the long-term stocks only increased the position and did not reduce the position. The profit was 300%. Qin Baobao looked up and glared at him. You made so much money and hid it from me. You have a bad conscience. Qin Zhe said disdainfully, why should I tell you? I won't give you a chance to ask for money. Qin Baobao was furious. She stretched out her leg to kick her brother. Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's foot and swept her onto the sofa with a dragon tail sweep. Qin Baobao cried, Dad, look at him. Beat him to death. The old man ignored his daughter and handed the phone back to his son expressionlessly. He walked away expressionlessly. My son has finally become something. How wonderful. My way of educating him was wrong. Qin Zhe did not react. He asked blankly, Dad, what's wrong? Dad's considerate daughter curled her lips. Son, it hurts. Qin Zhe immediately said, Mom, she took advantage of you. Qin Ma patted her daughter's head gently. When he returned to his room, he found the old man still sitting at his desk. Qin Zhe was stunned. Before he could say anything, the old man said, I have something to say. Come here. Qin Zhe stood aside. The old man hesitated. Is the stock market really that good? He was a professor. Of course, he could analyze the general trend of the stock market and invest some money. He did make some money, but not as much as his son. Chapter 148. Dad, there's been a lot of downward pressure on the domestic economy recently. Apart from the aging economic system, labor isn't cheap anymore. There's also the real estate bubble that's on the verge of bursting. Then there's the inflation of prices. People are panicking and depositors are keeping their money in the bank. If the money doesn't circulate, the economy can't survive, the old man said in annoyance. Do I need you to teach me? The country's economy has been booming for 20 to 30 years. This bottleneck will come sooner or later. Qin Zhe said, the country has introduced a series of policies. This year alone there have been 2 interest rate cuts, but depositors still don't move their money. That's because the worse the economy is, the greater the sense of crisis the people feel and the less they will spend money. This is a classic sign of inflation turning to deflation. Then it's understandable that the stock market is soaring this year. When the industry is depressed, the stock market will definitely soar. The government won't let the economy sink like a salted fish. I think you're just a salted fish. The old man reprimanded. Dad, look at the 3 long-term stocks I bought. Qin Zhe didn't answer his father. He took out his phone and showed it to his father. Under the premise that the stock market is recovering, choosing stocks is the most important thing. If you choose the wrong stocks, not only will you not make money, you might even lose money. The old man looked at his phone. They're all internet-related stocks. That's right. In the middle of the year, the country organized a meeting of the leading internet companies in Jianghu province. The signs are very obvious that the direction of policy will be toward the internet in the next few years. That's true. The old man nodded. The father and son chatted for a while. He said, do you plan to find a securities company? Investment companies, private placement, public placement, Qin Zhe said. You can make a lot of money by trading stocks. Why do you need to find a job? The old man mocked his son. Did I hear wrongly? Why do I feel like there's a sour taste in his mouth? Qin Zhe had a stomach full of complaints, but he didn't dare to complain to his father. You can reap huge profits in the stock market. Have you ever thought of starting a business after getting your first bucket of gold? It's tiring to work. The old man tested his son. What are you saying? How can work be as tiring as starting a business? Qin Zhe said. That's why I said you're a salted fish. The old man snorted. Hey, this damned old man. Is he upset because of the blow? He's mocking me. Dad, it's hard to run a business now. I don't have enough money. Also, there are no winners in the stock market forever. I can't bet everything on this. It's safer to find a job. He treated the stock market as his first bucket of gold. His second step was to join a large financial institution and understand its operation model, business scope, management style. Every successful person had a corresponding foundation and accumulation. He had his own ambitions. There were many things that could be exchanged in the system. If he set up an investment company, then he could build an investment industry chain. The only drawback was that the exchange cost was very high, and the points reward was not high. If there was a day when the system changed its nature and could reward him 1,000 points for kissing his sister's lips, then Qinzai's spring would come. She couldn't say these thoughts to the old man. Otherwise she would be reprimanded by him for daydreaming. Qinzai talked about the predicament of his resume being rejected repeatedly. After hearing this, the old man frowned. If a big company doesn't want you, why don't you try a small company? The University of Finance and Economics was actually one of the top universities in Shanghai. It was only second to famous universities like Fudan University and Jiaodong University. Although his son's grades were not particularly good, it was not difficult to find a small financial institution. Qinzai said that small companies had no future and were a waste of time. The old man raised his hand and was about to cut off his scalp. Qinzai took a step back, unconvinced. You haven't even learned how to walk and you want to run away. Didn't those successful people start from scratch and accumulate experience step by step? The old man sneered. No, I'm not a rich second generation. Qinzai said. Then are you a rich second generation? The old man squinted his eyes. It's not my fault that I failed to compete with my father. Qinzai also squinted his eyes. You're asking for a beating just like Jiang Cheng. The old man was angry. You haven't graduated yet. During your internship, don't worry too much about the size of the company. You should study hard and accumulate experience so that you can better enter a large company. A small company has its advantages. It's small in scale and low in competitiveness, and it's easy for you to come into contact with the ways of the industry. Big companies are more competitive, and even if there are resources, it won't be your turn. The old man advised earnestly. When it came to the ways of the world, the old man was a wily old fox. A professor's position in the University of Finance and Economics wasn't something that could be obtained by just relying on knowledge. There were many old pedants. Countless people fought for the title of professor until their heads bled. The old man was definitely good in the workplace. When Qinzai's grandfather was still alive, the old man would bring his wife and children to his father-in-law's house whenever he had nothing to do. He would talk to his father-in-law about income and career as if nothing had happened. It was a slap in the face. Wilted radish and spicy heart. It wasn't called that for nothing. Qinzai nodded and said yes, yes, yes. Dad was right. The old man wanted to raise his hand to hit him again, but he suddenly sighed. You're not young anymore. You should think about these things yourself. How many more years can I take care of you? Your sister is enough to make me worry. After that he took his teacup and left. The next day Qinzai and his sister left after breakfast. Last night, Qin Baobao received a call from her manager, Li Yanhong. She said that she had an event today. Qinzai asked and found out that it was an advertisement. His sister was now a celebrity. As her fame grew, she would be busier. Qinzai curiously asked about the advertisement fee. Qin Baobao wanted to keep him in suspense and didn't tell him. Qin Baobao only bragged to her parents. Qin Ma didn't care. The old man was happy but also very sad. His son and daughter were successful. An advertisement was worth a few months of his income. Qin Baobao held the steering wheel and looked ahead. When they were waiting for the traffic lights, she glanced at her brother in the front passenger seat. I'll buy you a car later. You found your conscience? Qinzai was shocked. His sister angrily knocked him on the head. Qinzai quickly blocked. It's your birthday next month, Qin Baobao said. You're so heartless. I don't want to buy you a car. Why don't I give you this small BMW? I'll buy a new one myself. Qin Baobao didn't remember her parents' birthday, but she remembered her brother's birthday. If the old man and Qin Ma knew, they would be furious. Your car is for women. I don't want it. Qinzai said. Qin Baobao said angrily, I'll buy it for you on your birthday. With your wife's money, you won't be able to get a wife. Qinzai rolled his eyes. You're crazy. Qin Baobao said with a straight face, I'm thirsty. Give me a bottle of water. Qinzai took out a reserve of mineral water from the door and handed it to her. Qin Baobao said coquettishly, feed me. Qinzai unscrewed the bottle and took a sip. With water in his mouth he said, put your mouth closer. Disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded. You said you want me to feed you. Qinzai deliberately disgusted her. Little sister. Don't call me that. Qin Bao Bao felt disgusted when she heard this. Qin Zhe became playful. Little sister, little sister, little sister. Qin Bao Bao glared at him. After thinking, she said, little brother. Qin Zhe shuddered. You win. Qin Bao Bao snorted proudly. This is not the way home. You got on the wrong highway. Qin Zhe found that his sister took the wrong road. Yes. I woke up late this morning and rushed to the venue to shoot the advertisement. Little brother, come with me. Qin Bao Bao said with a smile. Stop it. I was wrong. Qin Zhe said angrily. Being called little brother by his sister made his hair stand on end. Qin Bao Bao stuck out her tongue. Ha ha. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the designated studio. Advertisements were usually done in small studios, but there were also outdoor ones. There was no need for a big production. As long as the advertising message was good and the stars were hired, it would be a good advertisement. Li Yanhong was waiting at the door. When she saw Qin Bao Bao's little red horse, she immediately waved. Qin Bao Bao was filming a sports drink advertisement. The location was inside the company and a temporary studio was set up. There were a total of 11 or 12 people, including the cameraman, lighting technician, logistics, and the director. Director, we're here. Li Yanhong greeted a middle-aged man. The director hurried over and shook hands with Qin Bao Bao while calling out Miss Qin. Then his gaze fell on Qin Zhe. Oh Miss Qin. I've heard a lot about you. He also hurriedly shook hands with Qin Zhe. He called both siblings Miss Qin. Qin Zhe thought to himself, what do you mean by heard a lot about you? You were stunned for a few seconds before you recognized me. The only time Qin Zhe truly showed his face in front of the public was during the grand finals of Singer. The videos that were circulating on the internet before were too limited. It was like an online streamer. No matter how popular you were, how many people would recognize you if you walked around? You might not even be as good as a third or fourth tier celebrity. Hey, Qin Bao Bao is here. Ask for an autograph. Oh, her brother is here too. I like Qin Zhe very much. He's even more handsome in person than on TV. His figure is so good. He's my sister's idol. Ask for an autograph from him too. The staff came up to ask for an autograph. Due to the influence of someone who uploaded Qin Zhe's photo album without permission, whenever female fans saw Qin Zhe, they would subconsciously pay attention to his figure. The director chased the staff away. Go, go, go. Ask for an autograph later. Let Miss Qin change first. The content of the advertisement was very simple. It was just a dance and then a slogan. It was an energy drink. Originally, the beverage company wanted to find an athlete to shoot it, but they couldn't negotiate the advertising fee. Instead, they found Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao changed into a light white denim shorts and a white shirt. The hem was tied at the waist, revealing her tight waist and belly button. She wore a pair of running shoes. The male colleagues present were all amazed. The director was also very satisfied. Qin Bao Bao's figure was indeed a big selling point. Qin Bao Bao practiced a few rounds of gymnastics and was full of energy. It was pleasing to the eye. The director felt that it was enough and asked Qin Bao Bao to go backstage to touch up her makeup. Lights ready. Machine number 1, turn on in 3 seconds. Action. This was Qin Zhe's first time watching a commercial shoot up close. He felt that it could only be described as comical and disappointing. There were no post-production effects or music. Qin Bao Bao walked and danced in front of the green screen and said her lines seriously like a fool. The slogan was, choose a good energy drink and challenge yourself. When it comes to energy drinks, I only drink Lai Hua. The director shouted, cut. Then he thought for a moment and said, let's do it again. The second time. Again. The third time. Again. The staff said, Director, this is already very good. Yeah, there's no problem. I took a look at it just now. After post-production, the effects should be very good. The director waved his hand and frowned. I keep feeling that something is not right. Costume? Gymnastics? Hairstyle? Is the slogan wrong? I keep feeling that it doesn't fit, Qin Zhe suddenly said. Chapter 149. Yes, it's the slogan. The director's eyes lit up. This slogan is not good, we have to change it. Qin Zhe looked at it 3 or 4 times. He was a bystander, but the staff were involved in the planning and filming. After their thoughts were fixed, they could not feel the difference. Yes, the star has changed, so the slogan needs to be changed. The slogan is tailor-made for sports athletes. It's indeed a bit uncoordinated. Challenging a new self. If it's a sports star, it's not a problem, but Qin Bao Bao is not suitable. She's not an athlete. Inform the colleagues in the planning team and quickly think of a slogan. The staff immediately reacted and whispered to each other. The beverage company's original intention was to find sports stars to do the advertisement. In fact, the slogan was not bad, the audience might not care about the details. If the director did not mention it, it would be over. Immediately, a staff member contacted the planning team. The director brought a few bottles of water for Qin Baobao and the others. He sat on the chair and chatted. "I'm sorry, please wait a moment." He knew that the time of a star was precious. It was not an exaggeration to say that time was money. Qin Baobao smiled. "It's okay." As a new star, she had not experienced the pressing life of time is money. Speaking of which, this was the first advertisement she had accepted. Including the previous singer and a date with a new star, there were only 3 advertisements. Qin Baobao habitually teased Qin Zhe. "Little brother, do you want a drink?" She handed the energy drink to Qin Zhe and suddenly realized that the surrounding air was silent. The director and Li Yanhong looked over at the same time. Their shocked expressions made Qin Zhe so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Bao Bao, isn't he your brother?" Li Yanhong frowned. At her age, she did not know how to joke. "He likes it when I call him brother." Qin Baobao did not change her expression and pushed the blame to her brother. "What a bastard brother," Li Yanhong thought to herself. The director chuckled and said, "I've listened to all of Miss Qin's songs and she especially likes to exaggerate. It reminds me of the past, so she's very attentive. When are you releasing your new album?" Qin Baobao looked at her younger brother. Li Yanhong also looked at him. Qin Zhe said, "We'll see." Qin Bao secretly pinched Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe immediately returned the look. His sister was in so much pain that she almost cried. Her small brows wrinkled, but she didn't dare to make a scene like she did at home. She had to pay attention to her image outside. Qin Zhe knew this very well. Not long after, the planning department finished writing the new advertising message and sent it over. "Drink to create new motivation, love youth, love beauty." The director threw out the advertising message. "We are making energy drinks, not health supplements. Life lies in movement and the only function is fire. I am Qin Baobao and I only drink fire energy drinks." The director threw out the advertising message again. "What's the difference between this and the original advertising message? Fire energy drinks, sour and sweet is me." The director tore the advertising message to shreds. "Don't randomly add in the lines of yogurt." Thinking of the advertising message was also a headache, and the planning department needed some time to prepare. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe continued to wait, and the director personally accompanied them. Qin Baobao was extremely bored, so she asked her younger brother beside her, "Do you have any good ideas?" Qin Zhe nodded. Yes, I have a lot of classic advertising messages." The director's eyes flashed and he was excited. "Let's hear it." Qin Zhe said seriously, "Director, you can let Qin Baobao shake her but a few times and then say to the camera, 'Not every drink is called fire.'" The director was stunned. Li Yanhong stared. Qin Zhe said again, "Are you not satisfied? I have more here. Feel like your body is hollowed out? It's okay, give me a bottle of fire." I want fire. Soft in the mouth, a line in the throat. Don't be afraid of back pain, drink it early, relax. Drink fire every day and in the future, you will be better and stronger than you. Fire energy drinks, a bottle every day, white and tender. What kind of advertising message was this? It was extremely dirty. Qin Baobao couldn't listen to it anymore and she knocked her younger brother's head. "Shut up." The director secretly wiped his sweat and forced a smile. Good idea, but it's not suitable for our product." Li Yanhong's mouth twitched, and she thought that her younger brother was a pervert. In the afternoon, the director treated everyone to a meal, and they ordered takeout from a nearby restaurant that had a good reputation. Then, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the planning department finally came up with a more creative advertising message. With the advertising message, the shooting was very fast. It passed in one shot. At home, Qin Ma came out of her daughter's room with a mop and went to the bathroom to wash. Her phone rang. Qin Ma looked at the caller ID and was surprised and happy. She picked up the phone and scolded with a straight face. "You black-hearted maggot, you still know how to call your sister?" "Sister, my wife fell sick a while ago, and the 2 children refused to take my money," the man said in distress. "Sister, help me send some money home in your name and don't mention me. I'll transfer the money to your card later. Your wife's health is fine, but our mother's health is getting worse. You don't think it's right for you to not come home for a whole year. Mother talks about my Guang every day. Where is my Guang? Where is my Guang?" The man was silent for a long time. Sister, I made some money this year and I'll be able to return home soon. I'll return the money to you. As for mother, help me take care of her. You can keep that little bit of money for yourself. Xiaoru and Xiaozong will be going to college next year, Qin Ma said. Bao Bao is a star now and she doesn't lack money. Bao Bao, this girl is promising. The man was very happy. Ace is promising too. He's much better than my 2 children. Qin Ma showed a gratified and proud smile and then sighed. Bao Bao now has another reason not to fall in love, this stubborn child. Bao Bao is still living with Ace? Yes. The man thought for a while and said in a low voice, let nature take its course. They're not biological anyway. Qin Ma's expression changed. Don't mention this again. Okay. Qin Bao Bao still had something to do at the company. Li Yanhong wanted to go with her, but her sister insisted on sending Qin Zhe back. I'll send my little brother home first. Qin Bao Bao held her brother's arm and went to the red pony. Are you addicted to calling him that? Qin Zhe squinted. Qin Bao Bao shook her butt and called him, little brother, little brother, little brother. The sun was high in the sky and the air was scorching hot. The red pony had been under the sun for a long time, and it was very hot in the car. Her sister's face was flushed. She took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Suddenly, she realized that it was the bottle that her brother had drunk before. Why are you pretending to be serious? Qin Zhe muttered. What did you say? Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Nothing, Qin Zhe said. It's good to shoot commercials. Other than shooting movies, commercial performances and commercials are the most profitable for stars. Her sister nodded. Did anyone ask you to shoot a lingerie commercial? Qin Zhe looked at her sister's hot body. Her sister's body was the favorite of lingerie businessmen. There really was. Qin Bao Bao started the car and drove out of the parking lot. And the price was very high. The company originally arranged for me to shoot a lingerie commercial. I said I didn't want to do it, but Li Yanhong said that I couldn't refuse unless I became a big shot in the future. Only then would I have the right to speak for myself. Don't be fooled by the appearance of stars. In fact, they are still working for the company. Their life and death are all in the hands of the management company. Qin Bao Bao was indeed popular, but she was still a distance away from the A-list. There were many stars in star art who were more popular than her. His sister didn't have the right to act like a big shot. Li Yanhong's advice was unpleasant to the ears. She had been in the management circle for so many years, and she had seen many new stars who rose like comets and fell like meteors. Don't be fooled by the fame of stars and making a lot of money. They weren't qualified to compete with the big shots. The number of stars who were blacklisted at the peak of their career couldn't be counted with both hands and feet. Then why didn't you do it? Or did you come back to the company just to shoot a lingerie commercial? Qin Zhe's face was a bit ugly. He didn't want his sister to shoot a lingerie commercial. It was rare for him to see his sister in lingerie. I definitely don't have this kind of desire. Host, you do. The system suddenly interrupted. F*CKU. If you have the ability, then give me a mission. Qin Zhe tried to provoke the system. Sorry, the host's desire is full, but the conditions are not right. It is an impossible mission. The system's voice was flat. You can't ask your sister to take off her clothes in the car. The whole world is dull. Qin Zhe complained in his heart. Qin Bao Bao glanced at her brother's face and the corner of her mouth raised. I said it myself. I told the company leader that I don't want to shoot a lingerie commercial. Then he agreed. Qin Bao Bao said. That simple? Qin Zhe was stunned. Then what she said just now was just a joke. Li Yanhong said that the CEO appreciates me and secretly takes care of me. Qin Bao Bao was proud. The CEO? Qin Zhe squinted his eyes. Qin Bao Bao quickly turned her head and looked at Qin Zhe. She looked straight ahead and focused on driving. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but spread. She said happily, so jealous. Jealous your sister. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes at his sister. But I haven't seen the CEO of Star Art. I only know that his surname is Huang. I don't usually see him in the company. Qin Bao Bao said, you must be confused. Me too. I don't understand why he appreciates me. Nonsense. Qin Zhe tried to cover it up. I don't want to ride you. What? His sister didn't understand. Qin Bao Bao's phone rang. She said, help me connect my earphones. It's Mom. Qin Zhe connected her earphones and put them on for her to answer the call. Mom. Qin Bao Bao slowed down the car. Why did you suddenly mention him? Qin Bao Bao listened to the phone and suddenly frowned. No, he didn't contact me. Did you call Ace? Let me ask. Qin Bao Bao said, Mom asked us if Uncle called you. Qin Zhe shook his head. No, why mention him all of a sudden? Mom A said he didn't. Okay, I'm hanging up. Qin Zhe said, Mom, what do you mean? Qin Bao Bao looked disinterested. Who knows? Why do you care so much? The siblings were silent. Qin Ma's phone call was like a spray of coagulant in the air. They didn't want to talk about that person. Chapter 150. September 5th. After Qin Zhe was rejected by 2 large financial companies again, he finally changed his strategy and submitted his resume to the Chinese and Shaoxing financial companies. He was now taking the subway to the second company for the interview. With his bachelor's degree from the University of Finance and Economics, the small and medium-sized companies would be happy to meet him. Of course, he was also picking a company. These few days, Qin Bao Bao taught her younger brother about the workplace experience. She said that the more resumes he submitted, the better. If there were interviews, he would go. The company would pick the person and the person would also pick the company. The principle of comparing goods and services was applicable everywhere. The next company for the interview was in Pudong. 20 years ago, Pudong was still a desolate area. Now, it was the financial center of this international metropolis. All the major banks, securities companies, and financial institutions were gathered here. Anyway, those who were in the financial industry felt that it was better to set up their company here. The headquarters of his sister's previous Fortune 500 company was also in this area. Qin Zhe hated that his home was not in Pudong. Otherwise, the Qin family's wealth would increase by several times. Huihong Building was only 200 meters away from the subway station. The first to third floors were occupied by the Bank of Communications. Qin Zhe walked according to the GPS. After 3 minutes of walking, he was covered in sweat. The sun was really fierce. There were many cars on the street, but not many pedestrians. The sanitation workers were hiding in the shade with a sad face. In recent years, the temperature changes were getting stranger. The summer was not like the summer, and the winter was not like the winter. The temperature in the summer was abnormally high, and when it was not supposed to snow in the winter, there was a snowstorm. The government said that these were normal and everyone should be at ease. Entering the lobby from the main entrance of the building, the cold air blew on his face. Qin Zhe felt that his life was given by the air conditioner. According to the message, he took the elevator to the 25th floor and found the investment company. There were 6 offices on the first floor, and 3 of them were for investment companies. During this period of time, Qin Zhe had interviewed several companies, both big and small. The scale of the profits was not good, but it was good. Qin Zhe asked the receptionist and said that he was here for an interview. The receptionist was pleasantly surprised. It was rare for a high-quality young man to come to the company for an interview. He took Qin Zhe to the reception room of the office next door to wait. The interview started at 10:30 in the morning. Qin Zhe came a little early. After that, several young talents came for the interview one after another. Including Qin Zhe, there were a total of 10 people, 6 men and 4 women. After everyone had arrived, a staff member from the Human Resources Department led them into a large conference room and gave each of them a test paper. There was a written test before the interview, and Qin Zhe was already familiar with it. He answered the 30 questions smoothly. The difficulty level was not too high. It was not the college entrance examination, but it was more professional. Many of the questions had to be answered according to his own internship experience. These questions were very damaging to Qin Zhe. When it was close to noon, the HR staff collected the papers and told everyone that the interview would be held at 2 in the afternoon, so don't be late. The group of people then dispersed and went out to find food and clothing. While waiting for the elevator, a girl stared at Qin Zhe and hesitated before she asked, "Handsome, have we met before?" "Girl, your pickup line is too stiff." The men looked at Qin Zhe with envy. If a man used this line to pick up a girl, he would be despised. If a woman used it, it would be a different story. Qin Zhe was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, he felt guilty and turned his head away. He thought, could it be that I met a fan? But looking at the girl's hesitant expression, it was at most a fake fan. The girl who hit on him was a little embarrassed. "What is this? Give me the back of the head? I don't want to lose face." Ding. The elevator rose and a woman in an office lady's suit walked out of the car. She had straight black hair, nude stockings on her legs, and a skirt that wrapped around her round buttocks. This woman had a simple and elegant temperament that made people forget vulgarity. It was rare to meet a goddess in an office lady's suit. Qin Zhe, who was raised by his 2 sisters, could not help but take a few more glances at her, let alone the other men. The woman habitually glanced at the crowd and walked away in her high heels. She left the crowd with a slim and graceful back view. Everyone entered the car and took the elevator downstairs. The young talents excitedly discussed the woman just now. So beautiful, is she from our company? It should be an investment. There are 6 office areas on this floor, and 3 of them are occupied by a Muri. Hey, we haven't been hired yet. I have worked in Huijin for 2 years. There should be no problem. The woman just now, I give 9 points. I give 8 points. Her temperament is too light. I don't like this type. Several girls looked at the man who was talking with a disgusted look. When they saw a beauty, it was like seeing their own mother. Of course, it was also related to some kind of jealousy. Qin Zhe felt that the mature woman just now was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. In the general manager's office, Suyu called her assistant. Send me a copy of the resume and information of the newcomers who are going to be interviewed today. The assistant immediately went out to prepare and sent it to her desk in a few minutes. Suyu flipped through it quickly and finally found the resume. Name, Qin Zhe. Gender, male. Age, 22. The big picture on the resume showed a stiff expression. At first glance, it was obvious that he was nervous on camera. In the blazing sun at noon, Suyu stretched, showing her slim and sexy figure. What a coincidence, she whispered. After lunch, Qin Zhe and his sister talked on the phone for half an hour and reported today's written test. He also said that he had just met a super beautiful goddess-level OL, whose beauty was comparable to his sister's. Qin Baobao was extremely smug. Is there a natural beauty who can compare with my sister? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. It's most likely a plastic surgery. Qin Zhe said, maybe I was wrong. Although she can't compare with his sister, she is at least at the level of Sister Ziwei. Qin Baobao laughed 3 times. Ace, you admit that your sister is more beautiful than Wang Zijin? I'll talk to her after work. Qin Zhe quickly changed the topic, saying that the beauty looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Qin Baobao sneered and said, do you think you are Jia Baoyu? Qin Zhe laughed. Jia Baoyu's Dumas, when he first met Lin Daiyu, said, I've seen this sister before. His flirting skills were extremely brilliant, even better than Qin Zhe's flirting with his sister. Unfortunately, he was a heartless man who killed without caring about the burial. When Qin Baobao was in junior high school, she and her brother read the 4 great classical novels in the bookstore. After reading Dream of the Red Chamber, she sighed and said, nowadays, urban stallion novels are all following the plot of Dream of the Red Chamber. Qin Zhe asked, how do you know? His sister said, Jinling's 12 Hairpins book has many copies, and there are 36 beauties on the list. The main character is surrounded by rare beauties. The most outstanding beauties are either childhood sweethearts, maids, or concubines. Even his niece-in-law Qin Keqing has an ambiguous relationship with him. Isn't this the usual plot of urban novels? For example, beautiful sister-in-law falls in love with me, my childhood sweetheart little beauty, and my beautiful CO. His sister said, they're all trash who don't push girls. Maybe they'll pull back from the cliff and turn over a new leaf. Anyway, as long as they keep him in suspense, they won't push girls. Qin Zhe was unconvinced and picked up an urban novel. How do you explain this book? When Qin Baobao saw the title of the book, Marrying a Sister as a Wife, she knocked her brother's chestnut without saying a word and then didn't speak to him for a week. Anyway, from then on, Qin Zhe couldn't look at Dream of the Red Chamber directly. Every time he saw Dream of the Red Chamber, he would think of urban stallion novels. Qin Baobao complained to her brother that she was so busy with work recently that she didn't have time to take care of her brother. Qin Zhe automatically ignored the last sentence. Qin Zhe knew that his sister had a commercial performance at the end of the month and then a MV. It was said that the company was helping her collect songs and wanted to release an album. Seeing that Qin Zhe's birthday was next month, his sister planned to buy a car for him. She was actively raising money. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived at the company on time for the interview. The 10 people were reduced to 7. When the interview started, the remaining 3 were nowhere to be seen. They were probably eliminated during the written test. The interview was held in a medium-sized conference room. As for the order of the interview, it was hard to say. It could be based on the results of the written test, or it could be randomly selected by the interviewer. The interview proceeded at a speed of 10 to 15 minutes. Those who were selected shared their experiences with those who weren't. They asked about some knowledge in the industry as well as their views and insights on the current investment market, as well as their previous work experience. They gave me a question. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult. They didn't test me on anything. They just talked about the salary and benefits and asked me which department I preferred. They wanted to recruit you. Congratulations, congratulations. Qinzhe was the fourth in line. It was finally his turn. Chapter 151. After entering the meeting room, Qinzhe did not look at the long brown lacquered table and the four interviewers. Instead he looked at the broom on the floor. Qin Baobao knew that her brother had failed many interviews. She felt that it was because her brother didn't put his heart into the interviews, so no one wanted him. She took out a book she had bought when she graduated, 108 Tests for an Interviewer. She told her brother to pay attention to the details and to use the most exaggerated attitude to judge the interviewer. Qinzhe spent 2 days to finish reading the book. He thought to himself, damn, the interviewers really know how to play. It was a typical case to not help a broom that had fallen to the ground. But the book gave two opinions. One was to help a broom that had fallen to the ground. According to the normal answer, the interviewer should quickly pick up the broom on the floor and attend the interview. This was seen as being careful and responsible. The other was not to help a broom. This could also be the opposite of the interviewers. If you helped a broom, they would think that if you did not know your job well, you would not be able to do great things in the future. Qinzhe was dumbfounded. Should he help a broom or not? He asked his sister, but she could not give him an answer. She said vaguely, it depends on the situation. What the F***? It depends on the situation. He quickly glanced at the floor. Luckily there was no pretentious test about helping a broom. He had interviewed for so many companies, but he had never encountered such a test. Must be the old trick. Qinzhe looked at the four interviewers. He glanced at their nameplates. They were the marketing manager, investment manager, human resources manager, and the assistant to the general manager. There were 2 men and 2 women. A pot-bellied uncle and a man in his 30s. There was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and a young woman. The interviewers were also considering Qinzhe. This young man was handsome and had a good figure. He looked very energetic. Among the 50 to 60 people in the company, there were not many who were more handsome than him. The HR manager was the first to speak. The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses, and a sharp light flashed through her lenses. Qinzhe, your resume doesn't show any work experience. What have you been doing during your internship? It was a sharp question. Qinzhe sat on the chair, put his hands on his knees, straightened his back and answered truthfully, I've been speculating in stocks for the past 2 months. The marketing manager immediately smiled and said, is it convenient to ask about your rate of return? Sure. Qinzhe nodded. The average rate of return is around 90%, with the highest being 300%. The minimum is 40%. The marketing manager raised his eyebrows. It was a shocking yield. But considering the recent rise in the stock market, it was not unacceptable. The other interviewers were not surprised. After all, it was impossible for them to ask him to hand over the receipt. Whether it was true or not was still to be determined. The investment manager, a man in his 30s, chuckled, let's talk about the recent trend of the stock market. Some say that the market will continue to rise, and some say that it's just the market hitting the bottom, and it's a normal phenomenon. After this period, the market will return to its slump. Qinzhe said, the stock market is going to rise. The investment manager made a pleased gesture. Please start your speech. Qinzhe almost burst out laughing on the spot. Please start your speech was listed as a sarcastic remark on the same level as haha. He did not know whether this guy did it intentionally or not, but the joke was so seamless. The interviewers looked at Qinzhe. During the interview, some said that spring had come for the stock market, and some said that it was the final radiance of the setting sun. The yes and no answers were not what the interviewers wanted to hear. They wanted to see how the interviewers would debate. Qinzhe chose his words for a few seconds and said slowly, there are 3 reference methods to determine whether the stock market has the foundation of a medium and long-term bull move. First, economists often say that the stock market is the economic barometer, and the general direction is correct. Therefore, whether the stock market moves or not depends on whether the macroeconomy has begun to recover. And whether the macroeconomy recovers or not, first look at the economic situation of the European and American countries. Their economic situation directly affects the global financial market. As for how to look at it, the PPI data released by the National Bureau of Statistics and the PMI data released by HSBC can tell us the answer. The investment manager interrupted directly. As far as I know, the economies of the European and American countries are not doing well. Our country's real estate market is declining, and the policy income is declining, leading to a huge downward pressure on the national economy. This guy's name was written on his nameplate, Li Linfeng. Qinzhe said calmly, the world is never black and white. You can't say that the stock market must be bad if the economy of a foreign country is bad. The stock market is called investment abroad, but in China, it is called stock speculation. Stock speculation, stock speculation. If you can see the general trend so easily, can it still be called stock speculation? Li Linfeng nodded and agreed with his point of view. He smiled and said, "Go on." Second, look at the stock market trend of the major economic countries and foreign countries. Their markets determine the global stock market. The domestic stock market will follow the trend. Li Linfeng frowned. Then all the more we should not be optimistic. The story of the United States, Britain, France and other countries is a mess. This is related to the third point I mentioned, Qinzhe said. Li Linfeng leaned forward slightly and pretended to listen. The other three interviewers also became serious. Among the interviewers, Qinzhe was the most talkative, regardless of whether what he said was right or wrong. Every country's national conditions are different. The trend of the domestic stock market can only be used as a reference. The reason why I think the stock market will rise is because the domestic economy is declining, and the real estate bubble is getting bigger. Ha! The marketing manager laughed. The domestic economy is poor, so the stock market should be depressed. Under normal circumstances, it should be like this, Qinzhe said. But the government introduced a series of policies in March and July this year. They lowered interest rates twice, but it also reduced investment returns. There are fewer risk-free and high-return investments. This caused the banks to have a lot of spare cash. Where will the money go? Also, in the past 2 years, the industrial market has hit new lows. The market is in a downturn. Last year, even the IPO was suspended. To support the industry, there will be new shares to be issued. If the IPO is to be restarted, the market will need a wave of rise, and it must be a stable market. Only under such circumstances can companies use the IPO to raise funds through the capital market. The marketing manager furrowed his brows. Li Linfeng was deep in thought. Everything you said, is there any data to support it? Without a long period of market research and analysis, it is just an armchair strategist. Of course there was. Qinzhe had been doing this for the past 2 months. He had read the stock market for the past 2 years, the recent policies, and the data released by the Bureau of Statistics. If he could understand it, he would understand it himself. If he could not understand it, he would exchange it for knowledge from the system. He left a thick stack of draft papers at home. I'm just expressing my own views. If there are any mistakes, please feel free to criticize me, Qinzhe said. This kind of academic debate was not something that could convince anyone. Everyone had their own views. The industry was also debating whether the stock market should rise or fall. Old Master Qin wanted it to rise, but his views were conservative, so he invested a small amount of money. Qinzhe wanted it to rise and felt that the stock market would soar, so he went bankrupt. Li Linfeng smiled and picked up his teacup. Very thoughtful. He only agreed with part of Qinzhe's views. This was an interview, not an academic debate. There was no need to argue about whether the stock market should rise or fall. His purpose was to test Qinzhe's professionalism. The answer was already out. The investment manager, Li Linfeng, gave a score in his heart. Qualified. It was rare to see a young man who could talk so much. He bragged so seriously, but his bragging was very reasonable. The HR manager was not very satisfied with Qinzhe because he had no work experience. The marketing manager, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude because his department was already full. The only one who did not express any opinion was the CEO's assistant. At this time, she finally showed her big move. This delicate and pretty woman in her late 20s took out a set of exam papers from a folder and pushed it to Qinzhe. She smiled and said, "I have a college entrance exam paper here. I will give you half an hour. If you can get full marks, the company will hire you." There was such an operation. The few managers were shocked. The CEO's assistant was pleasant throughout the interview today. She did not deliberately make things difficult for the young people in front of her. The questions she asked were all reasonable. Why did the style change completely when it came to this? Jianghu was only a medium-sized investment company. There was no need to be so uptight. The college entrance exam did not require the top scorer in science to get full marks. They looked at Qinzhe with pity in their eyes. Perhaps this young man had offended her? The woman with 2 dimples smiled faintly. "Is there a problem?" Qinzhe said, "No problem. Give me a pen." Then he moved his chair to the table and answered the questions. His pen flew. Natural and smooth. With Qinzhe's skill level, getting high marks was not a problem. It was not impossible to get full marks, but half an hour was too rushed. He finished the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions and handed the long and complicated answers to the system. Half an hour, no more, no less. Qin Zhe put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Done. Done. The managers were suspicious. Are you kidding me? How long has it been? Are you sure you can get full marks in half an hour? The CEO's assistant concealed the shock in her eyes. She slowly took out a printed answer and compared it. Then she looked up at Qin Zhe. She compared it again and looked at Qin Zhe again. She was not satisfied. She compared the answer again and said in a doubtful tone, "How did you do it? Full marks?" The HR manager, a middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses, asked impatiently. The female assistant nodded silently. "I don't believe it." Li Linfeng stood up and took the paper and the answer. He compared it personally. After a while, he looked up and said in a doubtful tone, "How did you do it?" "I'm more talented in mathematics," Qin Zhe said in his heart. "CK, I'm just taking an interview. What do you want?" He felt that this was familiar. The female assistant adjusted her stiff expression and cleared her throat. "Come to work on Monday." Qin Zhe stood up and left the meeting room. Outside the meeting room, a few young people who did not go for the interview came up. "What took you so long? What did they ask you? You've been in there for 40 minutes. Qin Zhe scolded the interviewer. "They're crazy. They asked me to do the college entrance exam." "College entrance exam?" The young people looked at each other. The interviewer really knows how to play. Should we download a copy of the science college entrance exam as backup? It's been a few years since we graduated. We don't know if we can still pick up the high school knowledge. Chapter 152. In the general manager's office, the assistant stood outside the door and heard the sound of the mouse in the office. As soon as she knocked on the door, the sound stopped. "Come in." The general manager's cold and pleasant voice came. She walked in with the results of today's interview and gently put them on Su Yu's desk. 10 people were interviewed today, 3 were eliminated in the written test stage, 2 were eliminated in the interview stage, and the remaining 5 were divided into A and B levels according to their academic qualifications, work experience, etc. "Mr. Su, please take a look." Su Yu's eyes swept over and looked at it one by one and said lightly, "How did he do?" The female assistant immediately pulled out the test paper and the answer from the file. Su Yu compared the test paper and the answer, and his elegant and picturesque face finally showed a touch of color, and he said, "I really gave him a full score. Nan man didn't fool me. Did it really only take half an hour?" The female assistant smiled bitterly. "Mr. Su, what is the origin of that guy? He said half an hour and it was half an hour. There was no mistake in any question. The answer of the question is more detailed than the reference answer. The whole paper sat down and it was called neat. He didn't use the draft paper and he didn't think much about it. If I didn't print this paper randomly from the internet, I would suspect that he had memorized the answer in advance. You didn't see the faces of the interviewers. It's quite abnormal." Su Yu smiled like a glacier thawing. "You didn't think that he couldn't answer it?" The female assistant said. Manager Lin and the others looked at me strangely. They probably thought that I was a slut and made things difficult for a young man. Someone told me that he could finish a college entrance examination simulation paper in 20 minutes and get a full score. I didn't believe it, but now I have to believe it. Everyone has a brain. Some people are 250, and some people are 250. The female assistant said in her heart, "I just thought that he was 250. You didn't think about it. What if he can't answer it?" Su Yu chuckled. "If he can't answer it, he can't answer it. This paper has nothing to do with the interview." He raised the evaluation in his hand. "Why is it B? Qin Zhe's evaluation report." The female assistant said, "No work experience, in turn ability to be verified. For the time being, it can only be evaluated as B." Su Yu got up and walked to the corner and put the papers and answers into the slot of the shredder. "Arrange him to the investment department and mix with Li Linfeng for a while." She was about 1.7 meters tall, a head taller than the female assistant. The female assistant hurriedly nodded. Among all the new employees, this kid was the only one who was personally assigned to a position by President Su. After the female assistant left the office, Su Yu trotted back to the computer and the mouse clicked. No matter how much he cheated, he couldn't cheat his teammates. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen the Almighty online for a while. It was already so difficult for her to get a gold rank. From stubbornness to unyielding, when could he reach the shore of glory? At 7:30 p.m. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin went home hand in hand. As long as Qin Baobao went to work, she would give Wang Zijin a ride. The place where Miss Wang worked was a little far from the subway station. She had to take the bus first and then transfer to the subway. It was troublesome to get to and from work. When he was at home, he would give the car keys to Wang Zijin and let her drive herself. As soon as they entered the door, the two smelled the aroma of food. The living room table was full of delicacies. "Oh, what day is it today? So rich." The elder sister was surprised. "Qinzhe, do you want to raise me into a little fat pig?" Wang Zijin complained, swallowing her saliva betrayed her. "Today I succeeded in the interview. Are you happy? Are you surprised?" Qinzhe stood at the table, opened his arms and made a "come and congratulate me" gesture. Qin Baobao blinked. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qinzhe closed his arms and opened them again. The two sisters still didn't understand. What's so good about finding a job? Wang Zijin was the first to react and pretended to say, "Oh, congratulations, Ace is amazing." The elder sister also finally understood. She shouted as fake as possible, "Wow, our Ace actually found a job. I'm so happy and relieved. I must reward you with a kiss." "Go away." Qinzhe pushed his sister away dispiritedly and sat down quietly. It turned out that he was just being arrogant. In the eyes of the two sisters who graduated from famous universities, finding a job was not something to be proud of. Qin Baobao aside, Wang Zijin came to Shanghai to seek refuge with her best friend and didn't even bring her graduation certificate. Of course, this could be found online. But her work experience and professionalism were all broken down and she had to start from scratch. Now, her monthly salary was more than 10,000 yuan. She was no longer a girl who left home and lived under someone else's roof. Occasionally, she would give Qinzhe some pocket money. She didn't care whether he needed it or not. Qin Baobao reached out to pick up the chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qinzhe picked up the chopsticks and hit her hand. The elder sister felt pain and quickly retracted her hand. 666. Ace finally doesn't have to stay at home and be a loser without a job. The elder sister retaliated with a venomous tongue. Wang Zijin heard this and hit her. Qin Baobao was furious. "Whose side are you on?" Wang Zijin raised her hand and said innocently, "It hit me by itself." Qin Baobao went to strangle Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin quickly hid behind Qinzhe. Qin Baobao judged the situation and felt that she had no chance of winning against the two of them. She pouted and ate silently. After dinner they played on their own in the living room. Qinzhe checked the scope of the investment company's business and thought about which department he would enter. Wang Zijin recently found a tear-jerking soap opera and was enthusiastically following it. The elder sister held her pink laptop and browsed Weibo. They didn't go back to their rooms. They gathered together happily and felt the passage of time. Finally they took a shower and went to sleep. Qin Baobao stretched, rubbed her sore neck and sighed, "I have to shoot an advertisement in a few days and I have to release an album next month. I'm so tired." Wang Zijin was stunned. "Releasing an album so fast? I think other celebrities take at least 2 months to release their albums." Qin Baobao said, "It's hard to say. The fast ones release an album in 4 or 5 days. The slow ones release an album in a few months. I really want to live a life of idleness." Wang Zijin threw a funny brother emoji. "Isn't this Qinzhe's life pursuit?" Little sister's heart hurt. Qinzhe glared at her. Qin Baobao's cell phone dinged, a text message notification. She raised her cell phone and looked at it. She screamed happily and rushed to share with Wang Zijin, "Tissue, my advertising fee has arrived. CCB's card is so slow." The money was transferred 24 hours a day. The company's finance department transferred it out before work, and it was only now on her salary card. So much. Wang Zijin was shocked. "Amazing, right? There's another sum in a few days. It's my salary for participating in New Star." Qinzhe curiously came over, wanting to see his sister's salary. Qin Baobao protected her cell phone in front of her chest. She shrank back and kicked her brother. "I'm not letting you see, I'm not letting you see." She was taking revenge on Qinzhe for hiding his profits from the stock market and secretly hiding his money. His elder sister was like this. She always liked to argue with Qinzhe over small matters. "Show off." Qinzhe rolled his eyes. "Amazing, amazing, give me a kiss," Wang Zijin said. The two women hugged each other and kissed each other. "It's the weekend tomorrow. Shall we go shopping?" "Sure, I was just thinking of buying a bag." Qinzhe smiled and patted his sister's head. "Amazing, amazing. Het patting reward." Qin Baobao immediately knelt down on the sofa and patted his head. "It's okay, it's okay." Qinzhe patted her again. "Amazing, amazing." His sister wanted to pat him back. "It's okay, it's okay." Wang Zijin's face was full of excuse-me expression. She didn't understand this pair of siblings. What was there to compete about? Of course, she didn't know that ever since Qinzhe told the story of patting a dog's head with a smile, head patting had become a form of provocation between the siblings. Whoever had their head patted would feel that they were at a disadvantage and would definitely get their head patted back. The siblings went back and forth, and neither of them was willing to be at a disadvantage. Qinzhe was annoyed and fiercely rubbed his sister's hair into a chicken coop. Qin Baobao got up from the sofa and bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he aggressively greeted his younger brother. However, Qinzhe slapped his sister onto the sofa and turned around to run away. Qin Baobao was mad. She screamed and bumped into Wang Zijin's arms. She didn't care about the pain in her head and jumped up. She chased her brother barefoot to the door of his room. She banged on the door with her two small hands and said angrily, "Open the door, open the door. If you have the guts to pat my head, then open the door." Wang Zijin thought to herself that this sentence sounded very familiar. Had she heard it somewhere before? Chapter 153. The next day was a Saturday. They had planned to go shopping, but when her sister saw the blazing sun, she was scared. To prevent herself from getting tanned, Wang Zijin woke up at 5:30 a.m. for a morning run. When the sun jumped out of the horizon, she immediately went home. After taking a shower and catching up on sleep, she woke up after Qinzhe had finished cooking lunch. She was wearing Aral's pajamas and a cartoon girl with glasses. She was poking a pile of poop with a stick in her hand. It was Qin Baobao who had bought it for her. Qin Baobao loved teddy bear pajamas and did not like the more delicate and comfortable silk pajamas. She said that was for rich ladies. Her sister was a young girl and should wear a cute style. Qinzhe said seriously, "I've never heard of a 25-year-old girl." Qin Baobao hit him. During lunch, Qinzhe looked at the two women. "Aren't we going shopping? Aren't we going to buy bags?" Wang Zijin said, "Baobao, the sun is really strong. Even sunscreen can't withstand it. It's not good to get tanned." Qin Baobao said, Okay. Then let's not go. Let's stay at home and rot." The two of them reached an agreement. Qinzhe rolled his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. According to Qin Baobao's past behavior, she would definitely drag him along when she went shopping. He would act as a tool to carry bags and shopping bags. Now she even had to add Wang Zijin. Qin Baobao was playing with her phone. Her alumni group was ringing non-stop. "Professor Liu is giving a lecture today. Is there anyone who wants to go?" "Of course I have to go. I've been at every one of Professor Liu's lectures. Let's go together. After graduation, I occasionally go back to attend his public lectures." The last time I attended his public lecture, it was about social philosophy. It was very deep. I learned a lot. What's the topic today? Emotional ethics. I'm looking forward to Professor Liu sharing his emotional history. Although it was Saturday, there were no classes on weekends in university, especially in liberal arts. Qin Baobao said, "Why don't we go to Fudan University to attend his public lecture? What's the difference between that and shopping?" Wang Zijin was unhappy. "What open class?" Qinzhe said, "Are you crazy? It wasn't easy for you to leave the university and you want to go back and suffer? There's a very famous professor in our university. His surname is Liu. He's a good-looking man in his 30s. Many girls have a crush on him. He graduated from Cambridge University, and his lecturing skills are excellent." Qin Baobao praised. "I like him very much." Qinzhe chuckled. Wang Zijin was stunned. "Don't you have a brother complex? What kind of uncle do you like?" Qin Baobao spat out a mouthful of soup. Wang Zijin quickly covered her mouth, realizing that she had said something wrong. The public lecture was at 2:30 in the afternoon. Qin Baobao drove her best friend and brother to Fudan University. They bought 3 iced drinks at a nearby milk tea shop. The 3 of them shuttled back and forth in the shadow of the sycamore tree, aimlessly strolling around the campus. There were not many students on the road on a hot day. They would occasionally see Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin's figures. Unfortunately, they were both wearing baseball caps and sunglasses. They had no chance to see their beautiful faces. As for why they were so stunning, just by looking at their figures, they were wearing white-fitted t-shirts. Their breasts were perky and their waists were slender, especially Qin Baobao's. They attracted attention wherever they went. Their lower bodies were denim shorts that wrapped around their round buttocks. They had 2 pairs of white and well-proportioned thighs and a pair of breathable jogging shoes on their feet. Wang Zijin did not want to wear sunglasses, but Qin Baobao felt that it would be inappropriate if she was the only one wearing sunglasses. She also urged Qinzhe to wear the dog-headed military advisor sunglasses that they bought in the ancient town. Qinzhe refused. Qin Baobao studied in Handan University, which was next to her brother's. They used to go out on dates, often. Qinzhe was familiar with Fudan University. He even knew where his sister lived in the female dormitory. It was Wang Zijin's first time here. She looked around excitedly. Qin Baobao said that her sister used to sing here, which caused an uproar. There was also Guanghua Building, which was built during the 100th anniversary of the university. It was the tallest building in Fudan University. There was a library, a gymnasium, a female dormitory, and a statue of the chairman. The sister pushed her brother and said, "Go and pray. Pray that you can quickly find a wife." Qinzhe rolled his eyes. "Get lost." Wang Zijin laughed. The public lecture was on the 4th floor of Guanghua Building. It was a large classroom that could accommodate 200 people. Qinzhe had seen foreign public lectures online before. The classroom was like the Great Hall of the People with a fan-shaped structure. The students' seats were like football spectators' seats. The teacher's podium was also like a leader's podium. The blackboard had long been phased out. It was replaced with a big screen. Looking at the public lectures in Chinese universities, it was like a drama. The attendance rate was about 40%. It was very popular. Today was Saturday and many people skipped class. Qin Baobao chose a remote corner at the back. She tried not to attract attention. Professor Lu was 32 years old. He wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle but his posture was straight. He should be a regular at the gym. He was quite handsome. His black hair was mixed with some silver strands. It was not dyed. It was the real white of a teenager. "Hello everyone." Professor Lu glanced around the classroom. "Many of you are probably cursing me in your hearts for holding this public lecture on weekends. It's supposed to be a day when you are dating or playing games in the dormitory. Instead, you are here to listen to my lecture. With this in mind, I won't mention any names. However, this is the school's arrangement. I won't take the blame." The students laughed. "We are here voluntarily. I like Professor Lu's lecture the most. I like Professor Lu the most." "Really? That's a surprise. Qin Baobao said something similar in my class. I didn't cherish it at that time." Professor Lu sighed. "Ah." The students laughed. Qinzhe glanced at his sister beside him. "You seem to like this type of food." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. "Nonsense. When did I say that?" Professor Lu gestured for the students to be quiet. "I'm just kidding. It's an honor for our school to have a superstar who used to be my student. I don't want to brag but I feel sorry for her." Qin Baobao was very famous at Fudan University. She was the campus belle. Nowadays there were many campus belle who were extremely beautiful. However, there were not many campus belle with big breasts and long legs. There were many boys who coveted Qin Baobao's beauty. It was rumored that Qin Baobao's boyfriend was a rich second-generation heir because she was often seen fooling around with an ugly guy. If he wasn't a rich second-generation heir, how could he pursue the goddess of Fudan University? Now Qin Baobao was even more famous. The whole school knew that the superstar in I Am a Singer was a graduate of Fudan University. Countless juniors who didn't have the chance to meet Qin Baobao sighed. They regretted not meeting her before they graduated. Otherwise, they would have been able to pursue the goddess. The seniors from the previous years were all losers. Those seniors who had graduated earlier than Qin Baobao had the same mentality. When they were in school, their juniors were all good-for-nothings. Only those who were in the same year as Qin Baobao knew how difficult it was to pursue her. This semester, I'm going to talk about emotional ethics. In the last class, I said that humans are the most emotional animals. What built today's society? Is it wisdom? Law? Order? Yes, of course. But what is the basis of these? It's emotions. Sociology, ethics, and psychology all originated from emotions. Even the moral standards that have been passed down for thousands of years also originated from emotions. Respect for the old, love for the young, respect for brothers, the three cardinal principles. If there were no emotions, morality would lose its meaning. But from another perspective, morality has the effect of suppressing emotions. For example, we often say that we shouldn't covet our brothers' wives, and we should guard against fire, theft, and girlfriends. Why do we say that? Because morality suppresses emotions. It's against morality and unreasonable to tell you that it's against morality. Another example is a more sensitive word: discord. Chapter 154. What are emotions? Buddhists say that there are 8 sufferings in life: birth, old age, illness and death, separation, resentment, unattainable desires, and the 5 E's. The 8 sufferings give birth to greed, anger, stupidity, hatred, love, and evil desires. Confucianism says that there are 8 virtues in life: filial piety, friendship, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Emotions are restrained by morality. Taoism says that the heavens and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. The saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. Therefore, the heavens are selfless and there is no competition. These sayings all revolve around emotions. From this, it can be seen that emotions can give birth to philosophy, psychology, morality, and so on. Then how do we analyze emotions in modern times? I divide them into 4 types: love, family, friendship, and bestie. There is a reason for this order. Love is the most complicated, so I put it first. There is a saying that is very good. Love is a kind of purity, friendship is a kind of breadth, and family is a kind of depth. But these emotions are not clearly separated. They blend and change with each other. First, let's talk about bestie. Among the students here, do any of the girls have a bestie? Do any of the boys have a close female friend? Yes. The students responded one after another. Bestie is a state of being more than a friend but not yet in love. They can be promoted at any time, but they may not be able to get a title in their lifetime. It is mixed between love and friendship. A spare tire? A girl said. Not a spare tire. That would only be an insult to bestie. Professor Lu shook his head. A spare tire is more like a person leaving a way out for themselves. Bestie is a real and indispensable emotion. I believe that everyone has such an experience. When you encounter troubles in life, you don't talk to your family or your best friend. Instead, you talk to a special member of the opposite sex in your life. Usually, this person who you can talk to is not a lover who is better than a lover, or a relative who is better than a relative. Qin Bao Bao said enviously, I also want a bestie. Wang Zijin complained softly, go find one. Don't just be all mouthy king. Qin Bao Bao sighed. I also want one, but all the men who come into contact with me covet my beauty. Wang Zijin turned to look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said agitatedly, Bullsh *T, you have to ask me if I agree. Let's talk about friendship. Friendship is the most indispensable emotion. A person can live without love or even family, but they can't live without friendship. That will make you feel very lonely. According to medical statistics, 90% of autistic patients were caused by a lack of friendship. Therefore, friendship was a kind of breath. At the same time, friendship could also be transformed into love. That's where the concept of boyfriend and girlfriend comes from. Some students raised their hands. But not all friendships will turn into love. It's only applicable between the opposite sex. Professor Lu laughed and said, you're still too young. Where do you think the term, gay friend, came from? The crowd roared with laughter. Qinzhe also laughed. This Professor Lu's lecture was indeed very humorous and profound. There was a lot of content. It was unlike the web novels he had read, which were full of fake goods with huge waves. As for kinship, it's probably the warmest kind of feeling. Love can change, friendship can betray, and family is the most difficult feeling in a person's life. The love between parents who gave birth to you and raised you, the love between brothers and sisters. It has a strong blood bond and is a lifelong bond. Kinship can also be very complicated sometimes. To a certain extent, it's the transformation of love. Love is like fireworks. It's gorgeous and beautiful, but it may not last long. We often say that husband and wife have a 7-year itch. In fact, it's a manifestation of love that wears away over a long period of time. At this time, because of the fetters of children, most couples will transform love into kinship. Between an old married couple, they lived and interacted more like family. Young couples will be deeply attached to each other. The ancients have long seen through this essence. In their view, a husband and wife who treat each other with respect is the most perfect and reasonable model. But Professor Lu changed the topic and threw out a bomb. Kinship can sometimes transform into love. We call it taboo love. There was a low uproar among the students. This topic was embarrassing. Some of the girls even blushed. *CK. Qin Zhe said in his heart, Brother, what are you going to say next? Can we change the topic? This kind of taboo thing will be censored if it's mentioned. I'm still young. Can you withdraw it? Qin Bao Bao frowned. In a narrow sense, promiscuity refers to the improper relationship between people who are related by blood. Chaotic, harmonious relationships in the broad sense, including the narrow sense, were improper relationships between men and women between people of different seniority. It's the traditional sense of the 5 relationships. What are the 5 relationships? Heaven, earth, king, family, and teacher. Professor Lu spoke with fervor and assurance. He was not embarrassed at all. His face had an expression of, this is a serious academic exchange. as expected of a returnee who studied abroad. His mind was very open. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Promiscuity? That's amazing. Is there a hero in the world?" Taboo love has a very long history. The definition of it will change in every era. For example, everyone knows that cousin marriage is normal and legal in ancient times, but it is not in modern times. In modern times, teacher-student relationships and relationships between superiors and subordinates were very common. In ancient times, it was not recognized and tolerated. The similarity is that the improper relationship between people who are related by blood is not recognized in any era. Today we will focus on talking about the behavior of family turning into love. Professor Lu said, "Don't feel embarrassed. This is an academic exchange." A boy suddenly raised his hand. "I think the behavior of family turning into love is very absurd and funny. Anyone with ethics and morals would not do this." Professor Lu smiled and said, "This is very in line with the general view. However, this does exist now. It is not very common, but it is not rare. Especially in foreign countries. In ancient times there were many similar phenomena. Take the Tang dynasty, which was known for its open atmosphere. Emperor Taizong of Tang once wanted to make Li Yuanji's wife the empress. Later, Empress Wu Ziqian and Yang Guifei had served the emperor and his son. However, these have nothing to do with what I want to talk about. Let's not talk about it for now. How does family turn into love? From a psychological point of view, there are two reasons: environment and emotional needs. Note that it is not a biological need. From an objective point of view, this kind of phenomenon often exists in abnormal or unhappy family relationships. Single-parent families are especially likely to cause a father and mother complex. This is a manifestation of a child's insecurity. Some psychological experts believe that children must get rid of the father and mother complex in order to develop a healthy personality. Some mental and sexual abnormalities in adults are unable to get rid of the father and mother complex. These are psychological diseases and mental illnesses. They are abnormal and unhealthy. Father and mother complex is very common, but it is rare to have an improper relationship. The probability of this is greatly increased between siblings. Professor Lu said, "Are there any 2D fans?" Suddenly there was a commotion. Most of them were boys. In Japanese 2D works, there is a phenomenon called sister complex. It accounts for almost half of the works. People who have seen similar anime can see that the sisters in the works are very dependent on their brothers. Every sister complex is antisocial and antisocial. In their world, there are very few members of the opposite sex other than their brothers. Their brothers are everything in their world. Therefore they have a strong dependence on them. If other girls get close to their brothers, they will be very angry. The sisters also have a common attribute, tsundere. They like their brothers, but they do not dare to say it. They obviously care a lot, but they pretend to be, in their eyes, my brother is just a salted fish. The reason is that this is a kind of feeling that is not recognized and accepted. I call it dependent, harmonious love. This principle also applies to siblings. If you find someone who is very dependent on their brother or sister, then it is very likely that you have a brother complex. A writer once said that novels come from life and are more important than life. It was the same for comics. Japanese 2D comics were exaggerated. In real life, the sister con was very subtle. They probably do not realize that they have such abnormal feelings. They even think that it is normal to be intimate with their brother or sister. Is there anyone with a sister complex here? Raise your hand. Professor Lu joked. There was complete silence. Qin Baobao suddenly said, "Nonsense." She was very angry. Chapter 155. It's just a joke. Don't be so depressed. Professor Lu smiled and said, "This kind of relationship is the most complicated. Very few people can correctly recognize their own feelings. If there's dependent love, there's the opposite of dependent love. The two-dimensional brothers are all male chauvinistic. They love and spoil their sister. Dependent love is caused by environmental factors. There's also a kind of love called, the sister is too outstanding. Whether it's the sister or the sister, they're both beautiful and smart. Whether it's in terms of interpersonal relationships or academic performance, they're better than the brothers. Standing in front of them, you'll only feel inferior. You have to know that people yearn for beauty. Over time, it will form a kind of yearning. They yearn to be as outstanding as the sister or sister. If they can't be that kind of person, then they'll get her. If the elders continue to add oil to the fire, it will encourage this kind of abnormal feeling. This time, it was Qin Zhe's turn to be unsettled. He snorted and said, "Nonsense. I call this kind of love, yearning, harmonious love. But it's different from dependent, harmonious love. It seems to be caused by environmental factors, but it's actually caused by psychological needs. This type of brother and brother is a passerby. Beautiful girls won't like them and people around them won't pay attention to them. They were eager to make a name for themselves, eager to stand in the center of the stage. Have you heard of the song by Qin Bao Bao, Exaggerated? The quieter the crowd, the more ignored you become. You'll stir up trouble. The description is very accurate. To put it bluntly, it's a lack of love. This is a psychological need for love. Qin Zhe suddenly raised his hand. I don't agree with you. The dependence and yearning between brothers and sisters should be a common phenomenon. This question is too stupid. Professor Liu shook his head. I didn't say that this will inevitably develop into a taboo relationship. Everyone's feelings are different. Some people can restrain themselves at the brink of the cliff. This is the power of morality suppressing emotions. But some people will desperately ignite the wildfire in their heart. It will burn themselves and others. This process needs some time or opportunity. Our main goal here is to understand the soil and conditions of taboo feelings. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. He really didn't want to continue listening to this topic. It was too embarrassing. Many girls were already blushing. If forbidden emotions aren't stopped in time, they can be very scary. It was a phenomenon of kinship turning into love, or kinship mixed with love. It was very complicated. Love was originally a wildfire that was not afraid of burning. This kind of person will burn himself crazily and walk towards the abyss of no return. Next, let's talk about love. After the public lecture ended, the students left one after another. On the way back to the parking lot, the female hipster Wang Zijin relished the content of the open class. She felt that her understanding of human nature and emotions had improved. Today's class was very interesting. I didn't come in vain, she said. Qin Bao Bao spat. I just feel that you're talking nonsense. Nonsense. Qin Zhe agreed with her. That's right. I have no idea what he's talking about. Wang Zijin blinked. I think it's pretty good. The siblings said in unison, good my ass. Qin Bao Bao threw the car keys to Wang Zijin and got into the back seat. Qin Zhe followed her into the back seat. His sister took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it. She burped in an unladylike manner and then stared blankly into space. Her cheeks were red from the sun, and the tip of her nose was dripping with sweat. Her hair was sticking to her cheeks, and her foxy face was enchanting and charming. The air conditioner blew and her eyelashes fluttered. Only then did she come back to her senses and her dull face thawed. It's so hot. His sister moaned. She took off her breathable jogging shoes and pulled out her white socks, letting her two white and tender feet feel the cold air from the air conditioner. It stinks. Put your shoes back on. Qin Zhe covered his nose in disgust. Stinks? Qin Bao Bao held her feet. Stinks? Qin Zhe said. Oh. Qin Bao Bao put down her feet and suddenly kicked Qin Zhe in the face. Qin Zhe groaned and the back of his head hit the car door. You're the stinky one. My sister is a little fairy. Qin Bao Bao curled up her feet and said angrily. Although women were often described as fragrant and dripping with sweat, how could a person's sweat smell really be fragrant? However, they had only been out for a few hours. Qin Bao Bao was sweating, but there was definitely no stench. Qin Zhe just didn't like it when someone took off their socks in front of him. The furious Qin Zhe reached out and grabbed his sister's leg. He flipped her over onto her seat, grabbed her waist and flipped her over. Out of habit, he raised his hand to smack her butt. However, he seemed to have thought of something. His hand stopped in midair and he didn't hit her. Qin Bao Bao also felt strange. She got up like a frightened rabbit and curled up at the other end of the seat. The blush on her face became more obvious. Wang Zijin entered the GPS location and slowly reversed out of the parking space. She did not care about the quarrel between the siblings. Anyway, she was used to it. She laughed and said, fasten your seat belts. The racing god of Mount Aquino will take you flying. She had worked in an online media company for 2 months. Now she was familiar with all kinds of online words and was very good at making jokes. Qin Bao Bao did not even know what a mantis shrimp was, but she could clearly and accurately distinguish between a mantis shrimp and a mantis eel, and the difference between a student card and a cave card. Fudan University was only about 10 minutes away from where they lived. Wang Zijin was slightly disappointed that she did not have time to show her skills as an experienced driver. After returning home, Qin Zhe turned on the air conditioner in the living room. The three of them took a shower one after another. He changed into big pants and a gray vest. The strong and well-proportioned muscle lines highlighted the masculine beauty of a man. Unfortunately, the two sisters were already used to his masculine appearance. The two sisters changed into cool halter tops and enjoyed the coolness of the air conditioner. The sun was shining outside, and the temperature outside had reached 43 degrees Celsius. In this damn weather, even an egg would be half-cooked if it was rolled on the streets. The weather in the north was better, but the south was miserable, especially in Guangdong province. The people in Guangdong province were complaining that they did not want to live anymore. Teppanyaki could be seen everywhere, and the local people also wanted to go back to Africa to escape the summer heat. Wang Zijin took up more than half of the sofa. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Qin Baobao was sitting cross-legged on the single-seater sofa with a laptop on her lap. Qin Zhe caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eyes. She was actually watching Japanese cartoons. The sister noticed Feng Yu's gaze and quickly looked at him warily. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "I am not doing anything. Is there a need for such a big reaction?" Qin Baobao covered the laptop and did not let Feng Yu look at it. She kicked it with her leg. "Go do what you are supposed to do." Qin Zhe was even more curious. He quickly snatched the laptop from his sister and looked at it. He had seen this cartoon before. It was a German orthopedic masterpiece called, "My Sister Can't Be So Cute." Qin Baobao panicked and screamed, "Give it back to me." She was like a cat with its hair standing on end. But because of her sudden movement, she bumped into Qin Zhe's arms. The laptop fell to the ground and the battery fell out. Qin Zhe held onto the stumbling sister, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Is she watching Japanese cartoons? Is she afraid of being seen by me? Why? Is it because of today's lecture? Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at his sister. Qin Baobao was also looking at him. Her bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Wang Zijin was awakened by the noise and grumbled unhappily, "What are you guys doing? So noisy." The siblings turned their heads at the same time and looked to the side. Nothing. Qin Baobao silently picked up the laptop and went back to the room without saying a word. Qin Baobao locked herself in the room for the whole afternoon and went back after lunch. When she looked at Feng Yu, her eyes were always twinkling. Wang Zijin was very sensitive to the abnormality of her best friend. She thought that the siblings were quarreling as usual, but found that Qin Zhe was very attentive to his sister and kept putting food in her bowl. He was not as cold as usual. After lunch, her sister went back to the room again and did not come out. Wang Zijin went to the bathroom with her pajamas. The sound of water splashing was heard. Qin Zhe took the opportunity to knock on his sister's door. "Qin Baobao, come out. Let's talk for a while." No one answered. Qin Zhe opened the door and went in. Qin Baobao was lying on the bed and looking at her phone. She was only wearing a loose t-shirt. She had been lazy these days and did not wash her 3 pajamas. Today she did not wear any pajamas. Qin Zhe came in and happened to see her white and tender thighs and purple underwear. Qin Baobao suddenly turned around and pulled down the hem of her t-shirt in a panic. She said angrily, "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Qin Zhe did not expect that she would not wear pajamas today. He said awkwardly, "I will remember to knock next time." "Why did you come in?" Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at her brother and said angrily. Qin Zhe was suddenly speechless and did not know what to say. "Don't listen to that stupid professor's nonsense. There is no such thing as German orthopedics. Wouldn't this be more embarrassing?" He did not know why, but he was a little flustered when Qin Baobao searched for German anime the moment she came back. Qin Baobao sat up and hid her white legs under the blanket. She wrinkled her nose. "So this is what German orthopedics means. Disgusting. This is just a style of anime." Qin Zhe pretended to be indifferent, but he was actually guilty. Sometimes, the more you care about something, the more you will mention it as if this will make you look open and aboveboard. There are many anime with this theme in Japanese anime. Which anime? Qin Baobao probably had the same thought. Although her eyes were drifting, she pretended to be calm and talked about it. "The one you watched is very ordinary. The author's whole family died because of a bad ending. I recommend Empty Fate to you. The brother and sister live a shameless life all day." "I don't want to watch it," sister said loudly. "Even brother is not bad, but it is too dirty. It is not suitable for little fairy. Watch it." "I don't want to watch it. Choose another one." Qin Baobao looked very disdainful. Inferior student in Magic High School is also the same. It is just that the brother and sister in it make people feel uncomfortable. The author's thinking is too conservative and not bold enough. Rebellious Leluxi is also good, but I can't stand the scene of him sending his sister away. There is also, Kiss Sister. TSK, this is amazing. The two sworn sisters are always asking for a kiss from their brother? Won't this kind of anime be banned? Qin Bao was shocked. Japanese people have big holes in their brains. Even asterisk is legal, let alone this. Qin Zhe said. You have actually seen so many? Qin Bao looked at her brother's eyes from a salted fish to a pervert. Damn pervert. How is it perverted? Qin Zhe was puzzled. Aren't people who have seen so many perverted anime perverted? Qin Zhe was not convinced. Do you dare to post something on Weibo? If you do, those fans will turn against you in a matter of minutes. I don't care about others. I only think that you are a pervert. Sister threw a pillow at him. Qin Bao's worldview was refreshed. Chapter 156. The next day was Sunday. Qin Bao and Qin Zhe had to go home to stay with their parents for a day. After the siblings moved in together at their parents' request, they had to go home every weekend. After all, their parents missed their children too. Ever since Qin Ma unlocked the blind date demon attribute, Qin Bao rarely went home. I can't afford to offend her. I'll just hide. Now she went home once every half a month. It wasn't good for her not to go home all the time. Grandpa would explode. He also brought Wang Zijin along. The little sister of the Wang family was two-faced, so she had almost no friends in Shanghai except for Qin Bao. Qin Zhe couldn't figure out at first. How did the little homebody battle expert become best friends with his silly sister? Thinking about it carefully, Qin Bao might not be worse than Wang Zijin in terms of homebody battle skills. One must know that he had been tricked by his sister since he was young. They arrived at their parents' house at 9:30 in the morning. The neighborhood was quiet, and people didn't like to come out in the hot summer weather. Occasionally there were cars coming in and out. The grass in the green belt shone with the green sunlight, and the leaves rolled listlessly. The guard uncle lay half dead in front of the fan. Qin Bao honked the horn repeatedly, and only then did he reluctantly open the fence for them. It was rare for Grandpa Wang to be at home. He was in the study looking at stock trading software. He had a special notebook to record the trends and changes of stocks, sectors, and the market. This was a habit he had picked up in recent years. He was old and his memory was not as good as before. Dad, why didn't you go to school today? Qin Zhe pushed the door open and entered. We have guests for lunch. Grandpa Wang's eyes never left the computer. Qin Zhe took out a brown box from his pocket. It was beautifully packaged. He put it on the desk and said, Dad, this is for you. He bought the Mont Blanc fountain pen from Shimmy Shopping Mall in the morning. It cost 4,000 renminbi. The body of the pen was pure black and shiny. It was made of acetate fiber plastic and felt very warm when holding it. The design was simple and smooth, and the appearance was grand and elegant. Grandpa Wang looked at the fountain pen and said, Did you take the wrong medicine? Took the wrong medicine? That's too heart-wrenching. It's rare for me to be filial to my father. I made some money in the stock market, so I wanted to buy some gifts for you. Qin Zhe said in his heart, I can't forget the look in your eyes when you looked at me empty-handed when Qin Bao gave you a present. The old man plays with the fountain pen, unable to hide his fondness. Qin Zhe doesn't know if a cultured person likes this, but his father likes it. When Qin Zhe was in elementary school, his grandfather had a Mont Blanc fountain pen. He kept it in his shirt pocket every day. At that time, it was also popular to keep fountain pens in the chest pocket. He loved it more than his own son. It's a lot of money, the old man said. 4,000? Brat, you're spending too much money. The old man reprimanded him with righteous words and quickly put the pen into his pocket. Dad, you go ahead. I'll go to the living room to talk to Mom. Qin Zhe turned around and was about to leave. Wait. The old man stopped him and put on his father's dignity. Give me your phone. What for? Qin Zhe was stunned. Look at your recent harvest list. The old man's tone was that of a teacher. Your medium-long line looks good, but there are obvious shortcomings in the short term. Let me take a look and give you some advice later. He couldn't say that he had encountered a bottleneck in the stock market recently and needed his son's harvest list for reference and inspiration. As an old man, I don't care about my face. Then I won't leave. Go ahead. Qin Zhe said. Go, don't be an eyesore here. The old man snatched the phone and waved his hand to chase him away. Qin Zhe left reluctantly. If it was someone else who wanted his phone, he would have slapped them. Even Qin Bao couldn't get it. After all, there was a lot of privacy in the phone. But since his father asked as a son, he couldn't refuse. Qin Zhe came to the living room. Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin and Qin Ma were sitting on the sofa watching TV and chatting. There were only a few topics to talk about. Qin Ma said, "The daughter of the Zhang family next door is finally married. She's almost 30 years old. The Zhang family can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Aunt Lu on the second floor already has her second child. She has another chubby boy. She looks so cute. Bao Bao, you have to work harder too. Mom is almost 50 years old." Qin Ma couldn't be blamed for being anxious. Most of the neighbors who were about her age had already become grandparents. At the very least, their sons and daughters were married. Look at her. Not to mention grandchildren, her daughter didn't even have a boyfriend. When she went out and met neighbors of more than 10 years Qin Ma's age, the content of the conversation was nothing more than their children's career and childbirth. A while ago they were quite proud that the Qin family had a big star. But the older generation didn't pay attention to this. After the novelty passed, the topic turned to their children's marriage. They asked Qin Ma, "Does your Bao Bao have a boyfriend? When are you getting married?" Qin Ma suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Qin Bao Bao sat cross-legged and puffed up her cheeks. "Don't talk to her mother. This child, you always have this attitude. I'm so angry." Qin Ma was disappointed. She wanted to take her daughter to see a psychiatrist. "Auntie, don't be anxious." Wang Zijin acted as a lubricant and joked. "Bao Bao isn't that old. She's only 25 years old. Maybe there will be a man she likes. Don't think that she got married too quickly." Qin Ma patted Wang Zijin's hand and said with relief, "Zijin is so sensible. If you were my daughter, I wouldn't have to worry." Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and sulked. "Mom, do you have watermelon? I want to eat watermelon." Qin Zhe appeared just in time. "Yes, I'll cut it for you. Wait for a while." Qin Ma got up and went into the kitchen. Qin Zhe walked to his sister and sat down. He bumped her shoulder and gloated. "Look at this. Mom might sleep with you tonight." Qin Bao Bao twisted her body in annoyance. She did not want her brother to touch her. Qin Ma came over with a plate of watermelon and handed a piece to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Auntie." Qin Ma handed her daughter another piece. Qin Bao Bao looked away. "Don't eat it." Qin Zhe said, "Mom, don't mind her. I'll eat it." There was a news report on the TV. Recently there have been high temperatures in many provinces. Please take precautions against heat stroke. At around 8 o'clock this morning, there was a traffic accident on the Yuha Expressway in the western province. The truck driver fainted because of heat stroke, causing the truck to lose control and crash into the roadside guardrail. The driver died in vain. This is the third traffic accident due to high temperatures in the western province. Qin Ma said, "Bao Bao, eat some watermelon to prevent heat stroke." Qin Zhe burst out laughing. "Mom, she stays in an air-conditioned room all day. How can she prevent heat stroke?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes at her brother. She put on her slippers and went to the kitchen. She came out with half a watermelon. Qin Ma told her not to eat too much watermelon. She would get diarrhea if she ate too much. Qin Bao Bao said that half a watermelon was more satisfying. She liked to eat watermelon like this since she was young. She would eat a spoonful while watching TV. However, she could not eat all of it. Every time she ate half, she would throw it to Qin Zhe. Sure enough, her sister ate the essence in the center and handed the watermelon to Qin Zhe. "I can't eat any more." Qin Zhe habitually took it and put a spoonful into his mouth. Qin Ma immediately said, "Hey, change the spoon." Qin Zhe said, "It's so disgusting. Spit it out." "Mom, you're so considerate. Mom, help me change the spoon." Qin Bao Bao took advantage of the moment when Qin Ma turned around and pinched Qin Zhe's waist hard. Qin Zhe did not pursue his sister's petty actions. After all, it was his sister who was pressed down on the sofa every time. This was called, "You can lose in small matters, but you can't lose in big matters." Wang Zijin looked at the siblings from the corner of her eyes. These two clowns were really putting on an act in front of their parents. At this time the old man came out of the study. The old man was full of smiles. He returned the phone to his son and patted him on the shoulder. He laughed. "Not bad, not bad. My son is really capable. Ace, although the more you experience this kind of thing, the better. You can't be too half-hearted." The siblings, including Wang Zijin, were dumbfounded. "Dad, what's the matter?" Qin Zhe suddenly felt that something was wrong. Qin Bao Bao looked at her father's forehead. If not for her cowardice, she would have checked if her father had a fever. After being father and daughter for more than 20 years, she had never seen the old man praise his son. "Kid, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me?" The old man's smile was so wide that the corners of his mouth reached his ears. Qin Baobao looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was stunned at first and then felt guilty. Suddenly she felt that something was wrong. What am I guilty about? The old man smiled. Who's that Jianghu? What does she look like? Where does she live? Is she your university classmate? Qin Baobao was stunned. Qin Zai's eyelids twitched. This girl is a little too enthusiastic. You have to pay attention to your character. You can't just date anyone. The old man paused and then squeezed out a smile. Qin Qingyuan is also your girlfriend? She keeps calling him Qinggu. She's younger than you, right? Swish. Two gazes that seemed to have materialized shot over. Qin Zai felt that the dog days had turned into the coldest days in an instant. The two pairs of eyes were from his sister and the young lady from the Wang family. Dad, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend. He decided to hide in the kitchen and figure out the situation first. At the same time he took out his phone. There were 5 unread messages in his inbox. Little brother, have you missed your sister recently? Ask your sister out to play some other day. Oh, you're ignoring me? You're not going to recognize me anymore after eating me, are you? Qinggu, are you free this week? My mom wants to invite you over for a meal. Qinggu, don't think that I'm annoying. I'll be a good boy in the future. Qinggu, reply to me with a text. I don't dare to call you. What the F***, this information was too much. Jianghu was the kind of woman who liked to talk nonsense. It was obviously a very serious matter, but she could still start it with a topic that was 18 times forbidden. As for Qin Qingyan, that girl, she was stubborn and did not have the slightest awareness that she had been banished to the cold palace. She always wanted something to happen between her and Qin Zai. What would the old man think of me? I've been an excellent son for 22 years, and this damn smartphone. The text message notification would pop up the content. The old man could see everything with a glance. He did not even need to open his inbox to spy on his son's privacy. Suddenly there was a scream behind him. Then his shoulders sank. Chapter 157. Qin Baobao jumped from the sofa and pounced on her brother's back. She hooked Qin Zai's waist with her long legs and grabbed his neck with both hands. She said angrily, Qin Zai, you black-hearted maggot. I'm going to strangle you. Qin Baobao really wanted to cry. It was hard to guard against a best friend. Qin Zai struggled hard and tried to shake his sister off. Qin Baobao's legs could crush a person to death. She kept on shaking and not falling. The siblings were in a tug-of-war. What are you doing? Let's talk nicely. Grandpa Shin was surprised that his daughter was so agitated. Qin Baobao ignored her father and kept on scolding, you black-hearted maggot. You're a bad egg. Grandpa Shin couldn't take it anymore. If he was a bad egg, what was he? He picked up the remote control and whipped his daughter's butt. Qin Baobao cried out. She covered her butt with one hand and strangled Qin Zai's neck with the other. Grandpa Shin whipped her twice more. She finally jumped down and covered her butt with tears in her eyes. She looked at her father with grievance and innocence. Grandpa Shin scolded, how old are you? You're acting like a child. Is it appropriate? Your mother is right. You should find a partner for you. You won't be mature if you haven't been in love. It was mainly because Wang Zijin was an outsider. His daughter's behavior embarrassed Grandpa Shin, who prided himself on his strict upbringing. Dad, you want to hit him? Qin Baobao pointed at her brother and complained angrily, he's seducing a married woman. Married? Grandpa Shin was stunned. No. Qin Baobao replied. What are you blabbering about if you're not married? Grandpa Shin scolded. But he's seducing 2 women. Qin Baobao was unwilling to give up. That's because he has the capital. This won't do. Old Master Shin frowned. Yes, with outsiders around, the family must be upright. If you're in a relationship, then just be in a relationship. You can't be so half-hearted and two-timing. Who's two-timing? Qin Ma heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. Mom, your son hooked up with a married woman. You and Dad should beat him up. Qin Baobao poured dirty water on her brother to vent her grievances. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm innocent. I didn't seduce Jianghu. Qin Zai tried to defend himself. Who is Jianghu? One of my best friends. Qin Baobao said angrily, I've already told him not to go after Jianghu, but he doesn't listen. She already has a boyfriend. Who knows when she will get married? Qin Zai hurriedly looked at Wang Zijin. She was smiling faintly, but there was a hint of sadness and anger in her eyes. No, I didn't. Qin Zai defended himself loudly. Qin Baobao cried, yes, yes, yes. She suddenly squatted down, holding her stomach and sobbing. Old Master Shin and Qin Ma didn't expect their daughter to have such a big reaction. What's wrong? Why are you crying? How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Zhe took the opportunity to slander his sister. Maybe it's because I have a rumored girlfriend and she's upset. Get lost. Qin Baobao picked up the remote control and threw it at him. She looked at Qin Ma with tears in her eyes. Mom, my stomach hurts. So it was her period. Qin Ma saw it and knew that her daughter was having menstrual cramps again. She hurried to help her up. Isn't it next week? Why did it come early? Baby Qin's face turned pale from the pain. She looked pitiful. Aze bought me a lot of popsicles yesterday. Qin Ma and old Master Shen looked at their son angrily. Had this black-hearted maggot. Even at this time he didn't forget to stab me. A woman's early menstruation was related to many factors, such as abnormal temperature and catching a cold. She must have liked the cold at night and turned on the air conditioner to kick the quilt. Qin Baobao suffered from menstrual cramps every time. One of the reasons was that she was afraid of pain. It was said that menstrual cramps were similar to the labor pains before the pregnancy. Qin Zhe searched for this answer on the internet when he was in high school. He laughed at his sister. Isn't this good? You have a prenatal rehearsal every month. Qin Baobao started a war with him. Qin Ma and Wang Zijin helped Qin Baobao back to the room. Old Master Shen went to prepare the ginger tea. Although his daughter didn't stay at home often, these things were always prepared. The love of parents was in every little thing. After a while Wang Zijin came out. Little Miss Wang picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it happily. Qin Zhe paused for a moment. Sister Ziwei, don't listen to Qin Baobao's nonsense. You've seen Jianghu too. She's very flirtatious. We're innocent. Wang Zijin gave him a sideways glance and imitated Qin Baobao's tone. What does it have to do with me? Qin Zhe pursed his lips. The Wang family's Miss Wang was very cautious. You couldn't hit her with sugar-coated bullets and she rarely got angry. Moreover, they weren't close, so Qin Zhe had never coaxed her, unlike baby Qin who was very familiar with coaxing. Wang Zijin said with a half-smile, You explained to Baobao. She's really jealous. What she said. 10 minutes later, Qin Ma came out of her daughter's room and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. It was time for lunch. Mom, how is she? Qin Zhe shouted in the living room. She's fine. It's a little better now. It won't hurt in a while, Qin Ma replied. Qin Baobao changed into a camisole and changed out of her blood-stained underwear. She lay on the bed half dead and babbled, her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly. The door opened silently. She looked up and saw Qin Zhe poking his head in. Does it still hurt? Qin Zhe walked to the bed. It hurts. Qin Baobao said pitifully. The brown sugar ginger tea is useless. I'll help you rub it. Qin Zhe said and lifted his sister's blanket. Qin Baobao quickly stopped him and glared at him. I don't want you to massage me, you black-hearted maggot. She was half dead and she was still fussing about this. Qin Zhe said helplessly, Don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person your best friend is? She's always like that. Don't worry, I didn't seduce your best friend. Qin Baobao said insincerely, Why are you explaining it to me? I don't care. You should explain it to Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe laughed. I've already explained it. Why do I have to wait for you to be the first one to explain it? Qin Baobao kicked the blanket angrily. I'm so angry. Her movements were too big. Her stomach was shaken and hurt again. He lifted his sister's long leg and slowly pressed on the Senyinjiu acupoint, then the Taichung acupoint on the instep. 3 minutes later he changed to the Shuahai and DG acupoints. He repeated the process. Chinese medicine expertise was exchanged at the end of the semester to treat his sister's dysmenorrhea. After that, it was useless. His sister's dysmenorrhea didn't come every month. Fortunately, it came again today. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of points. After 10 minutes, Qin Baobao felt much better. She lay on the bed like a salted fish and was too lazy to move. Does it still hurt? Qin Zhe asked. His sister ignored him. Then I'm leaving. Qin Zhe said and got up to leave. Qin Baobao hurriedly called out to him. You haven't explained to Qin Qingyuan. What's there to explain to a little girl? I'm not interested. Yes, you have a young lady from the Wang family. Of course you don't like little girls. Qin Baobao said sourly. Seeing that Qin Zhe didn't say anything, she was even more jealous. I don't know who said that he would always side with his sister. Even if he had a wife, he would put his sister first. Qin Zhe was stunned. Did I say that? You did, you did. Qin Baobao shouted under the blanket. A man who doesn't keep his words will never get a wife. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I've said so many sweet nothings to you every day. How could I remember them? Besides, can a man's sweet words be trusted? Sister, you're different now. Qin Zhe said perfunctorily. Then what am I now? Qin Bao Bao kicked the blanket again. Am I a salted fish? Stop kicking. You'll have a stomachache later. Qin Zhe pressed her leg. You have menstrual cramps because you kick the blanket at night. Sister Ziwei told me. Sleep for a while. I can't sleep. Sing me a song, Qin Bao Bao said. Maybe I'll fall asleep. Qin Zhe agreed readily. He helped his sister with the blanket, adjusted the air conditioner and sat on the bed. You're here. Qin Bao Bao pecked her head expectantly and stared at her brother with shining eyes. Qin Zhe cleared his throat. I have a little horse but I never ride it. Qin Bao Bao punched him angrily. What? You sang wrong. You sang wrong? Then I'll sing again. Okay. I have a little sister but I never ride her. Why did you hit me again? Qin Bao Bao didn't say anything. She lay under the blanket and punched Qin Zhe's chest with her fists. After coaxing his sister, Qin Zhe went to the living room to get some water. The aroma of the dishes assailed his nose. He glanced at the dining table. Mom, you're so nice. You know we're coming home today so you cooked so many dishes. Qin Ma smiled in the kitchen. I didn't cook for you. We have guests today. Guests? Oh. Qin Zhe remembered that the old master seemed to have said that there would be guests. Your dad's student. You met him in junior high. Qin Ma had just finished speaking when the doorbell rang. Chapter 158. I'll go open the door. Wang Zijin, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and watching TV, put on her slippers and ran to the entrance. A man in his 30s stood at the door. He was wearing a fitted casual suit and had a decent appearance, exuding a gentle aura. He was carrying a basket of fruits. When he saw Wang Zijin he was stunned. Perhaps he suspected that he had entered the wrong door, so he quickly glanced at the house number. Hello, I'm Miss Qin's student. He sized up Wang Zijin and was slightly surprised. Miss Qin's relative? Come in. Wang Zijin smiled gracefully. She turned sideways and invited the guest in. Then she closed the door and bent down to find a pair of cotton slippers from the shoe cabinet. Qin Zhe poked his head out of the living room and looked at the man for a few seconds before suddenly remembering who he was. This person was called Wang Pei, Old Master's favorite student. When Qin Zhe was in junior high, he would visit Old Master almost every weekend to ask some questions or help Qin Ma with the housework. After graduating from university, he became busy with work and came less often. After that, Qin Zhe moved in with his sister. He hadn't seen him for 3 to 4 years. Wang Pei was also stunned. He stared at Qin Zhe and thought to himself, is this Miss Qin's son? I don't remember Miss Qin's son being so handsome. The students who had been to Miss Qin's house all knew that Miss Qin had a pair of children, a white swan and an ugly duckling. When the white swan just entered junior high, she had a natural seductive charm. When the ugly duckling entered senior high, other than its height of 1.84 meters, its appearance and aura were ordinary. The only thing Qin Zhe was good about was his height. Qin Bao Bao was 1.72 meters tall and had to tiptoe to kiss him. Is Wang Pei here? Qin Ma shouted from the kitchen. Auntie, it's me, Wang Pei said with a smile. Qin Zhe thought to himself, at least you're a little more sensible. Back then when this guy saw Qin Ma, he kept calling her master's wife, which made Qin Zhe feel very pretentious. Motherf **Ker, do you think you're Ling Huchong? Master's wife? What era is this? Your teacher is in the study room. I'll get Ace to call him. Qin Ma said, son, ask your father to come out. Wang Pei had no choice but to face reality. Alright, it was indeed that ugly duckling. It was just that it developed a little slowly. Qin Zhe poured a cup of hot tea for Wang Pei, then went to the study to call out the old man. When the old man heard that his favorite disciple had arrived, he was very happy and welcomed him with a smile on his face. Qin Zhe poured another cup of tea for me. Wang Zijin originally wanted to let me do it, but Qin Zhe didn't let her do it. She didn't even know where the tea leaves were. She was purely trying to curry favor with the old man. She couldn't curry favor with Qin Ma. She didn't know how to cook. If she went in rashly, she would only expose her shortcomings. Moreover, Qin Ma's favor was almost full. Lunch wasn't ready yet. The old man chatted with the students while his son, Qin Zhe, accompanied him. Wang Zijin didn't feel like an outsider at all. She made a cup of tea for Qin Zhe and sat next to him as if she were Qin Zhe's elder sister, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Where's Bao Bao? Wang Pei asked the question in his heart after exchanging greetings with the old man. She's not feeling well. She's lying in her room, the old man said. Then you have to go to the hospital. Don't fall ill with minor diseases, Wang Pei said with concern. It's okay. I'm not that delicate. The old man didn't want to say that the girl had menstrual cramps. What position are you in now? I'm still the regional manager in Pudong. I haven't moved in 2 years. The old man nodded. Zhongfeng is famous for its deep and muddy waters. What you need to do now is to seek stability. In today's society, no matter how capable you are, it still depends on your qualifications. At your age, even with your father-in-law's help, you've reached your limit. The next step is to build up your qualifications. Wang Pei said, "Teacher, what you said makes sense. I'll listen." While Qin Zhe absorbed the knowledge of stock trading, he also learned about securities companies. Zhongfeng Securities had been rated 2A for 15 years in a row. It was definitely a big shot in the securities industry. Wang Pei could climb to the position of regional manager in just 5 years, not only because he was capable, but also because he had a good father-in-law. According to the old man, he seemed to be the second in command of Zhongfeng. It was a classic example of a peacock man marrying a phoenix girl. The most famous peacock man in history was Chen Shimi. Wang Pei understood the ways of the world very well. He didn't neglect Qin Zhe next to him and asked, "Is this girl your girlfriend?" Qin Zhe looked at Wang Zijin, who returned a faint smile. The old man snorted. If he can find such an outstanding girlfriend, there must be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. This was really his biological father. When the meal was ready, Qin Ma called for dinner. "Son, go and wake your sister up for dinner." Qin Zhe ran into his sister's room. The blackout curtains were tightly closed. Qin Baobao was lying on her side, one of her legs was outside, clamping the quilt. The fluorescent light of the phone shone on her face. Qin Zhe slipped over and slapped his sister's butt. "Time to eat." Qin Baobao cried out in pain. "You're asking for it." She sat up angrily and threw a pillow at him. Qin Zhe caught the pillow and threw it back on the bed. "Get up and eat." Seeing that his sister could still argue with him, it meant that her stomach didn't hurt anymore. At the dinner table, the old man sat at the head of the table. On his left were his favorite students, Wang Pei and Qin Ma. On the right were the only son, the eldest daughter, and Wang Zijin. According to the family status, Qin Zhe's seat should have been his sister's, but his sister was willful and deliberately separated her brother from her best friend. "Bao Bao, are you feeling better?" Qin Ma picked up a piece of fish for her daughter. "Eat this, it's good." Qin Bao Bao ate happily. "Yes, Ace, help me massage." "Massage what?" Qin Ma asked. He massaged the soles of my feet. "I feel much better now," Qin Bao Bao said. The old man and Wang Pei continued to talk about the workplace, finance, national policies, and other topics. The old man, who rarely spoke during dinner, was very talkative. Wang Pei could always follow his train of thought. The two even opened a bottle of white wine and chatted while drinking. Qin Ma sighed. "Wang Pei, if only our A's was half as successful as you." Qin Bao Bao retorted, "Mom, I'm afraid you're wrong." The old man scolded, "How can you say that?" Qin Bao Bao pouted and lowered her head to eat. Wang Pei wasn't angry. After all, he had been trained in the workplace for a few years. He smiled and said, "A's is doing his internship, right?" The old man's tone was exasperated. He only knows how to trade stocks at home all day. He doesn't even go out to look for a job. Qin Bao Bao was very protective of her son. She immediately said, "He found a job." The old man glared at her and she was scared again. Wang Pei said, "You like to trade stocks? Are you interested in coming to Zhongfeng? I'll arrange it for you." Qin Ma was overjoyed. She picked up some food for Wang Pei and said, "I'm sorry. I'll get Ace to try it out on Monday." For a long time after the stock market took shape in China, employees of securities companies were prohibited from trading stocks. This was because there weren't many listed companies at that time, and it was easy to control the stock market and make money from it. Now it was different. There were many listed companies, and employees of securities companies could still trade stocks. They would still lose money. Qin Zhe said, "Mom, don't worry. I just passed the interview." Qin Ma lamented his misfortune and was angry that he didn't fight for it. "I heard from Bao Bao about your investment company. You can't even find it online. Zhongfeng is controlled by the state. It's stable and has good benefits." Wang Zijin smiled and said, "Auntie, it's not like the past anymore. A state-owned enterprise is an iron rice bowl, and there's even a tube-shaped apartment for you to live in. Now, unless you can enter the establishment or at least a middle-level management position, it's no different from other places." Wang Pei nodded. "That's right. But at least the pressure won't be great and the benefits will be better." Qin Bao Bao said again, "That's not necessary. Ace can also make a lot of money by trading stocks." Wang Pei looked at Qin Zhe in surprise. I forgot that Miss Qin is teaching him by example. The old man suddenly blushed with shame. When it came to trading stocks, he, as an old driver, couldn't beat his son. Then, after dinner, A's will come with us to the study for a chat? Wang Pei said. No, children shouldn't get involved. The old man hurriedly dispelled the idea of his favorite student embarrassing himself. The few of them ate and chatted. Wang Pei said intentionally or unintentionally, Bao Bao made a friend, right? Did you bring him home to meet your parents? Qin Ma was sad again. She sighed and said, she wants to find me a boyfriend. I wake up laughing in my dreams. Wang Pei was stunned. You don't have a boyfriend? That's right. You're a big star now. It's not convenient for you to fall in love. This has nothing to do with being a star. She's never been in love. Qin Ma felt that her husband's favorite student wasn't an outsider. She had to vent her grievances. How old are you? Why can't you be enlightened in that aspect? Mom? Qin Bao Bao was so angry that her face turned red. How could she say these words in front of an outsider? Wang Pei smiled. Any Bao Bao isn't that old. There's no rush. Besides, fate hasn't arrived yet. He looked at Qin Bao Bao and his smile deepened. Chapter 159. On Monday after a morning run, Qin Zhe put on a suit. Black pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. He did not need a suit. His sister said that summer suits did not need a jacket. Wang Zijin quietly took a light blue tie and said that it was a gift for Qin Zhe. She personally tied it for Qin Zhe. But my sister disagreed. She said that she made my Zhe silly by tying the tie. She looked at Dumbo. Wang Zijin said, what kind of man is a man if he doesn't wear a tie? Qin Bao Bao retorted, even if he wears a tie, he's not a man. Qin Zhe stared. What did you say? Qin Bao Bao quickly said, anyway, it doesn't look good wearing a tie. It's very silly. Wang Zijin said, my dad always wears this when he goes out. He's been wearing a tie for more than 10 years. Who dares to say that he's silly? Wang Zijin insisted on wearing a tie. His sister insisted on not wearing a tie. The two almost got into a fight. In the end, he still wore a tie and went out. After all, it was Sister Ziwei who paid for the gift. Qin Bao Bao personally drove him to the company. Qin Zhe waved goodbye to his sister in front of the building. His sister in the car blew him a kiss. The little red horse drove into the traffic. When he arrived at the company, he told the receptionist that he was here to join the company. The receptionist looked him up and down and smiled. So formal. Qin Zhe was stunned. With the help of the receptionist, he signed a series of relevant procedures. The receptionist brought him to an office and smiled. Let me introduce a new colleague. She looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe understood and said loudly, hello everyone. My name is Qin Zhe. Please take care of me. He introduced himself in a formal manner. There were 11 or 12 people in the office, both men and women. The applause was sparse. Qin Zhe glanced at his colleagues in the office and his heart skipped a beat. They were all dressed casually. Not a single one of them was dressed formally. Damn it, didn't his sister say that the big companies were all elites in smart suits and elegant dresses? Could it be that I've joined a shady company? He blended into this group of casually dressed colleagues, like a white swan in a flock of ducks, and a white swan in a tie. It was awkward. The receptionist arranged for him to be seated near the entrance. Every veteran in the workplace knew that the more inconspicuous a position was, the more desirable it was. Because there, you have a certain amount of freedom. Playing games, downloading porn, etc. Once the leaders came in, there would be enough time for them to destroy the evidence. The position at the entrance was miserable. They had to bear the brunt of the leader's inspection. Qin Zhe was a newcomer, so he definitely wouldn't be able to get a good position. There were only 2 seats near the door and one of them was already occupied. Hello, hello. Hao Han, who also bore the brunt of the leader's prestige, greeted Qin Zhe. This man's hairstyle reminded him of the school hunk, Zhang Mingyu. However, his appearance was not as good as Zhang Mingyu's, but he was still considered handsome. Judging from the smile on his face, he should be someone who is friendly and optimistic. Qin Zhe had some impression of him. They had met during the interview the other day. I'm Yang Jian. Qin Zhe. I'll add you into the group. There's a group in our department. I just added it this morning. Yang Jian took out his phone and added Qin Zhe into the department's chat group. Wait a minute, let me change my nickname. Qin Zhe said. Students like to use Penguin, while adults preferred WeChat. Qin Zhe was the latter because his sister didn't use Penguin. Qin Zhe's WeChat name was originally the same as his Weibo name, but one day his sister said that they should have a couple's name. It had to be unique and not similar. The internet veteran Qin Zhe suggested that his sister be called crossdresser. He was called crossdressing lowly. It was very unique and definitely not similar. Qin Baobao gladly accepted. Anyway, he only had a few WeChat friends. Other than his roommates and his sister, there was basically no one else. Yang Jian said, "It's okay. After you enter the group, just change the name of the group and change it to your real name." Qin Zhe thought to himself this wasn't a matter of real name or not, this was a matter of personal image. He hadn't thought of a name yet, so he changed his nickname to Qin Zhe. "Welcome newcomer. Welcome, welcome. Handsome little brother has been assigned to our department? 666-inch, let's have dinner together tonight. Let's treat handsome little brother to a meal. Scram, you want to get free food again? Handsome little brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Qin Zhe looked at the chat group, then raised his head and glanced at the quiet office. Everyone's expression didn't change. They looked like they were working hard and didn't have time to chat. This month's performance didn't meet the standards. I feel weak all over. I just want to sleep. Take it easy at night. Your nutrition won't be able to keep up. Qin Zhe looked up blankly and glanced at everyone. Everyone still looked serious and focused on their work. Mother asterisk her, did I really enter a shady company? Stop looking, you didn't join the wrong group. It's not good to chat in the office. If you have something to say it in the group. If you find it annoying, just block it. Yang Jian said in a low voice. When he first joined the group, he was also confused. The contrast was too strong. Qin Zhe clicked on this guy's personal information. When he saw his WeChat name, he almost spat out blood. Yangpu Qin Baobao. You live in Yangpu? Qin Zhe asked. How did you know? Yang Jian was stunned. Your name poisoned me. You like Qin Baobao a lot? Speaking of this, Yang Jian became excited. You also think that girl is not bad, right? I watched I Am a Singer a few days ago and fell in love with her. She's too hot, a goddess of goddesses. Then do you know me? Qin Zhe asked. Qin Zhe, didn't you just introduce yourself? Yang Jian was stunned again. I haven't finished I Am a Singer yet. Qin Zhe concluded. Soon. In 2 more episodes, it will be the championship competition. Yang Jian said, in the end, Qin Baobao won the championship. She's amazing. The colleagues in the group were still chattering. Little handsome guy looks a little familiar. Little handsome guy, what's your name again? Qin Zhe calmed down. Since he didn't recognize him immediately, it meant that he wasn't a die-hard fan of his. Even if his identity was exposed, he would just be a curious onlooker. Once the excitement died down, he would just be a normal person. In this day and age, everyone was rational when it came to chasing celebrities. Celebrities were also humans, not Martian mutants. There was nothing to be surprised about. Of course, the fangirls of the little fresh meats were an exception. Moreover, he wasn't a celebrity, so he shouldn't overestimate himself. Yang Jian said that interns usually had 3 to 5 days of training. Then, they would do odd jobs for a month or so before they could come into contact with business. He had 2 years of work experience. Qin Zhe asked him which university he graduated from. This guy said he graduated from Jianghu University. What about you? Qin Zhe said he was from the University of Finance and Economics. The University of Finance and Economics was slightly inferior to Jianghu University. But if he took out his graduation certificate, it would carry a lot of weight. Qin Zhe sat there for half an hour, but he didn't see any leaders coming out. So, he walked around the 3 major offices of Jianghu. Anyway, he had the access card, so there was no obstruction. He went through the general framework of Jianghu. There were more than 100 people in the 3 major offices, and they were divided into the Human Resources Department, Administration Department, Finance Department, Market Research Department, R&D Center, Risk Control Department, etc. There were many departments such as stocks, futures, angel investment, venture capital. Then he went downstairs to smoke a cigarette. Now that his sister had banned him from smoking at home, he couldn't take it anymore and gave him a cigarette. Qin Baobao probably felt that she had found her authority as an elder sister, so she didn't get tired of smoking. As for why he went downstairs, it was because in the first half of the year, Shanghai had introduced new anti-smoking regulations. Smoking areas in restaurants, hotels, entertainment, public transport and other places had been changed to a total indoor smoking ban. All kinds of smoking rooms would be gradually removed. Simply put, as long as there was a canopy overhead, smoking would be banned. Qin Zhe went downstairs to find a trash can with cigarette butts. He lit a cigarette and took a look at the group chat to see if those idiots were still spamming. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically when suddenly, A person with a toy poodle profile picture said, "I'll give you 3 questions. If you answer correctly, I'll treat you to lunch." The group chat was silent. Qin Zhe clicked on the toy poodle profile picture and looked at the person's name, Li Linfeng. He remembered the name of the investment manager during the interview. Looks like he will be working under him in the future. The first question came out. 3 people went to the hotel for 30 renminbi a night. Each of them paid 10 renminbi to the hotel owner. Later, the hotel owner said there was a discount today and only charged 25 renminbi. The hotel owner gave the waiter 5 renminbi and asked him to refund the money to the 3 people. The waiter kept 2 renminbi and only refunded 1 renminbi to each person. Now let's calculate. Each of the 3 people spent 9 renminbi, so the total is 27 renminbi. Plus the waiter's 2 renminbi, the total is 29 renminbi. Excuse me, where did the last 1 renminbi go? Chapter 160. After a short silence, all kinds of replies appeared in the group. Damn, where did the last yuan go? Same question. I feel something is wrong but I can't tell. Why is this question so awkward? I'm trembling with my low IQ. Qin Zhe was stunned and found the style of the question so familiar. The next moment he remembered. Damn, isn't this the logic misleading question from UC's Rotten Streets? The core of this question was the logic misleading. It could easily lead people's logic astray. 8 out of 10 people thought there was nothing wrong with it. Even if someone found something wrong, they couldn't tell for a while. But as long as they thought about it a few times, they would immediately notice the trap. Qin Zhe replied, the 3 people spent a total of 27 yuan. The boss earned 25 yuan, and the waiter earned 2 yuan. It's exactly 27 yuan. Don't be misled. The group entered a period of silence as if they were pondering over Qin Zhe's answer. A moment later, Li Linfeng sent a thumbs up emoji. His colleagues suddenly realized, I knew something was wrong. 27 yuan spent and 2 yuan was earned. How can the 2 be added together? Damn it, you've led me astray. Boss, can't you use less tricks and more true feelings? Since ancient times, true feelings can't keep people. Only tricks can win people's hearts. Young people's brains work fast. Amazing. Qin Zhe, Li Linfeng, Qin Zhe in the group. Let's have lunch together. Thank you, manager. Qin Zhe replied. You see is really a good teacher and helpful friend. Li Linfeng's second question came. A person spent 8 yuan to buy a chicken and sold it for 9 yuan. Then he felt it was not worth it, so he bought it back for 10 yuan and sold it to another person for 11 yuan. How much did he earn? Everyone gave their answers one after another. Their computing ability could be said to be powerful. Some said he earned 2 yuan, some said he earned 1 yuan. Some said he lost 1 yuan. Everyone had their own opinions. With Qin Zhe's current mental arithmetic level, he could be called a freak amongst freaks. The moment he saw the question, he was able to figure out the answer. But he felt that something was wrong. Although there were several small traps hidden in the question, it was too simple. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to enter the answer, he realized that someone had beaten him to it. $2? Yang Jian replied. Li Linfeng sent another thumbs up emoji. I'll count you in for lunch. Everyone asked why this was the answer, but Li Linfeng did not answer. Instead, he asked a third question. If you're a hero with a broken sword in your hand and a group of bad guys chasing after you, you're lucky that you're riding a horse and they're not. Unfortunately, your horse is exhausted and they will catch you in the end. You have a bow. You are a hero who never misses, but you only have 10 arrows and 40 people behind you. They know you have only 10 arrows. They formed a horizontal line behind you at certain intervals and rushed forward as fast as they could. They're very close to you. They're already in range. Using economic methods to analyze how to retreat safely? No one said anything. The group was silent. Qin Zhe thought to himself that the first 2 questions were just appetizers. This question was the trump card. Li Linfeng sent an angry emoji. Does no one know? It's pardonable that the 2 newbies don't know, but you guys don't know either? At everyone. Then a crying face emoji flooded the screen. Li Linfeng, Qin Zhe and Yang Jian. Do you guys know? Yang Jian replied instantly, Boss, we don't know. Qin Zhe thought for a while and suppressed the answer in his heart. I don't know. A few seconds later, Yang Jian sent him a thumbs up emoji. Qin Zhe smiled knowingly. You know the answer? Qin Zhe asked him privately. The first chapter of Friedman's The Economy in Life explained a similar question. Yang Jian said. You've read a lot, Qin Zhe replied. Reading is my only hobby. Yang Jian said, You've read it too? No. Qin Zhe typed. But with a few months of operating experience and a psychological analysis, it's easy to get the answer. The stock market is a game and it's all about psychology. Yang Jian sent another thumbs up. I feel like everyone doesn't know. We newbies should keep a low profile. Qin Zhe smiled foolishly and said, that's right. The benefits of the profit-generating company were very good. There was a staff cafeteria which was a restaurant near the company. The average cost per employee was about 100 yuan. Just this benefit alone was enough to put them on par with most banks. Li Linfeng invited Qin Zhe and Yang Jian to eat in the cafeteria. In addition to the staff meal, he ordered 3 additional dishes. It was quite sumptuous. The dishes were ordered by Qin Zhe. He and Yang Jian waited in the cafeteria for 10 minutes before Li Linfeng arrived late. He was wearing a navy blue shirt, and his hair was meticulously combed. He was a man in his 30s and he had a mature and confident demeanor. He was originally a middle-level manager in a securities company. He felt that he would not be able to move up in the next 5 years, so he couldn't stand the time and jumped ship to profit-generating company. Yang Jian. He patted Yang Jian's shoulder. Qin Zhe. He patted Qin Zhe's shoulder again. The 2011 City Science Champion, I had to shamelessly beg the general manager to get you. Li Linfeng personally poured wine for Yang Jian. Yang Jian was flattered. He pointed at Qin Zhe and said, as for you, you are a surprise. Compared to Yang Jian, the science champion, Qin Zhe's 30 minutes perfect score was still fresh in Li Linfeng's mind. The first question is a logic misdirection question. You can react in such a short time, which shows that your logic ability is clear and powerful. The second question is a mental calculation question, but it has to be combined with GDP calculation, which shows that your foundation is very solid. He said to Qin Zhe and Yang Jian separately. Qin Zhe confessed, actually, I have seen this question in UC before. Li Linfeng was stunned. Yang Jian also confessed, I have seen IBM's interview question in a book. Li Linfeng laughed, being too honest is not a good thing. What is UC? He asked. This question was not easy to answer. Qin Zhe was thinking about the wording. Yang Jian covered his face and said, Boss, you don't need to ask. Everyone there is talented and they speak well. Ordinary people can't get in. Qin Zhe almost spat out the wine in his mouth. There is such a place? Li Linfeng was excited. It's actually just a mobile browser. It's famous for its lack of integrity. Yang Jian was just joking. Qin Zhe said. Do you two have an answer to a recent question? Li Linfeng asked again. Both of them quickly shook their heads. Li Linfeng did not point it out. He laughed and drank. Li Linfeng was very talkative. This was not surprising. People who are successful in the workplace, regardless of their ability, must have a glib tongue. However, Yang Jian's ability to talk surprised Qin Zhe. The two of them talked from futures to the stock market, from the domestic stock market to the foreign stock market, and from the stock market to bonds. They also talked about the pros and cons of closed-end funds and open-end investment companies. Qin Zhe listened from the side and occasionally chimed in. Yang Jian suddenly laughed and said, Boss, on the day of the interview I saw a fairy sister. Damn super awesome. Is she from our company? Li Linfeng's face was strange. Qin Zhe turned to look at the door. His face was also strange. Boss, that girl is really awesome. There is a beauty in the north, isolated from the world. How do you say that? Yes, a secluded orchid in an empty valley. Yang Jian was enraptured. He poked Qin Zhe. On the day of the interview we met her at the elevator. I don't remember. Qin Zhe saw a figure slowly approaching from the corner of his eye. He kicked Yang Jian under the table. Why did you kick me? Yang Jian glanced at him. He was still talking. She was dressed as an office lady. She was so stylish. The dress wrapped around her butt, round and perky. Her figure was hot, but her temperament was cold and quiet. It was a contrast between ice and fire. Boss, I walked around our office this morning and did not see her. Li Linfeng, who was calm, suddenly became cautious. Then he stood up and said to the person behind Yang Jian, Boss Su. Yang Jian also noticed that there was a shadow behind him. He turned his head blankly. After seeing the elegant, cool and exquisite office lady behind him, his face was filled with a very complicated and frozen expression. Cui, who probably met Xie Juing, who was beautiful and red with peach blossoms. Guxiang first met Yanghua, who was a gray-haired uncle at Fenglingdu. Amorous feelings rippled. Suyu nodded slightly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the managers of all departments will have a meeting. Don't be late. Li Linfeng nodded and bowed. Suyu glanced at Qin Zhe and Yang Jian. She paused on Qin Zhe's face for a few seconds and frowned slightly. The three watched Suyu take a seat in a small compartment not far away. A translucent screen separated her from the outside world. Yang Jian immediately turned his head. His eyes were like light bulbs. Boss? Boss Su? Li Linfeng smiled. She is the general manager of our company. Although Yang Jian's adjectives were exaggerated and out of tune, he had never seen a woman on the whole floor who could be compared with Boss Su. Yang Jian's body trembled. My beautiful president, I didn't expect that I, Yang Jian, would encounter a plot in a novel in my lifetime. Suddenly his face changed. I'm afraid she is not taken. Chapter 161. Li Linfeng is a professional at this age. He has seen all kinds of demons and ghosts, and he has experienced the ways of the world. In the government, public institutions and workplace offices, beautiful women who are too beautiful and have made achievements are bound to be surrounded by all kinds of rumors. They are said to be foxes who rely on their beauty to get to the top. It's not just people's hearts that are dark, but there are countless similar examples, so many that the onlookers have formed a habit of thinking. He naturally heard the meaning of Yang Jian's words, but he was too lazy to remind anything. There was no need for that. Yang Jian quickly restrained his frustration and cheered up. As long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no corner that can't be dug down. Qin Zhe laughed and said, Brother, you are ambitious. I admire you. He regarded it as a big mountain between men and didn't think Yang Jian was serious. She is the general manager of our company. Her name is Suyu, the head of the company. Li Linfeng briefly introduced her and didn't want to say more. Although such a beauty is the best topic for men to talk about, it is different if she is the boss. Whether in ancient times or modern times, it is disrespectful to talk about the boss in private. Li Linfeng's cautious style in the workplace does not need to be explained to the two rookies. In the cubicle, Suyu quietly took a photo through the gap of the screen and sent it to someone. Qin Zhe. Suyu's few friends quickly replied. Guess where I met him? Suyu's lips curled into a smile. Her expression was filled with the playfulness of a girl. I can't guess. Boring, it's our company's staff cafeteria. The other party was silent for a moment. What happened? Suyu's friend, who knows Qin Zhe, is naturally the mature woman sister Nan Man Pei who hasn't seen for a long time. Accident, I came to the company for an interview last week and was seen by someone. Suyu's smile was like a girl's. Incredible probability. Nan Man Pei sighed. I tell you, on the day of the interview I deliberately asked my assistant to try. Suyu's fingers flew on the screen. 30 minutes, full score, really abnormal IQ. Nan Man Pei said, It's boring, aren't you worried about no one to use? Try him. A high IQ is a high IQ, work experience is another thing. Let's train for a while first. Up to you. Nan Man Pei said, Let's have dinner together tonight. Invite him along too. Go ahead. I don't know him yet. After lunch, Li Linfeng glanced at his watch and said, Lunch is at 12 o'clock, and work starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's treat is an exception. As the three of them left the restaurant, Li Linfeng suddenly patted Qin Zhe's shoulder. Your formal attire is very good. Qin Zhe was a little embarrassed. Yang Jian held back his laughter. Qin Zhe's phone rang and a text message came in. Qin Zhe, do you want to have dinner together? Sender, Nan Man Pei. Qin Zhe thought to himself, Let's eat, but I still have two sisters who need milk at home. So he replied, I don't have time tonight. How about tomorrow afternoon? Half an hour later, Nan Man Pei's belated reply came, Forget it then, let's meet again when we have time. Qin Zhe just put down the phone, and there seemed to be a delicate fragrance floating around him. Suyu walked past him and nodded. On the first day of employment, there would be no work arranged. According to the rules of the workplace, this was to give the new employee sufficient time to adapt. Qin Zhe and Yang Jian each took care of their own things. One fiddled with stocks and exercised short-term operating ability. The other wore headphones and watched the program, I Am a Singer. Every time Qin Baobao appeared, he would find Qin Zhe next to him to discuss whether Goddess Qin's chest was C or D. Qin Zhe said D. Yang Jian was like meeting a confidant and said, I think so too. Then he forced Qin Zhe to discuss whether it was 34D or 36D. Qin Zhe was impatient with his pestering and said 36D, go away. Yang Jian didn't believe him and said, How do you know? Qin Zhe thought to himself, Although I don't know, I just know? Don't ask why. These words naturally wouldn't be said to this little red guy. Yang Jian continued to watch the variety show. He had already seen the penultimate episode. Half an hour later he finally saw the last episode. He excitedly patted Qin Zhe on the shoulder and lowered his voice. The finals, the finals. Although I know that Qin Baobao won the championship, I'm still very excited. I heard that this episode was her brother's co-singer. It is said that a divine song appeared. Qin Zhe wondered, you really haven't paid attention to Qin Baobao? Yang Jian said, when the program was serialized, I hadn't resigned yet. I worked hard in a financial company. I worked overtime until 9 o'clock every day. When I went home it was more than 10 o'clock. Hateful and scrupulous companies hurt people. I didn't cast a vote of love for my goddess. Since Yang Jian watched the program's singer, he has been crazy about Qin Baobao. In his words, there are too many beautiful female stars in the entertainment circle these years, but such a hot figure is rare. My god, Will's co-singer is actually Yang Lina. It's impossible. He can invite Yang Lina. Will's votes are so high. It's hard to imagine that Qin Baobao can win the championship. It must be very wonderful at that time. Hateful, hateful. Hey, Qin Baobao came out. Gee, she is tall and beautiful. I feel that our boss Su is a little worse than her. Yang Jian chattered, but his voice was very low. He couldn't make a lot of noise in the office. In terms of face, Su Yu is the only one that Qin Zhe has seen who can compare with his sister. They have their own characteristics and temperament but lose in figure. Nan Man Pei and Wang Zijin win in temperament, but their appearance is slightly inferior to the previous two. Yang Jian mumbled to himself, talking non-stop. After a few minutes he looked refreshed. Qin Baobao's brother came out. Live version of Opera 2. They are indeed siblings. Her brother is really handsome. Hey, why does he look so familiar? Qin Zhe smiled and said, familiar, right? Yang Jian looked at him for a while and nodded. Familiar. He looked at the video on his phone and whispered, I must be dreaming. Qin Zhe smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Jian looked sad. Qin Zhe, is it really you? Qin Zhe continued to be calm. You called me Qin Zhe. How can it be fake? Yang Jian's body shook. My god, my biggest gain from coming to this company is not meeting a beauty like Boss Su, but meeting you, my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Qin Zhe squinted. Future brother-in-law. Yang Jian corrected himself. Qin Zhe chuckled. Qin Zhe. Yang Jian held his hand tightly. Please help me get your sister's autograph. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. That's all you've got. Yang Jian looked at Qin Zhe, then turned his head to look at his phone screen. Damn, there's actually a god standing next to me. Fortunately, I don't chase after celebrities. To him, Qin Zhe's fame was not as attractive as his identity as Qin Baobao's brother. Countless predecessors told us that the strategy to get a girlfriend started with the brother-in-law. Yang Jian didn't want to take his goddess to bed. He was satisfied to be in close contact with Qin Baobao. After silently watching I Am a Singer, Yang Jian stopped discussing Qin Baobao's big breasts and long legs with Qin Zhe. He put away his phone and walked out of the office. At the door, he turned to look at Qin Zhe, who was focused on the stock market. Then he went out. First, the girl at the front desk came to the investment department for no reason and chatted with Qin Zhe. Then a group of office ladies in high heels and black stockings came. They pretended to be calm and walked around the office. They secretly glanced at Qin Zhe and pretended to be calm before leaving. After a few times, Qin Zhe felt that something was wrong. He put down his phone and turned to look outside. 7 or 8 office ladies stood in the corridor outside the office and looked at him as if they were looking at a national treasure in the zoo. The demonesses stared at him calmly in the face of danger, watching from the sidelines. One of them was even more confused. She raised her phone and clicked on it. Oh my, he's looking at me. It's really Qin Zhe. I'm going to send the photo to the group. Hee hee, they dispersed. Damn, what's going on? Qin Zhe was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized. He grabbed his phone and sent a message to Yang Jian while gritting his teeth. Little bastard, you're making trouble, aren't you? Yang Jian knew that he and Qin Zhe were together day and night, and couldn't avoid it. He immediately replied, Didn't you notice that the girl at the front desk is very beautiful? Sure enough, high-end companies like to hire beautiful vases as receptionists. Qin Zhe sent a despising emoji. Please start your speech. Yang Jian replied with a string of dog head. Of course I want to flirt with her. Although your sister is my goddess, it doesn't stop me from seeking a partner in reality. When talking about girls, there must be a topic. I said, you know the new handsome guy, right? He's Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao's younger brother. The girl at the front desk was excited when she heard your identity. She immediately left me and went to watch you. Qin Zhe sneered and replied, the girl at the front desk was not the only one watching me. Yang Jin sent a facepalm emoji. Women are all gossips. As soon as she turned around, she revealed it to the company's chat group. What a bad teammate. Qin Zhe sighed. Fortunately, he didn't think he could hide his identity and was mentally prepared. Moreover, he wasn't Qin Baobao. After Singer ended, his attention plummeted. It didn't matter if his identity was exposed. Fortunately, this group of female demons were all elites in the workplace. They were self-aware and rational. They didn't scream in public or ask for autographs. Otherwise, what would the leaders think of him? He wouldn't be able to survive. In the following time, until he got off work, Qin Zhe expressionlessly sent away group after group of female demons and male demons. Everyone looked at him with a smiling but not speaking emoji. Those who were more outgoing only talked to him for a while. They didn't dare to stay for too long. The company rules were there. When it was time to get off work, he took his bag and left the office. Qin Zhe, you sing so well. Qin Zhe, why did you come to our company? In the elevator, the girls chatted with Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe smiled and responded. He felt that he was thinking too much. You're not a superstar. How could you be surrounded by fans? Unless Qin Baobao came. Chapter 162. Qin Zhe took the subway home and turned the key to open the door. The smell of Chinese medicine hit his nose. He put the bag on the sofa and went to the kitchen. Chinese medicine was boiling on the gas stove and the light blue flame licked the bottom of the casserole. The boiling water gurgled and the smell of medicine filled the air. Qin Baobao moved a small stool to the side and played with her mobile phone. What's wrong? Why are you boiling Chinese medicine? Qin Zhe asked. My throat is uncomfortable. Qin Baobao pinched her throat and said in a hoarse voice, singing damaged my throat. I need to drink some Chinese medicine to nourish it. Don't drink Chinese medicine. Who told you to boil it? You might as well have a golden throat. Qin Zhe didn't have time to be surprised that his sister actually did it herself. He was afraid that Qin Baobao would drink Chinese medicine. Show me the prescription. A golden throat is not as good as this. Qin Baobao handed her mobile phone to her brother and opened the message. The message was sent by Li Yanhong. It was a Chinese medicine prescription. Qin Zhe glanced at it and breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a small prescription for treating hoarseness and discomfort. There was nothing wrong with it and the dosage was written clearly. My new album will be released in a few days. Qin Baobao complained, I'll release a single first. Practicing songs is very tiring. My throat hasn't stopped for a whole day. Sister, you've worked hard. Qin Zhe touched her head at the right time. Qin Baobao opened it with a pa sound and wanted to take it back. Qin Zhe lowered his head and stuck out his butt, instantly sending his sister flying. Qin Baobao was furious and wanted to use a deadly scissor kick. However, she didn't have the advantage at the moment. She pointed to the sofa in the living room and scolded, Come here. No. Come here quickly. Sister wants to teach you a lesson. Come here so you can suffocate me? Qin Zhe complained. What suffocate you? Qin Baobao was stunned. It's nothing. You can leave now. I'll look after the medicine for you. Qin Zhe waved his hand to chase him away. That was exactly what Qin Baobao wanted. She turned around and went back to her room. A moment later she ran back in. He raised a black and gold brocade box as if he was presenting a treasure. Qin Zhe felt that the logo on the box was a little familiar. He asked blankly, What is it? Qin Baobao didn't say anything. She smiled and said, Open it and you'll know. Qin Zhe opened the box. There was a watch lying in the black cotton pad. It had a black leather strap and a rose gold body. It looked high-end and classy. You like it, right? It's a Hermes rose gold watch. It's for you, Qin Baobao said happily. You're giving me an early birthday present? Qin Zhe picked up his wristwatch and rubbed it with his finger. Of course not. Qin Baobao said, I'll play with you for a day on your birthday. Are you surprised by this reward? Are you surprised? Where's the car we agreed on? Qin Zhe said angrily, Besides, I'm going shopping with Sister Ziwei on my birthday. Qin Baobao was so angry that she pinched her brother's ear. She gritted her teeth and said, Who's your real sister? Qin Zhe dodged and stared at her. You said you'd help me chase Sister Ziwei. Don't get in the way if you don't help me. Bah, who's getting in the way? You and Wang Zijin are not suitable. Find another girlfriend. Qin Baobao thought for a while and changed her words. I said you're not in a hurry to find a girlfriend. Don't forget that I still have your marriage capital. Qin Zhe sighed and said, What do I need this iron rod for? Qin Baobao said softly, All men need a watch to improve their taste and class. Is also needs a watch. Alright, how much is this watch? A Hermes watch shouldn't be cheap. It should cost at least tens of thousands. Qin Baobao smiled. Not much. This price. She made a 2 with her fingers. 20,000? Okay, 20,000 is acceptable. I'm considered to have some money now. Qin Baobao shook her head, her eyes shining. 200,000. Am I good to you? Qin Zhe felt like he was about to vomit blood. Did you King use my wife's money again? Qin Baobao felt humiliated and said angrily, Bullsh T. I earned it from the commercials. Your marriage capital is mine? She almost said the wrong thing in her agitation. She pursed her lips and pretended to wipe her tears. I'm so good to you and you're still slandering me? You're crazy, sob. I didn't say anything about you. Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. His sister's extravagant spending habits were all spoiled by their parents. She didn't know how to save money until she was in dire straits. She probably wouldn't change her habit in this lifetime. Fortunately, the Qin family had some money and his sister was outstanding. She wouldn't become a resentful wife. However, Qin Zhe felt that he was in no position to blame his sister. Other than instigating him to steal money to buy popsicles when they were young, scamming him of his pocket money when they went to school, Qin Zhe also took advantage of his sister when she went to work. Mobile phones, laptops, branded backpacks, clothes for the 4 seasons, and daily living expenses were all earned by his sister. Therefore, he didn't object to Qin Baobao's unreasonable decision to take over his marriage capital. You black-hearted maggot. Qin Baobao complained. Where did you learn that word? Black-hearted is black-hearted. How did you become a maggot? Qin Zhe complained. You are a maggot. Qin Baobao said loudly. If I'm a maggot, what are you? Qin Zhe found it funny and said, a white and tender maggot. You're still talking back? Qin Baobao glared at him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged my sister. It's my little maggot brother who has no conscience. Qin Zhe said, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. He recklessly kissed Qin Baobao. He wanted to see his sister being shy. Who knew that Qin Baobao would hit him on the head and said, Damn pervert, is my sister someone you can kiss? She left the kitchen in a huff. After walking out of the door, her face changed in a second. She raised her mouth and jumped with her hands behind her back. Not long after, Wang Zijin came back. She pinched her nose and said, What's that smell? Qin Zhe just came out with a bowl of medicinal soup and said, Qin Baobao's throat-soothing soup. When he passed by, he smelled Wang Zijin's faint perfume. It was completely different from his sister's. The smell of Chinese medicine in the house was too strong. Qin Zhe turned off the air conditioner and opened the windows for ventilation. As a result, the 2 sisters were sweating profusely from the heat. Turn on the air conditioner. Why do you have to turn it off? Wang Zijin said. That's right. Qin Baobao, who was a big spender, agreed. Up to you. Qin Zhe threw the remote control and went into the kitchen to cook. After the meal, Qin Baobao carried her laptop and pattered into the living room. She said coquettishly, play a few rounds with your sister. I'm not free. Are you playing or not? His sister puffed up her cheeks. Yes. Qin Zhe closed the finance website. He didn't have to watch the market at night. There was no work to do. Anyway, his time was free. Thinking back, he was the one who pestered his sister to play games. His sister, who was busy at work, would occasionally play a few rounds with him. Qin Zhe was overjoyed. There were always people bragging about their girlfriends playing games with them. He didn't have a girlfriend, so he used his sister to make up the numbers. Did you drop in rank again? Qin Zhe squinted. Qin Baobao nodded with tears in her eyes. He logged into the game. Wait a moment. I'll change the runes. Qin Zhe said. Okay. Qin Baobao drank a mouthful of milk and licked the white liquid at the corner of her mouth. Qin Zhe changed the runes. A chat window kept flashing. He opened it. Guru, you're finally online? Please cozy up to me and start a game. Manual starry eyes. The only one who kept calling him Guru was Guru. He clicked on her friend's profile picture. F***ck, the scammer dropped from silver to brass again. Other than the first few days when he played with her, Qin Zhe played less and less. Occasionally they wouldn't see each other online. The probability of him playing with her was about once a week. For the past half a month he hadn't logged into the game. Since he wanted to play with his sister, it didn't matter if he played with another noob. Matching. Counting down. In the chat room, Canton Waste laughed. Crossdresser? Guru, your friend is so funny. Rough guys like to use this kind of name. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows and was about to type a reply. Qin Zhe stopped his sister. She has a cheap mouth. Ignore her. Qin Bao Bao snorted. She was giving her brother some face. Entering the game. Qin Zhe chose Prince as the jungler. Canton Waste picked him instantly. The other two who didn't get him scolded him. Idiot, brass dog. Why did you choose to be the jungler? Let's take the bottom lane. Qin Bao Bao knocked his head unhappily. I'm tired of playing support. I want to try being the jungler. Jungler and support were the two positions that required the most attention to the big picture. Qin Zhe chose Prince as the jungler. Qin Bao Bao played policewoman. Canton Waste picked Annie. The support was the Zither girl. The top lane was the barbarian king who was known as a real man. The game started. The electronic female voice said, "The enemy will arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them." Qin Zhe carried the battle flag and went straight to the enemy's jungler. He signaled Canton Waste and the top lane barbarian to help him. However, the top lane guy ignored him. His sister came all the way from the bottom lane to help. The three of them hid in the bushes and waited. As soon as the enemy appeared, he would know that it might not be Garen who came out of the bushes. It could also be the three salted fishes. The minions entered the battlefield slowly. There were only two possibilities if the enemy's jungler was still nowhere to be seen. Either the enemy was blue or they were hiding in their own red zone. There was no point in dragging it out. Qin Zhe decisively took the enemy's red and ran to the top lane to catch the enemy. Canton Waste and Qin Bao Bao were smart enough to not take his experience. They all went back to the line. When Qin Zhe was hiding in the bushes in the top lane, he suddenly found two big men in the middle lane. They were the blind monk and Tribulation. They happened to intercept his sister and Canton Waste. He was shocked. Then the electronic female voice said, "Double kill." Double kill at the beginning of the game. Chapter 163. Annie, where's your stun? Qin Bao Bao typed furiously. She pursed her lips and frowned, holding back her anger. Don't you need to save up for my stun? Canton Waste's tone was not polite. Where's your clip? What's the difference between a policewoman and a salted fish if you don't use your clip? Ridiculous. Have you ever seen a policewoman learning clip? A primary school student. Qin Bao Bao sneered. *CKU trash. What did you say, idiot? The two of them started to curse at each other. Some profanities that they would never say in real life came out of their mouths without any pressure. Qin Zhe helped the top barbarian catch Nox on the opposite side. He typed to persuade him, "Don't play dirty and don't talk nonsense." Canton Waste's only advantage was that she was obedient. As expected, she played dirty under the tower and ate the economy. The blind monk caught her a few times but did not succeed. He was also afraid of her stun, so he caught the top lane instead. The bottom lane was a disgusting lineup of policewoman and Guqin girl. They had displacement and stun skills. In comparison, the brittle barbarian was easier to bully. Even if they could not catch him, they could force him to use his big move. Nox could then suppress his development in the lane. Qin Zhe helped Annie catch a Tribulation in the middle lane. Together with Annie's stun, he successfully helped Canton Waste get her first kill since the start of the game. Guru 666, Canton Waste said happily. Qin Bao Bao pinched her brother's arm and said jealously, "You're here to catch people? Is your sister not as important as this guy?" Qin Zhe argued, "Easy with Hammer Rock is not easy to catch. Besides, you guys are too strong." He squatted in the grass for a while and could not find an opportunity. The top barbarian king was killed by Nox and the blind monk. Qin Zhe focused on the top lane and ambushed in the grass. The electronic female voice rang in his ears again. Double kill. What's going on? The opponent's support got a double kill? He looked down and saw the policewoman and Annie bowing down. The Guqin girl, who only had a little health left, walked down the tower with her skirt fluttering. She scolded, "Two idiots." Just now, Annie had rushed over from the middle lane to catch them and was lying in ambush in the bushes. Zither girl was extremely excited. She thought to herself that someone had finally come to help catch them. That useless jungler. Then he blinked over and successfully blocked the two of them. Qin Bao Bao was not to be outdone. The policewoman shot a rope net behind her, twisted her waist and rushed toward the enemy, attacking as she walked. Annie saw that it was time. She jumped out of the bushes and summoned the bear aggressively. Tibbers descended from the sky and sat down beside Easy. This idiot had wasted his life. Hammer Rock was the first to react. He used his ultimate skill to slow down the enemy and blinked to the bottom of the tower. He then threw a lantern behind him. Scared out of his wits, Easy quickly lit it up and jumped into Hammer Rock's arms. He was already at critical health. Hourglass Waste was not willing to go for wool and come home shorn, so she blinked and chased after Easy, intending to kill him. Easy shot AQ to slow her down, but Hammer Rock followed up with a pendulum of misfortune, to sweep her away. Then he defended the tower and finished off Annie. Qin Bao Bao was not willing to give up either. She crouched under the tower and aimed her sniper rifle at Easy, intending to kill him under the tower. Hammer Rock turned around and shot AQ, hooking the policewoman and pulling her into the tower's attack range. Qin Bao Bao's ultimate skill was interrupted. She took 2 hits from the tower and sacrificed her life. One of the 3 biggest illusions in life. Kill under the tower. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Zither girl slipped away alone. She swiftly typed and cursed, "Idiots, 2 brass dogs. Policewoman, are you an idiot? Crouching under the tower and using your ultimate? You're an actress, right?" One could imagine Hourglass Waste's anger in front of the computer. "Shut up, you brainless idiot." Qin Bao Bao was so angry that her nose was crooked. She typed and retorted. "Hourglass Waste, where's your brain? You don't use your brain when you play games. You're really a primary school student." Qin Zhe typed, "You're a middle school student. You're not much better." Hourglass Waste, "Guru, if you're helping your gay friend and not me, I can be your gay friend too." Qin Bao Bao, F***ck off God. If you weren't so stupid, would you have given us a double kill? Qin Nu, MBC. Hourglass Waste, sis? Hehe, you shitty lady boy. Qin Bao Bao, hehe, your sister. Look at your stats, 131. If you're not trash, what are you? Qin Nu, MBC. Hourglass Waste, that's still better than your 0 kills and 2 deaths. Trash. Qin Bao Bao, you're the trash who's second from the bottom in terms of finances. Your support is about to surpass you. Qin Nu, motherf***ker, no one cares about me. Qin Zhe couldn't take it anymore and typed, "Shut up, all of you. What are you blabbering about? Can't you fight properly?" Only then did he turn off the engine. Qin Bao Bao threw the mouse and was about to cry. "Ace, you're making me so angry. Relax, relax, I'll take you flying." Qin Zhe comforted his sister. Qin Bao Bao and he were both competitive. If they lost, they would curse each other. Many times when they were defeated at the bottom lane together, they would push the blame to each other, and it would develop into pillow fights. Every time, his sister would be defeated and hide her head under the blanket like an ostrich. Qin Zhe would then use the pillow to hit her but again and again. At the 15-minute mark, Qin Zhe was already the king of kills. The energy training manual given by the system had changed his inner body bit by bit. His memory, concentration, reaction speed, all of them had improved significantly. The feedback to the game was that his control had become sharper. The top lane barbarian was caught again. This B***starred relied on killing others all his life. He was the type who would never go home if he didn't kill himself. Qin Zhe paid more attention to him. He had become fatter. After he became fatter, he would kill others under the tower and wield his sword ferociously. Qin Zhe glanced at the map. The blind monk and Nox had disappeared. He thought that they had gone home to replenish their health. However, not long after, the opponent's mid laner also disappeared. Oh no, they stole the dragon. Qin Zhe immediately gave the mid laner, Canton Waste, a signal. She carried the flag and rushed in the direction of the dragon. Canton Waste was very cooperative and sneaked over with him. Qin Zhe, who had been single for 23 years, typed quickly. "Later I'll rush in and send them flying. You follow me and stun them to snatch the dragon." Canton Waste's typing speed was not slow either. It was just that she had been single for many years. "Okay, I have a big move." After waiting for a while, Qin Zhe estimated that it was about time. He flashed over and followed up with a double EQ combo to pick off the blind monk and Nox. "Annie, it's all up to you now." With Annie's explosive power and his big move, it would be easy for him to kill 3 weaklings with low health. At this moment, a notification popped up on the screen. Then his sister typed arrogantly, "Damn trash mid laner, I have more kills than you." Qin Bao Bao was elated. Previously, her numbers were not as good as Canton Waste's and she was insulted by her. Now that she had the chance, she hurriedly retaliated. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked at Annie, only to see her standing in the bushes, motionless. At the same time, Canton Waste typed, "You're the damn trash. Your whole family are all damn trash. Trash AD in the bottom lane for 10,000 years." Qin Bao Bao immediately complained. "Ace, she's calling you a damn trash. How did you die?" Qin Zhe looked at the screen that had turned black. He watched as Dalong struggled with his last bit of HP before being killed by the opponent. He then turned his head and looked at his sister who was typing furiously on the keyboard. He suddenly felt very tired. He would never bring a brass dog again in this life. Qin Zhe lost this round without any suspense. He ignored Canton Waste, who was acting cute and coquettishly, and logged out of the game. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, "Hey, this damn trash, he actually added me as a friend." She nodded in agreement. Canton Waste provoked her. "Trash, solo me if you dare." Qin Bao Bao laughed and said, "Ace, your friend asked me to solo you. I won't go easy on her." Qin Zhe waved his hand dispiritedly. "As long as you guys are happy." He had a strong desire to win. At this moment he felt like he was about to vomit blood. Qin Bao Bao and Canton Waste started a solo match. Qin Zhe did not need to watch, as he could already guess the outcome. His sister's skills were not bad. If it was a solo match, Canton Waste would definitely not be her opponent. Qin Bao Bao liked to study everything. She would watch videos, read guides, and read runes in order to train a hero well. When the two enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. As soon as they went online, they started arguing with each other. They were indifferent to life and death. Qin Bao Bao was playing Garen, while Canton Waste was playing Annie. His sister had learned from Qin Zhe. In a solo match, one did not have to choose the best hero, but they had to choose a warrior or a tank. At least it was safer. If they could not win, they could still escape. But it was not the same for Brittle Skin. If they were not careful, they would be insta-killed. Qin Bao Bao took the lead and killed her opponent 3 times. She looked up to the sky and laughed. She typed, "Damn trash, now you know how powerful a king is." She did not give the opponent a chance to retort and left the room. On the other side of the sofa, Wang Zijin took off her headphones and stretched. She said, "I'm going to take a shower." She was watching some TV series. A woman's mournful voice came from the phone. "Child, actually your father is not your biological father." Qin Zhe looked at Qin Bao Bao and his expression changed slightly. Qin Bao Bao did not realize it. She put on the most glorious posture of a working person, and walked 2 rounds around the coffee table. Without saying anything, she pushed Qin Zhe down and sat on his waist. She smiled brightly. "Hurry up and say that your sister is the best." Qin Zhe forced a smile and said perfunctorily, "Your sister is the best." Qin Bao Bao sat on her brother's waist and smiled brightly. Wang Zijin came out of the room with her pajamas. She was stunned. "Hey, why are you sitting on him? Come down." She pulled Qin Bao Bao down. Qin Bao Bao was caught off guard and fell on her butt. She rubbed her butt and chased Wang Zijin to the bathroom. "Wang Zijin, are you trying to kill me so that you can inherit my Aunt Flower?" Chapter 164. In the evening, Qin Zhe was not sleepy at all. He made a cup of strong tea and sat on the sofa to write notes. He wanted to make a summary of the separatist orders in the past few days and focus on self-reflection on short-term operations. He also wanted to build a simple mathematical model to evaluate each major board. There was an expensive desk in Qin Zhe's room. It was also bought by his sister, who said that she raised him with a handful of feces and urine. However, Qin Zhe had a psychological shadow of the study since he was a child. He did not like to study at the desk. The notebook was placed on his lap. It was very tiring to write. Maybe he should consider buying a mobile blackboard and place it in the living room. This way, whether it was building a mathematical model or analyzing a listed company's financial statements, weekly or monthly, there would be enough space. He did not need to condescend to a small notebook. Click. The door handle was twisted slightly. His sister carefully got out of the door and closed the door quietly. "Why are you still awake? I saw the light in the living room was on." Qin Bao Bao's hair was slightly messy, which made her look lazy and cute. "I can't sleep, so I wrote something." "Sister Ziwei is asleep?" Qin Zhe put a cigarette in his mouth. Qin Bao Bao rushed over from the coffee table and took away his cigarette. She said angrily, "I told you not to smoke. If you don't behave, I will hit you." Her bare pajamas were loose and her breasts were too big. In this position, it was easy to see the deep cleavage in the collar. There was nothing in the pajamas. Qin Zhe looked away quietly. Qin Bao Bao took out a bag of snacks from the cupboard. She opened the chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth. Women love snacks, and Qin Bao Bao was no exception. There were snacks at home at all times. His sister suddenly turned her head and smiled. "Ace, do you want to eat Mimi?" Qin Zhe was stunned. He turned his head and looked at his sister's breasts. He asked in disbelief, "Can it be eaten?" "Of course it can be eaten. It is not expired." Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and threw a bag of Mimi shrimp chips. The whole world suddenly became dull. Qin Zhe didn't take it. He lowered his head and wrote his notes. Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa, munching on snacks and playing with her phone. She mumbled, "I'm under a lot of pressure and I can't sleep. Help me massage my waist." "I'm busy." Qin Zhe buried his head in writing. Qin Bao Bao whimpered, "Could it be that my body is no longer attractive to you?" Only then did Qin Zhe raise his head. He held up his notebook and pretended to type. You used the word, already well. His sister always liked to flirt in front of him. Qin Bao Bao propped herself up and moved her butt to Qin Zhe's side, saying, "Something's not right, something's not right." "What's wrong?" Qin Zhe was puzzled. Qin Bao Bao said faintly, "There's something wrong with Wang Zijin. She was just chatting with me. She said that she wanted to maintain her dignity as an elder sister. She can't joke around with you and can't be too intimate with you. She obviously can't stand A's being so nice to her." Qin Bao Bao raised her head and looked into Qin Zhe's eyes. She sneered, "Do you think she's jealous? My sister raised me with all her might. What's wrong with being intimate with her?" Qin Zhe smelled a faint scent of gunpowder and knew what to say at this time. Qin Bao Bao smiled and leaned her head on his shoulder. "That's right. How can a younger brother be considered a good younger brother if he doesn't get intimate with his sister?" Qin Zhe said, "There's nothing wrong with that." He chuckled at his sister. Qin Bao Bao knocked his head and stared at him. "Don't do that to my sister." Qin Zhe lowered his head and continued to write down his notes. Qin Bao Bao stared at him with all her might, causing Qin Zhe's hair to stand. He said, "What are you looking at?" Qin Bao Bao said, "Handsome." Qin Zhe harumphed. "You don't have to tell me that." Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. "It's a pity that you can't tell." Qin Zhe flicked her forehead. Bah. Then he was beaten up by his teary-eyed sister. "What do you think Wang Zijin sees in you?" Qin Bao Bao said in a depressed tone. "She's a lady from a rich family. There's no reason for her taste to be so bad. Other than being able to cook and compose songs, there's nothing special about you. Could this be the legendary blind white swan?" Qin Zhe had a good impression of Wang Zijin and believed that she did too. However, it wasn't to the extent of being rude. He wanted to, but he was afraid that he would be rude to Wang Zijin. Some feelings should just go with the flow. Qin Bao Bao said bitterly, "It's not easy for me to raise a pig. What's a lady like her thinking about?" Qin Zhe suddenly held his sister's hand. "Sister, do you know the drama Sister Ziwei watches?" Qin Bao Bao pretended to be calm. "I know. I think it's called Mom Hit Me Again." "Huh?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Bah." Qin Bao Bao spat. She was nervous and said a popular joke on the internet recently. The main character in Mom Hug Me Again is miserable. First she was cuckolded by her boyfriend. Then a domineering CEO fell in love with her and pursued her with all his might. The main character pretended to be reserved and then fell under the attacks of the domineering CEO. The two lovers finally got married, but when their parents met, her mother collapsed. It turned out that the CEO's father was her lover when she was young. Unfortunately, for the sake of the family business, he married a woman he didn't love and abandoned the mother and daughter. Her mother wailed, "Child, actually your father is not your biological father. Your boyfriend is your younger brother." Qin Bao Bao laughed and rolled on the sofa. This scriptwriter is really talented. His brain is full of twists and turns. Qin Zhe's eyes were a little sad. "Child, actually your father is not your biological father." Qin Bao Bao said again, "The most miserable person in the whole drama is actually the main character's father. He raised his daughter for more than 20 years and suddenly found out that he was the one who took over her. His heart hurts so much that he can't breathe." Qin Zhe's eyes were even sadder. "Old master, you have to hold on. Then, have you ever thought about what if this kind of thing happened in reality? For example, you." Qin Bao Bao was stunned and scolded, "Get lost. Sister is so beautiful. How can she not be your biological daughter? You are the one who was picked up." Her younger brother's words were a little abrupt, but they often quarreled with each other when they were young. Qin Bao Bao said her younger brother was unnecessary, and Qin Zhe said her sister was wrong. One overgave birth and the other got pregnant before marriage. "I don't want to quarrel with you." Qin Zhe waved his hand. If. It's quite good." Qin Bao Bao said with a smile. "Good." Qin Zhe couldn't help but touch his sister's forehead. Could it be that his sister's worldview had collapsed? What's good about it? This kind of thing is popular in the eyes of onlookers. If it happens to you, it will be a disaster. Qin Zhe said. "That's true." Qin Bao Bao felt that it made sense. She thought about it and muttered, "You are even born from the same mother." "What?" "Nothing." His sister was much more relaxed. She moved over to hold Qin Zhe's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder out of habit. Qin Zhe didn't hold his sister's waist. He sniffed the fragrance of her shampoo and focused on writing notes. Qin Bao Bao munched on her snacks. Sister, let me ask you something. You are not my biological daughter. No, I don't want to talk about this. Then ask. If a big shot in the entertainment industry wants to have sex with you, what will you do? You only ask such disgusting questions. Qin Bao Bao glared at him with dissatisfaction. Are you a psychopath? His sister pinched him as a punishment. The entertainment industry has its rules. You can't just have sex with whoever you want. People with a bit of business sense will put profit first. Anyway, there are many women who are willing to send themselves to your door. Why bother with one or two? As long as you can make money, everyone can sit down and talk. Of course, this is only the case for most people. There are also some lustful people who always want to get young and beautiful female stars. It is best to treat them as playthings. If they don't listen, they will be banned. They would rather make less money. One or two stars won't have much impact on the company. And stars have contracts and are controlled by others. Most of them will obediently compromise and not be willing to give up this career. Those who are unwilling to sell their bodies will choose to be banned. There are many stars in the entertainment industry who are short-lived. Not bad. You are very meticulous in your work. Qinzhe was surprised. Of course. Qin Bao Bao said proudly. In addition to her pleasant appearance, she was also smart. She was not a useless vase. For her, work was the same as learning. How to absorb knowledge, how to think about difficult problems, the routine was the same. What if there are ignorant capitalists in the entertainment industry who are interested in you? After all, you are so beautiful. Qinzhe said. For example, the CEO of Star Art. Qin Bao Bao looked pitiful and coquettish. Then I can only rely on A's to make the decision for me. Qinzhe said helplessly, speak properly. Qin Bao Bao sighed. What else can I do? I have to quit at the last minute and endure until the contract ends. Dreams and reality are like fish and bare paws. I can't have both. I don't want to have sex with a pregnant man. Also, I am famous. I am a big star. Even if I quit the entertainment industry, I don't care. As long as I have A's money, I won't have to worry about food for the rest of my life. A few songs can feed me for the rest of my life. You make it sound like I don't want to get married. Qinzhe complained. Qin Bao Bao was about to speak when Qinzhe said, with such a beautiful sister, why would I want to get married? Qin Bao Bao heard her brother's sarcastic tone and said angrily, then you can marry Wang Zijin. I don't think you will mind if I take your money. Sister Xian is a legitimate second-generation heir. It shouldn't be a problem for her to use her connections to protect you, right? Let's talk about it later. I always feel that if friends owe too many favors, their friendship will change. Qin Bao Bao was a bit conflicted. Qinzhe smiled and patted the dog's head. Don't worry, I will protect you. Qin Bao Bao didn't argue with him. She looked at him weakly and said in a low voice, Ace, can you sing a song for me? A fairy tale? Time boils the rain. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The dream words of your young palm. Are you still holding it tightly? It was late at night. In the quiet living room, Qinzhe's low voice floated. His face was pressed against his sister's hair. He looked straight ahead. His eyes were bright and deep, as if some kind of emotion was rippling. We agreed not to separate. We will always be together, even if time is the enemy, even if the whole world is gone. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 165. Qinzhe's internship was like a salted fish that wanted to flop around but couldn't make a splash. Other than the 2 hours of training every day, he spent the rest of his time sitting in the office, listening to other colleagues talking on the phone and talking about business. Occasionally, Li Linfeng would come out of the office and give orders to his subordinates. At that time, Qinzhe would prick up his ears to listen to this elite's judgment and experience of the market. Yang Jian was a lively joker who couldn't stay still. He loved to wander around the offices and flirt with the girls at the front desk, eager to meet the beautiful CEO. For a few days he didn't even see a shadow of her. He wished he could go to the ladies' room and wait for her. Qinzhe finally understood why this guy who claimed to be a science expert resigned from a big company. He often instilled his own theory in Qinzhe. Big companies worry, small companies do the labor, and medium-sized companies fish in troubled waters. What a bullsh*t theory. He wasn't someone who was willing to work hard in his career. The reason for his resignation was that he couldn't stand his former employer's frequent overtime. Yang Jian said, anyway, I'm a local. I have a house, a car, parents, savings, medical insurance, and pension. What's the point of working hard? I might not succeed even if I rack my brains. I'll live a well-off life and be free. Qinzhe thought, damn, isn't this the life I used to yearn for? What a bosom friend. This morning Yang Jian didn't go out to play. Instead, he pounced in front of the computer and typed furiously on the keyboard. What are you doing? Qinzhe saw that he didn't stop typing and it was a little noisy. I'm filling in the blanks. Yang Jian looked at the computer. I'm cheering for your sister. What do you mean? Qinzhe leaned over to take a look. Qin Baobao released a single this week. There are a few popular idols at the same time. The competition is very fierce. Promotion buying news, fans scolding each other. Yang Jian turned his head. Don't tell me you don't know. Of course I know. Qinzhe denied. In fact, he didn't know that his sister only said that she was going to release an album soon. She didn't say the specific time, nor did she ask him for songs. When she was in Singer, Qin Baobao needed good songs to support her appearance, so she pestered her brother. Now that she was famous, the company was willing to spend resources on her, so she didn't pester her brother anymore. What's the situation now? Qinzhe asked. What's the situation? Yang Jian asked. Isn't it just fans who flame each other and there's no clear winner? Among the celebrities who released their singles at the same time, there are two strong competitors for the chart. One is a young hunk and the other is a veteran singer. What we fans need to do is to help our idols promote their singles and then go to their competitors' forums and Weibo to flame them. Yang Jian said, I've opened more than 10 alternate accounts to attack them. I see. It's just like how football fans fight over the team they support. Qinzhe nodded. Qin Baobao's music video was released yesterday. Yang Jian suddenly complained, why didn't you write songs for your sister? The battle is very stalemate and no one can suppress the other. Qinzhe had never understood the difference between a single and an album. His sister explained that it was the difference between wholesale and retail. Generally speaking, a single was generally recognized as containing 1 to 3 songs, while an album had more than 7 songs and was sold as a package. It was no longer the era of CDs and records. There were very few celebrities who released big albums. Generally, they released singles so singles could also be called albums. MVs were produced to promote singles or albums. In the era when the internet was not yet prosperous, CDs and albums were one of the most profitable channels for singers. But now, releasing albums was more for fame and making money was secondary. Is this the legendary ranking? Qinzhe asked. I'm not sure. Yang Jian said. There was a lot of water in the so-called ranking list. To a certain extent, it was to deceive consumers such as falsifying data. Similar examples. The ranking in the book distribution industry. Publishers would buy back books to create the illusion that the books were popular and rush to the ranking. Then it depended on the fans. Qinzhe opened the website of the top Chinese music chart and clicked on the daily MV chart. He found that Qin Baobao's MV was at the top. The song was called Immature. He watched the MV. The female lead was Qin Baobao, and the male lead was a second-tier celebrity. They were both wearing high school uniforms. It was about a love that happened in school. They met on the basketball court, wrote letters to each other, fell in love in the storage room, and then their relationship was exposed. Under the pressure of the school and parents, this immature love ended. The only inconsistency was that his sister's breasts were too big, which made it a bit out of character. How could a high school student have such a big chest? It was not scientific. The MV was beautifully produced and the singing was okay. It was definitely not a masterpiece but the quality was good. Qinzhe was relieved after watching it. The MV promoted a kind of immature and pure love. The male and female leads at most held hands and did not kiss. He opened the Pleasant Music website. It was the same daily MV chart, but the top was Dragon of the East, a song by A Little Fresh Meat. Qin Baobao's Immature was in second place. He switched to another music website, and the top was Melancholy. It was a song by a Hong Kong old man. When this old man was active in the music industry, Qin Baobao was still in junior high school. The older generation of Hong Kong artists was excellent. They were experienced actors and had real talent. But there was no successor and the new generation of artists could not take over. No wonder Yang Jian said the competition was fierce. He looked at the comments again. There were a lot of trolls and fans. The way my goddess looks in her school uniform really stimulated this uniform fetish of mine. As long as it's your song, I will support it. I'm waiting for the release of the single. Blue and White Porcelain single is still on loop. Qin Baobao singing is good. It's not good. Looking forward to the release of the single. Love Qin Baobao. To be honest, after watching the MV, I feel that my standard has dropped. I looked at the composer. It's not your brother. If Immature is already a high standard for a single, then what else do I have to look forward to? I'll withdraw first and wait for your next album. I hope it's written by your brother. The other two people's comments were mixed. Some praised, some criticized. What Yang Jian said was right. If all the songs that Baby Qin sang on I Am a Singer were compiled and made into a digital album, it would probably sell well on the internet. However, Qin Zhe sold the internet rights, but he still had the CD album. It was said that it was selling very well and there was also income from other channels. Therefore, his sister's coffers would definitely be full. At noon, Qin Zhe and Yang Jian agreed to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Before leaving the company, he received a message from Nan Man Pei. She invited him for lunch and included the address. It was very close to the company. It only took 10 minutes to walk there. Wangxiang Restaurant, private room. Nan Man Pei put down her phone and picked up a cold dish with her chopsticks. Her phone screen lit up. Qin Zhe's reply. Okay. Sitting next to her was an elegant woman. She twisted her neck and took a sip of watermelon juice. Her eyes never left her phone. The phone was playing an instructional video of a well-known game. The dynamic sound effects echoed in the small private room. How many days has it been? Aren't you tired of watching these things? Nan Man Pei tapped her fingers on the table. You never watched these videos. It didn't matter before as long as you were happy playing games. But I recently met a bitch. Su Yu's gnashing of teeth destroyed her elegant temperament. She said, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I can endure for 3 days at most. I want to get back my face. Nan Man Pei was speechless. How old are you? You only know how to play games in addition to work. Will you be single forever? Let's not call the kettle black. Su Yu said, it's good to play games. Whoever you don't like, you can scold them. You don't have to consider the quality of your image. TSK, it's a good place. I like those people scolding me the most. I can scold them all day. Nan Man Pei's eyes flashed helplessness and pity. She sighed. Well, don't watch it. I guess he will be here soon. You don't want to lose your image in front of your subordinates. Su Yu followed her words and exited the video. Her sitting posture immediately became dignified and elegant. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. The waiter pushed the door in, followed by Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe thought that sitting next to Nan Man Pei would be Pei Ziki and Li Donglai. When he saw the beautiful woman, he was stunned. Isn't this the beautiful president of their company? How can she sit with a mature woman's sister? What kind of secret deal do they have? Nan Man Pei waved and smiled gently. Qin Zhe's puzzled eyes wandered between the two, guessing their relationship. The beautiful president didn't care about Qin Zhe's gaze and nodded with a smile. Nan Man Pei dispelled his doubts. I'm one of the shareholders of Julie Company. Qin Zhe suddenly realized and felt incredible. What a coincidence. He suddenly woke up. Damn, I was wondering why the routine of doing test papers was so familiar. Nan Man Pei asked the waiter to serve the dishes and said, when will you come to our house to play? Donglai and Ziki miss you very much. You are definitely being polite. Li Donglai thought that I can understand. Pei Ziki? She never looked at me. I've been very busy with work recently. Qin Zhe subconsciously evaded. Nan Man Pei turned to ask Su Yu, is the company so busy? Su Yu smiled and said, maybe it's busy at home. Why does this sound strange? Qin Zhe thought it was wrong. Then they chatted a few words. Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei were not close or unfamiliar, but there was an orchid in the empty valley around them. Many topics were not easy to talk about. They talked about some suggestions about Li Donglai's study. Nan Man Pei listened patiently and said that he would urge him later. The orchid in the empty valley occasionally inserted a few words, saying that the weather was hot and scary. Nan Man, let's go to the resort to avoid the summer. Qin Zhe smiled and said, which summer resort can compare to an air-conditioned room? Su Yu glanced at him and did not speak. It's embarrassing. Nan Man Pei deeply agreed. That's reasonable. When they were about to finish eating, Su Yu took the initiative to talk to Qin Zhe for the first time. She showed a shallow, beautiful smile. Qin Zhe, you and Nan Man are acquaintances. I won't treat you as an outsider. I heard that you said in the interview that your stock profit is 100%. If I give you 5 million, can you double it in a month? Qin Zhe was stunned. What's the situation? Su Yu saw that he didn't speak and smiled. No confidence? You have an indecent smile on your face. I suspect that you are playing with me. Qin Zhe thought. Chapter 166. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Qin Zhe was shocked and rejected the bold idea of the beautiful president. Su Yu and Nan Man Pei looked at each other. The former had a wicked smile on her face, while the latter was blaming him. Nan Man Pei said softly, she's joking with you. Suyu smiled and passed it by. Naturally, she couldn't let a rookie manage a 5 million project. No matter how big the family was, it would be squandered. She just wanted to test Qinze and see how he would react. If he agreed excitedly, then he must have an arrogant personality that needed to be sharpened for a few more years. Qinze refused without hesitation, which made her quite satisfied. Qinze said in his heart, "She really tricked me." When leaving the restaurant, the two women walked in front. Qinze observed their buttocks from behind. It was really the two women's buttocks that were particularly charming. Nan Manpei's buttocks were more plump and naturally more attractive. Suyu's were a size smaller, but they were more perky. Looking left and right, it seemed that his sister's buttocks were more attractive. Qinze waved his hand and slapped himself twice. Nan Manpei turned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Suyu looked at him curiously. Qinze said expressionlessly, "I want to know if there's any medicine to save me." Nan Manpei didn't understand the deep meaning of his words. He didn't struggle and continued to walk forward. Suyu glanced at him with a smile. The parking space was 100 meters away. The parking spaces near the restaurant were full. In a first-tier city, parking spaces were always precious. There were too many people who could afford to buy a car. Even if they couldn't, they could save some money like his sister and buy a car. Qinze suddenly remembered and asked the system, "Why didn't you issue the task just now? Is it because I didn't meet the requirements in my heart?" The system responded, "What do you want to show off?" Qinze snorted disdainfully. "Nonsense. How can the matters of a cultured person be called pretentious? It's called showing off in front of people." The system said, "Don't joke." They said it was a joke. "So what if you've issued a mission? They won't let you do it. Just wait for your points to drop to 0. Qinze wondered, "Didn't you say that I wouldn't become a vegetable?" The system asked, "Without me, what's the difference between you and 404? Qinze was speechless. He asked, "If I accidentally expose your existence, will you still kill me?" The system said, "It won't." So open-minded? Qinze was elated. Unexpectedly, the system changed the topic. "I will kill you. You black-hearted maggot." Qinze saw Nan Manpei waving to him before he got in the car. He raised his hand and waved. Strangely, Suyu didn't go back to the company. He got into Nan Manpei's car and went together. "I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out." Suyu leaned back in her seat and stretched her body slightly. Her neck was white and her chest was neither tall nor small. "An overseas doctor also has a problem that you can't figure out?" Nan Manpei looked ahead and focused on driving. "The most difficult thing in the world is the human heart and the most difficult feelings." Suyu winked. "That kid is barely handsome. His temperament is in line with the word, gentle, in the book. His IQ may be terrifying. Other than that, I don't feel that he's too outstanding. How can you be entangled with him?" "Entangled?" Nan Manpei shook his head and laughed. "Sometimes I'm curious. At first glance he looks ordinary. After getting along with him for a long time, I feel that he's quite shameless. But the deeper I understand him, the more I want to know where his limits are. Whether it's an exam paper, playing the piano, or even writing songs. He always gives people an unfathomable illusion. It makes people scratch at their hearts. You can't see the limits, so you feel that you can't control him." So you thought for a moment. Because of the abnormal desire for control? Nan Manpei didn't refute. "Oh, I heard that when a woman is curious about a man, it's often the beginning of her fall." Suyu said, "Your ex-husband's matter hasn't been settled yet. Don't think about raising a gigolo." Only when she got along with Nan Manpei, Suyu shed her cold disguise and became active like a little girl. Nan Manpei turned his head and glanced at her. "You read too many romance novels." After a moment of silence, Nan Manpei suddenly said, "If you feel lonely, why don't you find a boyfriend?" Suyu was stunned. Her smile faded. It was unclear whether it was a cold or melancholy look on her face. She stared blankly at the scenery passing by quickly outside the car window. On the other side, Qinze heard a ding in his mind. The mission came. Show of Divinity, help Qin Baobao win the top single sales of this month. Success will reward 600 points. Failure will deduct the same amount of points. Why is Qin Baobao's mission messed up? Qinze expressed his puzzlement. Your own psychological desire. Don't you understand? The system said. What are you talking about? Qinze felt guilty. Host, please have a little more psychological desire to show off. Let me appear a few more times. The system said, please sob sob sob. Sob your sister. Learn from Qin Baobao, don't you? Qinzhe took out his phone and sent a message to his sister. When will your single be released? A few minutes later, his sister replied, Thursday. I heard that the promotional MV was released today? Qin Baobao sent a heya emoji. Work hard, fight for the championship. There are two strong competitors in the same period. His sister sent another heya emoji. It's okay. I'm a little fairy. I can kill them in minutes. I just want to ask, how much money can you make? Heya, I'm not telling you. Where did all these stupid emojis come from? Did Sister Ziwei spread it to you? Since Wang Zijin worked in an online media company, she had unlocked all kinds of internet knowledge. Recently, she was keen on using funny emojis. She would send a funny brother to Qinzhe. When chatting, the frequency of her appearance was very high. Qin Baobao mischievously sent a series of heya emojis. Qinzhe sent a message to Yang Jian to help him apply for leave. He hailed a taxi from the roadside. Driver, go to Yuanxing Road number 1168, Xingyi Building. At Xingyi Building, a few leaders of the marketing department gathered together for a small meeting while they were having their meal. Lunch was ordered at a nearby restaurant. The 6 of them had a sumptuous meal. Anyway, the company would reimburse them. Of course, low-level employees did not have such benefits. How's the publicity of Qin Baobao's MV? The deputy manager asked. It's okay. A group leader said. It's stable in the top 3. The deputy manager chewed and muttered, Top 3? Is there any hope of crushing the singers in the same batch? The group leader was the person in charge of the marketing of Qin Baobao's single album. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and said, Boss, the top 3 is already not bad. In the same batch there's a little fresh meat and an old singer from Xiangjiang. They both have a huge fan base. It's already very good that Qin Baobao can compete with them. Another person in charge said, as long as it's stable in the top 3, the effect will be good. After the single is released, it will definitely make a lot of money. It's just a matter of how much money it earns. The deputy manager sighed. It's been a long time since the company's artists have won the sales title. The competition in the market now is too fierce. Little fresh meats are everywhere. The small leader who was once in charge of the promotion and marketing of Su Lu's album deeply agreed and expressed his opinion. The domestic market is popular to hype IP. Acting and singing are secondary. If a celebrity becomes popular, there will naturally be a lot of fans chasing after them. There's a good saying on the internet, good looks are justice. The deputy manager pointed out. This is a sick market. When I first entered this industry, the self-cultivation of an actor was the first and unshakable foundation. Now it's not like that. Some stars don't even need to remember their lines when they act. They just need to memorize the numbers. Some little fresh meats have to use dozens or hundreds of stand-ins to shoot a film. There are even more excessive ones who have to edit the film later. Having said that, star art itself was also hyping up IP, and also promoting little fresh meats with good looks but no acting skills. Including Qin Baobao, who was known to have great potential, they were also hyping it up. If it weren't for the popular little fresh meat and the old singer with a good reputation in Xiangjiang, star art would have successfully hyped Qin Baobao to the top of the sales title. The small leader who was once in charge of Su Lu's album curled his lips and said, Qin Baobao's foundation is still too thin. The company is so supportive, but the hope of winning the title is still slim. The leader in charge of the promotion of Qin Baobao's album retorted. This result is already very good, and the company invested less money this time than Su Lu. But the results are better. What are you saying? If it weren't for Qin Baobao being insensible and causing Su Lu to fail in the singer program, and the publicity effect wasn't achieved, would the sales have fallen so badly? Your words are even more unpleasant to hear. She doesn't have the strength, but she's right? Why else would it be said that the bigger the company, the more complicated the cliques? The two almost quarreled. Let's eat. The deputy manager tried to smooth things over. I remember that the company talked to Qin Baobao before and wanted her brother to help write songs. She didn't agree? This girl has a personality. She refused such a good thing. She also refused the underwear advertisement last time. I've never seen such a stubborn newcomer. I heard rumors in the company that President Huang has an affair with her. I really don't know about this, but President Huang's secretary informed us to cancel the underwear advertisement. On the 25th floor, 3 floors away, Qin Baobao, Li Yanhong, and 2 assistants were eating in the lounge next to the sound recordist. As her status rose, her benefits gradually improved. Her meals and trips could be reimbursed. However, she didn't care about this small amount of money. Just relying on the copyright fees of the previous songs, she could live a well-off life for the rest of her life. While Li Yanhong was eating, she didn't forget to check the forum to pay attention to the situation of the music video. The competition is really fierce. Looking at the current situation, Bao Bao, it's already very good if you can hold on to the top 3. Qin Bao Bao buried her head in eating and hummed. She also lowered her head to play with her mobile phone, but she was chatting with her brother. Her agent, including the company's marketing department, were working hard to promote her single album, but she herself was calm and relaxed. Seeing her attitude, Li Yanhong was a little helpless. She had taken care of many stars. Not to mention a big hit like Qin Bao Bao, even a third-tier star was full of fighting spirit and worked hard, full of the aura of, I'm a model worker. Li Yanhong hadn't been in contact with Qin Zhe. Otherwise, she would have sighed with emotion. If you weren't a family, you wouldn't enter the same house. Qin Bao Bao actually had her own plans. Qin Ma had a good saying, the more you get, the more you lose. She had just emerged in the entertainment industry and wanted to ride a rocket to climb up. It didn't matter if she didn't have any connections. She could only rely on stripping. It was widely known that Qin Bao Bao was President Huang's henchman and had the president's protection. However, Qin Bao Bao herself knew that when the company's high-level meeting ended a few days ago, Qin Bao Bao happened to pass by and saw the president from afar. That was all. Chapter 167. Li Yanhong was still nagging, asking why she didn't ask her brother to help her write a song. Qin Bao Bao impatiently frowned. My brother doesn't have time. He's busy. He's amazing. Li Yanhong had been in the management industry for 7 to 8 years. The highest star she managed was a C-list star, and it took years of hard work to get there. She thought that the hard work was finally over, but who knew that the female star who relied on underhanded means to get to the top would fall in love with a rich second generation. With the dream of marrying into a rich family, she would wash her hands of the industry. It's said that once you enter a rich family, it's as deep as the ocean. But how could it be so easy to enter a rich family? In the end, she couldn't escape the fate of abandoning her. If she wanted to return to the entertainment industry, her popularity and youth would no longer be at the peak. The 2 female assistants couldn't hold back their laughter. Qin Bao Bao's title of Brother Bragging Crazy Demon was well known in the entertainment industry. In fact, she really liked to brag about her brother. For example, right now. Qin Bao Bao's phoenix eyes narrowed, and the 2 female assistants quickly lowered their heads. The door to the lounge was pushed open and the receptionist came in. Miss Qin, your brother is here. I told him to wait in your office. This recording area was off-limits to non-staff members. You guys eat first. Qin Bao Bao threw her chopsticks and ran out in her low heels. This was Qin Zhe's 3rd visit to his sister's office. He could clearly feel the changes here. The interior decoration was much more elegant. There were 2 huge ink paintings hanging on the wall. One was the Clivia, and the other was the famous banana crane painting. There was a row of glass pots for flowers and plants by the floor-to-ceiling window. There were also a few brown sofas across the desk. Qin Zhe closed the door and sat on his sister's chair. He wanted to experience the pleasure of having his own office. In Star Art Entertainment, all the artists who debuted had their own office. The only difference was the size. He seemed to have touched something by his feet. He looked down and saw a black sports bag. He recognized it. Qin Bao Bao carried this thing out every day. The office was so big. Why did she put the bag on the floor? Qin Zhe bent over and picked up the bag. He placed it on the desk and opened the sports bag. The bag was stuffed with a messy dance costume and a 36D bra. Qin Zhe knew that his sister was 36D a long time ago. As a normal younger brother, he shouldn't know about his sister's private matters. However, 1 year and 1 month, his sister's online shopping account was unexpectedly frozen, so she used her younger brother's account to buy some underwear. That was how Qin Zhe found out about his sister's size. That year, Qin Zhe had just entered university and had yet to explore the world of experienced women. Naively, Chinese women were almost all of the same size. It was only when he had maxed out his experience and was promoted to an experienced woman that he realized how terrifying a 36D was. There was also a pair of black underwear made of translucent ice silk, the kind that was very mature and attractive. The point is, my sister doesn't have a boyfriend. There were suspicious wet stains. The door of the room was pushed open and his sister's excited voice could be heard. Little pervert, why didn't you tell your sister? The elder sister, who had just pushed the door open, saw this scene and her voice stopped abruptly. In the office, Qin Zhe stared fiercely at his sister's underwear. Qin Bao Bao blushed, trotted over, grabbed the sports bag, zipped it up and said angrily, "Don't touch my things." Although there were n pairs of underwear hanging on the balcony at home, but looking at her naked body like this still made her feel embarrassed. Qin Zhe asked suspiciously, "Why did you bring 2 sets of underwear to work?" Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. "I don't want to practice dancing. It's so hot and sweaty. Do you want to wear it all day?" Qin Zhe suddenly understood. "Then I'm relieved. So it was just sweat." "Relieved about what?" His sister's eyes seemed to flash. "Nothing." Qin Zhe took out a cigarette, but before he could light it, a fair and tender hand snatched it away and threw it into the trash can. Qin Baobao rummaged through her brother's pockets. "I told you not to smoke, but you bought it again. Hand it over." Qin Zhe was annoyed by her and said angrily, "That's enough. Are you my mother or my sister?" "An elder sister is like a mother," Qin Baobao said. "I'm doing this for your own good. Why smoke at such a young age? When you get married in the future, it will affect your fertility." "None of your business." Qin Baobao choked. "Anyway, you're not allowed to smoke." Qin Zhe's cigarettes that he bought in the morning were confiscated. He made up his mind not to smoke in front of her. "Why did you come to Star Art? Aren't you working? You only know how to slack off." Qin Baobao was happy that her brother came to play with her, but her mouth was unforgiving. Qin Zhe thought, "The system already gave me a task, how could I not come? That's why people say bitches are pretentious." He actually wanted to help his sister win. "I heard that the ranking competition for your MV is very fierce?" "What ranking? Do you think it's a game?" Qin Baobao ridiculed, "Fighting for the rankings. Is there any hope of winning this month's sales?" "I'm not sure, it's a bit difficult." "Useless thing, it seems like I have to do it myself." The office door was pushed open again. Li Yanhong carried Qin Baobao's leftover food over. "Baobao, I brought it over for you." She looked at Qin Zhe and smiled. "Have you eaten?" Qin Zhe said he had eaten. He turned his head and said to his sister, "I wrote a few songs for you. Is it too late to change songs now?" Li Yanhong's eyes widened. "You wrote songs? I thought you didn't have time." Qin Zhe looked at her strangely. "Who told you I didn't have time? I don't want too much time, okay?" Qin Baobao whispered, "Weren't you busy with interviews a few days ago? Writing songs is very taxing on your mind and brain. It affects your energy." Qin Baobao had no choice in the past, so she pestered her brother to write songs. Now that the business was barely on the right track, she didn't pester Qin Zhe endlessly. "Of course I have songs. I'm just afraid that you can't change the songs you've already decided on," Qin Zhe said. We can change it, Li Yanhong answered quickly. "I'll go to the marketing department and tell them." She was overjoyed. Qin Zhe's name was a golden signboard in the entertainment industry. The songs he wrote were definitely top-notch. With his help, Qin Baobao's sales #1 was guaranteed. "I'll go and talk to them now." Li Yanhong ran out with a smile. "You really have songs?" Qin Baobao blinked and looked at Qin Zhe. "Don't lie to me." "When have I lied to you?" "Quality assurance? This should be no problem." Qin Baobao put her arms around Qin Zhe's neck and kissed him on the cheek. "Good boy, I'll reward you with a kiss." Qin Zhe turned his face to one side. "I want one here too." "Get lost." His sister slapped him on the head. She only had one wave of hooliganism. She couldn't stand it anymore. Li Yanhong found several small leaders of the marketing department. They were still eating and there were a few bottles of beer on the table. They were usually busy with work and only had an hour at noon to rest. It was most suitable for drinking and chatting. Naturally, the door of the lounge was not closed. Li Yanhong came in directly and said to the deputy manager of the marketing department, "Manager Yang, I want to discuss something with you. The tracks of Qin Baobao's album need to be changed." Manager Yang frowned. Group leader Su, who was in charge of the promotion of Qin Baobao's album, said unhappily, "Haven't the tracks been set? They can't be changed. First, there is no guarantee of quality. The company has invested so many resources in promotion and publicity. If the sales volume is ruined, who will be responsible for the loss? Second, there is no way to change the songs for you in a short period of time." Li Yanhong was about to speak when Manager Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yanhong, I know you are worried that Qin Baobao won't be the sales champion this time. There is nothing we can do about it. Speaking of which, we joined the company in the same year. You haven't brought up a successful artist in all these years. You are a little anxious for quick success. I understand. At least there is hope for the top 3. It is already very good. Why change the songs?" Another group leader said. Li Yanhong finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Qin Baobao's brother is here. He wants to change the songs." Group leader Su said unhappily, so what if her brother is here? Why does he care about our company's business? After saying that, his eyes widened. He sent the songs? Li Yanhong nodded. Group leader Su looked at manager Yang. Boss, what do you say? Manager Yang said, change it? Of course we have to change it. But I have to go take a look. When the other leaders heard this, they also joined in the fun. The group left the lounge and rushed to the recording area. When the leaders of the marketing department arrived, Qin Zhe was already practicing with his sister in the recording studio. Qin Bao Bao was indoors and Qin Zhe was outside the soundproof glass, monitoring with the recording studio. There were a few computers and tuning equipment in front of him. The structure of the recording studio reminded Qin Zhe of the interrogation rooms on TV. The prisoners were locked in a small room and one wall was a one-way glass. The police observed the prisoners through the one-way glass. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time cannot catch up with the white horse. The dream words of your young palm. Are you still holding it tightly? Qin Bao Bao was wearing headphones and standing in front of the microphone stand. She was tall, her hair was like a waterfall and her voice was soft. The leaders of the marketing department stood silently, listening carefully. No one said a word. Chapter 168. After the song was finished, Qin Zhe said into the microphone, rest for 5 minutes. You can feel it now. Time can't catch up with the white horse. Don't say the word, catch up. Qin Bao Bao's singing talent was indeed high. She could basically grasp the essence of the song on the second try. It was also related to her pestering Qin Zhe to sing to her. Her sister didn't like to listen to fairy tales anymore. She would ask Qin Zhe to sing Time Boils the Rain for her. As she listened, she became more proficient. Qin Bao Bao just came out and didn't give her time to show off to her brother. Li Yanhong stepped in between the siblings and said happily, Bao Bao, this song is too good. Let's change it. The leaders of the marketing department all agreed. Manager Yang coughed and asked, Qin Bao Bao, do you want to insert a song or change it completely? Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother. Seeing him nod, she said, of course we'll change it all. Team leader Su frowned. This is not easy. The MV has already been released. Changing the song at the last minute has never been like this. Qin Bao Bao muttered, how about this, the MV song will be included in the single. The other 2 songs will be changed. To be able to be made into a MV for publicity, of course, it was the best song. The standard was not too bad. Manager Yang probed, Miss Qin, are you selling the copyright of your song? This question was directed to Qin Zhe. There was no problem with changing the song, but after changing the song, who would the copyright belong to? This was very problematic. After all, it was related to the sales after the album was released. If Qin Zhe sold the copyright, then the sales of the album would belong to the company. Qin Zhe was a little amused. Do you think I'm still a virgin? We'll split it according to the copyright. It's the same as the previous songs. Manager Yang said disappointedly, okay, let's sign a contract. Qin Zhe didn't want to sell the copyright because he had another layer of concern. Even though he could raise the copyright fees by a lot with his current popularity, a one-time deal was definitely not as good as a long-term deal. Also, the copyright had become the company's. To put it bluntly, if Qin Bao Bao wasn't with Star Art in the future, she wouldn't be able to sing these songs for profit, such as holding a concert. After discussing the details and signing the contract, the matter was settled. The people from Star Art asked Qin Zhe to make a copy of his bank card so that they could transfer money after the album was released. Qin Bao Bao silently handed over his bank card. Qin Zhe glared at her and she responded with teary eyes. Didn't we agree to let me take care of your dowry? Qin Bao Bao said weakly. When did we agree on this? Don't imagine it yourself. Qin Zhe protested. Then isn't it right for me to take care of your dowry? Qin Bao Bao looked like she was about to cry. Qin Zhe was so angry that he wanted to spank her, but when he saw the 2 assistants next to him, he gave up resentfully. Okay, you keep it first. Qin Zhe had a headache. Qin Bao Bao showed a sly look like a little fox. In the next few days, Qin Zhe activated his crazy leave attribute. Every day he worked half a day. After eating, he took a taxi and went straight to Star Art. In the eyes of the old people in the workplace, a new rookie who asked for leave so frequently was a road to death. As a result, they were surprised. Li Linfeng waved his hand and approved it. The colleagues in the office speculated that Qin Zhe was a rich second generation who hid his identity and pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. Li Linfeng was actually instructed by President Su's secretary. Qin Zhe asked Nan Man Pei for Su Yu's mobile phone number, and Queen Bei happily gave it to him. He thought that he had some relationship with Nan Man Pei, so he sent a text message to the beautiful president to ask for leave. He didn't call her rashly. The text message sank into the sea and there was no response. Near Friday, Star Art strongly promoted Qin Bao Bao's single album on the internet. Several other singers of the same period were also hot, buying news and appealing for fan support on Weibo. In this issue of the album, except for Qin Bao Bao, who was known as the Queen of Love Songs, as well as Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat and the mainland's Little Fresh Meat, the others were accompanying. The fans were busy fighting on the internet. One said that Qin Bao Bao was trash, and the other said that the Little Fresh Meat was a sissy. It blew up Weibo and blew up the forums. However, in the vast and boundless internet world, this was just a small wave, and only the hardcore fans were fighting. The passers-by fans at most helped to forward and like it. The industry maintained a high level of attention to the market. Every time a star's album hit the charts, they watched the fun with great interest, acting as melon eaters and market analysts. They were all guessing which of the top three would win the sales title. Xia Huaiyan was a Little Fresh Meat who became popular in recent years. He was discovered by a talent scout when he was studying in Japan. After that, he rose rapidly and was once popular in the Japanese entertainment industry. After a few years, his career encountered a bottleneck and he returned to China to develop. Under the packaging of his agency and the addition of his delicate face, in about 2 years, he was almost in the A-list. He had countless fans under his command. Xia Huaiyan's studio. Xia Huaiyan sat on the leather sofa in the office, opposite his agent, a middle-aged woman who was still charming. "Sister Lu, is my chance of winning the sales title this time big?" According to the current level of praise for the MV, Hong Kong's is ranked first. After all, he is a veteran with many well-known works and a big fan base. You and Qin Bao Bao are not much different. The fan base is the same, but according to the quality of the songs, you still have the advantage. Well, there are many people online who express disappointment with Qin Bao Bao's songs. Oh, that's all because the company hired the Water Army to lead the rhythm. Don't we also have people scolding us? Star Art also does the same. There were two kinds of star studios. One was independent, and the other was set up internally by the company to serve a certain star. The former required a huge network of contacts, while the latter had the advantage of resources and high efficiency. Xia Huaiyan belonged to the latter. He had only developed in China for 2 or 3 years, and the network of contacts he had accumulated was not large enough to support him to set up his own studio. On the other side, in the studio of a certain Hong Kong Old Cured Meat. Old Cured Meat picked up a cup of coffee and paced in the studio. Under his feet was a soft carpet. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the quiet flowing Huangpu River. Everyone has worked hard. After the album hits the shelves today, let's go out for a meal. Old Cured Meat smiled at the employees. Long live President Xin. Long live President Xin. Old Cured Meat smiled. He was not afraid of Qin Bao Bao and Xia Huaiyan, who were following closely behind, because he had enough confidence. Although Hong Kong's glory had long been a thing of the past, he had debuted for more than 10 years and had more than 20 solo albums, not counting the highlights and concert albums. His qualifications, reputation and fan base were higher than Qin Bao Bao and Xia Huaiyan. Don't look at the MV's popularity lead. When the real album hits the shelves, the gap will be widened. We have to believe in the strength of the hardcore fans. The only thing his fans were not satisfied with was that they wanted him to sing Cantonese instead of Mandarin. But the peak of Cantonese songs had passed. Artists from Taiwanese and Hong Kong had entered the mainland. He also went with the flow and came to the mainland to develop. Living in that corner, there were too many limitations. The mainland market was really vast. Not to mention Hong Kong and Taiwanese, any second or third-rate star in Korea could occupy the mainland market. It was too good to make money. The fans screamed excitedly while throwing $100 bills at you. Well, that was probably the scene. Friday, 12 o'clock in the morning. All the major music websites and mobile apps were updating the latest albums. Chapter 169. The hardcore fans who stayed up late bought their idols' albums one after another. Each album cost 5 yuan, and they could buy it repeatedly without a limit. Except for the change from CDs and records to digital albums and the change in marketing channels, other changes were not big. For example, there were crazy fans who could spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy their idols' albums repeatedly. Now it was even simpler. They just needed to increase the number of albums purchased. Since the release of digital albums, the annual sales record was 2 million, not money but the number of albums. Starting from 12 o'clock, the album sales of major stars rose geometrically, 100,000. Then the gap between the stars widened. After the sales reached 10,000 units, the momentum stagnated and the growth slowed down. Only 3 albums were leading the pack, namely Qin Bao Bao, Xia Huaiyan and Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat. But they were also divided into front and back. The leading one was Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat, followed by Xia Huaiyan, and Qin Bao Bao temporarily ranked third. Late at night, Old Cured Meat Xingui was lying in bed with a laptop on his belly. He repeatedly switched and refreshed the major music websites, watching the sales of his albums continue to grow. His wife propped herself up and leaned her head against the headboard. She smiled and said, "How is it?" Xingui said, "For the time being." He switched several music websites one by one to show his wife. The total sales reached an astonishing 30,000 albums, each for 5 yuan. "It's only been more than an hour and you sold so many?" His wife said happily, "This is more profitable than selling CDs before." Xingui smiled at his wife's mistaken understanding. In the era when CDs ruled the market, reaching 1 million sales was almost the peak. At first glance, it seemed not as good as digital albums, but considering the prices at that time and the current monetary inflation, the value of CDs absolutely exceeded that of digital albums. Moreover, there were many people who bought albums in that era, and CDs and records had collectible significance. "This time the sales champion is safe, right?" his wife asked. The sales champion is an important reference standard for fame and popularity. Xingui smiled and said, "It's very close behind. Whether we can establish the sales champion position or not, the first week is the most important. It's not clear now." Although he said that, his tone was particularly relaxed. He closed the laptop and hugged his wife. "Go to sleep." In a luxurious 5-star hotel suite, Xia Huaiyan was lying on the sofa, wearing a bathrobe with a laptop on his lap, browsing the major music websites attentively. He was chewing gum in his mouth, and the silver male earring on his left ear was sparkling. On the big bed a few meters away, his female companion was sleeping soundly. Her light brown hair was spread out on the white pillowcase, and her snow-white and round shoulders were faintly discernible. After a while he saw that the gap between him and Xingui was gradually widening, and Qin Bao Bao was closely following behind him. It was possible that she could overtake him at any time. His delicately trimmed brows furrowed. No, it wasn't safe to continue like this. He had to fight for one. The title of the sales champion in the same period could give him a layer of gold. Xia Huaiyan logged into Weibo and turned on the camera function. He glanced at his female companion and adjusted the angle to prevent anything suspicious from entering. "Gotcha. Was a selfie. I can't sleep at night. My new album is online. Please support me." Immediately a fan replied on Weibo. Nowadays there were too many people cultivating in the middle of the night. "And N is so handsome. Hurry up and take off the bathrobe. I've been buying. I've already bought 20. Ditto. I've already bought 50. My pocket money has already died. The upstairs is useless. This money is nothing. I've already invested next month's pocket money. You must make an N the champion. It's a bit difficult. Xingui's fans are crazy. An N, take off the bathrobe. I'll buy 1,000. It depends on whether you give me benefits or not." "Like, only with benefits can you be motivated. Take off that hateful bathrobe." "Puff, want benefits. Why does this look so familiar? I just came from Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. Her fans are shouting for benefits. Haha, her fans have no integrity at all." Xia Huaiyan was excitedly browsing through the comments. When he saw this he shook his head and laughed. Qin Bao Bao rose to fame in just 3 months. The speed of her climb was simply terrifying. It took her 2 years to get to where she was today. It was already very fast, thanks to the unspoken rules of the market. If it was more than 10 years ago, if she wanted to become popular quickly, she could only rely on Works, a TV series that swept the same time slot with ratings, or a golden song that was popular all over the country. Instead of buying news, brushing her face and appearing on a few variety shows, she could reach the top of the A-list. Qin Bao Bao's skyrocketing promotion speed was due to her looks, the best model for hyping up IP, and those few excellent songs that had lasted for a long time. It could be said that she had both IP and Works in one. Fortunately, Qin Bao Bao's single album this time was not her brother's work. Late at night, Qin Bao Bao was suddenly awakened by the ringtone of her mobile phone. She half closed her eyes and fumbled around the pillow. She didn't touch the phone, but she scratched Wang Zijin's face. "It's here under my pillow." Wang Zijin frowned and handed the phone to her. Qin Bao Bao replied with an "oh." She was sleepy and answered the phone with a confused face. "Who is it?" Bao Bao, did you forget to post a photo? Li Yanhong's voice came from the loudspeaker. She was very anxious. What photo? Qin Bao Bao said blankly. My great aunt, did you really forget? Li Yanhong said, didn't I ask you to post on Weibo to call for fan support? It's already past 12 o'clock and you haven't posted on Weibo. I said that this ranking is unscientific. You are now third. The fans still don't know that Qinze wrote songs for you. The publicity is not in place. Qin Bao Bao remembered that she had originally planned to post on Weibo to call for fan support before the album was released. The photo was ready. It was a photo of Qinze monitoring the sound engineer. Netizens all knew that Qin Bao Bao's family had a golden signboard. Many fans said that we won't listen to songs not written by Qinze. But Qin Bao Bao couldn't hold on until 11 o'clock and fell asleep. Oh, don't worry. Gold will always shine. It's just released. You are calmer than me, Li Yanhong muttered. Newcomers were the most likely to be worried about gains and losses, and then eager for quick success and instant benefits. They would be very worried when they saw a bad review. When they saw that the ranking was behind, they would feel that the world was coming to an end and that life was desperate. Li Yanhong had this kind of mentality. Although she was not a newcomer in the workplace, it was the first time that she had brought up such a popular singer as Qin Bao Bao. I'll post it now. Qin Bao Bao said and hung up the phone. Wang Zijin groaned and raised her hand to hit Qin Bao Bao's butt. She complained, you woke me up in the middle of the night. I'm a light sleeper. It's hard for me to fall asleep. She was very angry when she got up. Qin Bao Bao hugged her best friend's head and pressed it on her plump chest. Be good. I'll coax you to sleep. Be careful, I'll bite you. Wang Zijin struggled out of her chest and snorted. I don't want to sleep with you. Qin Bao Bao narrowed her eyes and said gloomily, little bitch, you've been exposed. Exposed what? Wang Zijin was at a loss. You clearly want to sleep with Ace. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Of course not. Can I sleep in the living room? Wang Zijin complained. Qin Bao Bao flipped over and straddled her best friend's slender waist. She pressed down on her shoulders and lowered her face. The tips of their noses touched and she said, say it. We've been friends for so many years. If you really like my pig, I'll give him to you. Wang Zijin turned her head away and refused to admit it. Nonsense. I don't like Qinze. Qin Bao Bao's eyes flashed with joy. The corner of her mouth rose and she said patiently, don't deny it. Look at my Ace. He's handsome, knows how to write songs, cooks well, and has earned so much money from the stock market. Look, where can you find such an outstanding man these days? If you like him, just say it. We're sisters. How can I not help you? Wang Zijin said in her heart, when did you change your personality? The smart Wang Zijin immediately realized that she had been led astray by her best friend. She chuckled. Since he's so good, why don't you marry him? Qin Bao Bao felt that her best friend's sharp sword had pierced her vital point. She was about to be squeezed out of her skin. Panic flashed through her moist black eyes. She scolded, Bah, you old witch. He's my little brother. Wang Zijin joked, Ioyo, you're guilty. Shut up. Watch me tear your mouth. Qin Bao Bao reached out to tear Wang Zijin's mouth. The two wrestled on the bed. The sound of panting and shouting intertwined. Bang bang bang. The fierce knocking on the door was accompanied by Qinze's shout. Are you crazy? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? The two were instantly silenced. Qin Bao Bao shouted, why are you being so fierce? I'm going to sleep now. Hey, you haven't posted the photo yet. Wang Zijin reminded her. Oh, I almost forgot. Qin Bao Bao lay down and logged into Weibo with her phone. She uploaded the photo and wrote, thank you for your help. What?